Chapter 630. Huang Ling slayed the Golem Lord here. Future generations may not break this seal. As soon as the hundreds of warlocks from different forces broke into the center of the hall, they saw a giant stele engraved with blood-colored runes sitting on the side of the hall, exuding the breath of a primeval beast and containing the law of heaven and earth. The Golem Lord was slain. How is this possible? Huang Ling, who is he? There is no such person in history. When the warlocks who broke into the hall saw the bloody runes engraved on the giant stele, their countenance changed dramatically, and they commented spiritedly. The Golem Lord is the master of the 6th Warlock Dynasty Golem Dynasty. He is invincible. Since he ascended to the throne, he has never been defeated. After the Golem Lord ascended to the throne, he once slayed a Warlock Emperor rank existence and refined the Warlock Emperor rank existence into the leader of the 3 Empyrean Golems, which is also the strongest among the 3 Empyrean Golems, the Demon Empyrean Golem. Since the Dark Emperor Golem was successfully refined, the Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses hidden in the Endless Plains have retreated when they encountered the Golem Lord, allowing human warlocks to set foot in the Endless Plains, conquer countless plains, and obtain endless resources. The Golem Lord is recognized as one of the 7 most powerful human warlocks in the Zhangji Plain. Such a terrifying existence was actually killed by someone. It was simply unbelievable. Empyrean Origin Blood Essence Fruit. What? Empyrean Origin Blood Essence Fruit? Where is it? Where is it? Empyrean Origin Blood Essence Fruit. Excited voices sounded at once, and the warlocks no longer looked at the giant stele, but looked for traces of Empyrean Origin Blood Essence Fruit. Empyrean Origin Blood Essence Fruit is a god-grade treasure of heaven and earth that requires the blood essence of a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, a special secret method, and a special seed to be born. Just one of these treasures of heaven and earth is enough to break through the heaven-man boundary and make a human warlock's soul aptitude rise from superior level 7 to superior level 8. According to legend, when 10 Empyrean Origin Blood Essence Fruits are used together, they can break through the God-man boundary and promote the soul aptitude of a warlock from superior level 8 to inferior level 9. Among the 8 warlock emperors, except for the Dawn Lord whose soul aptitude was superior level 8, the other 7 warlock emperors' soul aptitude was the legendary level 9. One could easily imagine the value of the Emperor Wish Blood Essence Fruit. Even Holy Spirit Warlock and Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses will be tempted by the Empyrean Origin Blood Essence Fruit. The Bright World Warlocks swept the hall with their eyes and saw a flower pot on a platform in the center of the hall. The flower pot is engraved with countless mysterious runes, and there is a pot of crimson blood inside the flower pot. Wisps of Empyrean might spread from the crimson blood. In addition, there was a 3-meter-long black saber that had been broken into 2 pieces on the platform. A terrifying murderous aura radiated from the black saber. Obviously, it was a top-grade artifact. Suddenly, the inscription on the stele released rays of light, and a transparent barrier suddenly appeared, setting off ripples on the barrier's light membrane. The bloody words on the stele seemed to be enraged, and the word Desolate Spirit suddenly formed a bloody blade that cut through the void and slashed lightning fast. A glorious sun warlock who has just cast a spell was cut in 2 by the bloody blade without the power to resist. All his blood essence was extracted, and all his life force was extinguished. The blood essence entered the word Desolate Spirit and returned to the stele. Karma Spell. All of the glorious Dawn Warlock's life-saving spells were destroyed, and he was killed at the source. This is the power of a karma spell. What a fearsome spell. Even if the person who set up this stele isn't a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse, he probably isn't far from it. This relic site has existed for hundreds of thousands of years. After such a long time, yet it still possesses such great power, how fearsome. Seeing this scene, the surrounding warlocks inhaled a breath of cold air. Karma spells are spells that pinnacle human warlocks above the Infinity Warlock rank must master. Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses have all kinds of incredible death substitution secret methods. As long as a drop of blood survives, many Infinity Warlocks can be reborn and restore their strength step by step. Pinnacle human warlocks among Infinity Warlocks have mastered karma spells that can kill the enemy from the root. Through avatars, and the like, they can attack the enemy. Therefore, when facing enemies of the same rank or enemies with karma weapons, many Infinity Warlocks won't use avatars, and the like. Instead, they prefer to fight the enemy with their true body. The strange steel engraved with bloody characters unexpectedly possesses a karma spell. Clearly, it is a restriction set up by an ordinary Infinity Warlock. The Bright World Warlocks looked at the strange steel with a dignified shade in their eyes. Karma spells were the most fearsome spells. They could completely erase the existence of warlocks and doom the warlocks hit by karma spells. Death substitution secret methods will hardly work. Only some death substitution secret methods that contain the law of karma may be able to escape this disaster. Yang Feng has a god avatar in the Feisua plane. Originally, if his true body died, his avatar in the Feisua plane wouldn't be affected. He can be reborn on the god avatar. But if he is killed by a karma spell, then once his true body dies, his avatar will die as well. This was the terror of the law of causality magic. Bartoloni looked carefully at the strange steel for a while, then carefully cast a few detection spells on the steel, and said solemnly, "This steel does have formidable power. But under the erosion of time, its remaining power is limited. If we join forces, we can destroy this steel. Let's join forces to destroy this steel, and then compete for the treasures inside. How about it?" The rest of the warlocks agreed, "Okay." There was a fierce flash in Claudi's eyes, and he threatened fiercely, "If anyone doesn't attack this steel, then after the barrier is broken, they won't be qualified to compete with us for the treasures inside. Such a person, get out now, otherwise, we will join hands to kill you." The warlocks in the hall hesitated for a moment, and then most nodded in agreement with Claudi's proposal. The dozens of Moonlight Warlocks and Glorious Sun Warlocks weighed the pros and cons, and then took a deep look at the treasures in the hall, and then blurred into motion and flew to other places in the hall. Although the Empyrean Origin Blood Essence Fruit and the other secret treasure in the center of the hall are extremely precious, but they have to compete with the Bright World Warlocks. Since the Moonlight Warlocks and Glorious Sun Warlocks admit that they aren't a match for the Bright World Warlocks, they chose to give up. In the hall, there are still many Moonlight Warlocks and Glorious Sun Warlocks. Their eyes shone with ambition as they stared at the two precious secret treasures in the hall. The Empyrean Origin Blood Essence Fruit can break through the Heaven-Man boundary and give people superior level 8 soul aptitude. Once taken, many Glorious Sun Warlocks will advance to the Bright World Warlock realm without any suspense, and may even advance to the Infinity Warlock realm. Among the trillions of life forms in the continent, the number of freakish geniuses born with superior level 8 soul aptitude can be counted on one hand. On average, only one such freakish genius is born every 1,000 years. Most of the geniuses with superior level 8 soul aptitude, like Yang Feng, used various treasures of heaven and earth to promote to this level. A peerless treasure like the Empyrean Origin Blood Essence Fruit is something that can only be encountered by chance. Go! Bartoloni roared, silently recited an incantation, pointed with a finger, and a black ray shot towards the steel. The rest of the warlocks also chanted incantations, cast a variety of spells, and shot towards the steel. The blood-red words on the terrifying stone steel surged and released a vast power, condensing into a 10-meter-long blood-red blade. As soon as the huge bloody blade appeared, it was hit by various spells. Countless runes entangled the huge bloody blade, preventing it from slashing down. There are more than 20 Bright World Warlocks present, including pinnacle Bright World Warlocks from the 3 dynasties, 2 sects, and 8 families. When they join forces, they can even quell an Infinity Warlock. Even though the huge bloody blade can slay a Bright World Warlock, but under the siege of more than 20 Bright World Warlocks, it finally trembled and collapsed. As soon as the huge blood blade collapsed, the entire stone tablet also shattered inch by inch. "You'll regret this." A helpless sigh sounded at the moment when the steel shattered. Empyrean origin blood essence fruit. With a flash of greed in his eyes, a bright world warlock extended his hand, and a mage hand extended towards the Empyrean origin blood essence fruit. The broken sword placed on the platform in the center of the hall may be a holy grade secret treasure, but compared to a god-grade treasure of heaven and earth like the Empyrean origin blood essence fruit, it is not comparable at all. For warlocks, treasures of heaven and earth that can enhance their strength are far more important than holy grade secret treasures. As soon as the mage hand touched the Empyrean origin blood essence fruit, it was blocked by a barrier, and all its power was devoured by the barrier. Sure enough, there's a barrier. Of course. If there wasn't a barrier, the Empyrean origin blood essence fruit would have withered a long time ago. Amid the discussions, the bright world warlock's eyes turned bloodshot, and they blurred into motion, turned into streams of light and rushed towards the Empyrean origin blood essence fruit. Chapter 631. The Empyrean origin blood essence fruit is mine. The fastest bright world warlock grabbed the Empyrean origin blood essence fruit, and his eyes shimmered with ecstasy. Along with flashes of magic light, dozens of powerful spells slammed into the bright world warlock. The bright world warlock was petrified at first, then covered in black curse breath, and finally chopped into pieces by wind elemental particles. A bright world core flew out of the bright world warlock rank powerhouse, turned into a meteor, and fled towards the outside. Ignoring the bright world warlock who was killed, the other bright world warlocks are still fighting over the Empyrean origin blood essence fruit. These bright world warlocks are geniuses among geniuses of major forces. After countless fortuitous encounters and endless hard work, they have become bright world warlocks. However, most of them will stop at the bright world warlock realm in their lifetime, unable to advance any further. The Empyrean origin blood essence fruit, however, can greatly enhance their soul aptitude and promote to the infinity warlock realm, which is why they are so crazy. In the Tsangji plane, infinity warlocks are already the most powerful existences. Even if they go to any of the 36 primary material planes, they will still be top existences. At present, infinity warlocks are the masters of the Tsangji plane. Although they are both great elders, the right to speak between infinity warlocks and bright world warlocks is completely different. Most importantly, once you advance to an infinity warlock, the lifespan of human warlocks will increase by thousands or even 10,000 years. The glorious sun warlocks and moonlight warlocks just glanced at the bright world core, and then gave up on the idea of capturing it. With their strength, they aren't strong enough to keep a bright world core. A lily-white hand descended from the sky and grabbed the bright world core. Countless black runes extended from the lily-white hand and sealed the bright world core. When the warlocks who had some thoughts about the bright world core saw the owner of the lily-white hand, their countenance changed dramatically, and all their thoughts disappeared. The owner of the lily-white hand is Alexia, the #1 expert under Yang Feng's command. Since the Empyrean origin blood essence fruit was so precious, it naturally attracted Yang Feng's attention. However, he knew his own limitations very well. Him going to fight for the Empyrean origin blood essence fruit was tantamount to courting death. Only then did he send Alexia out. Yang Feng is protected by Zhan Hongtao, the #1 expert of the Zhan family of the 5 heavenly lords. Under Yang Feng's command, the strongest bright world warlock is Alexia and the second strongest is the great elder of the cool breeze abode Zhao Qin. However, Zhao Qin was an elemental warlock. In this anti-magic domain, his strength was indeed the weakest. Yang Feng chose to have Zhan Hongtao act as his guard. There seems to be something wrong inside. Alexia, get out immediately. This is an order. Yang Feng looked at the chaotic scene in the hall through the holographic projection, his face flickered, his eyes flashed with graveness, and he ordered. Most of these bright world warlocks have gone through countless battles, carved out a bloody path from among countless geniuses, and finally reached the top. Many of them are wily old foxes. But now they have clearly fallen into an abnormal frenzy. They cast all kinds of powerful spells, as if the other party is their father's murderer. At the same time, through his soul perception, Yang Feng could clearly perceive a very abnormal killing intent gushing out of Alexia's soul. Evidently, she has been affected by the spell unknowingly. A fierce glint flashed past Alexia's eyes, and then she finally sighed and suppressed her desire to fight. The black wings on her back flapped, and she turned into a black stream of light and flew out of the hall. Just before Alexia was about to leave the hall, the 10,000-meter-tall mountain suddenly shook wildly and collapsed inch by inch, and a 100-meter-wide giant hand emerged from the collapsed rocks and extended towards Alexia. Incomparably violent puppet power extended from the giant hand, sealing the void and suppressing everything. It was as if it wanted to turn everything in the world into puppets and crush Alexia. Alexia's pretty face, which has always been calm, finally changed color. The 3 pairs of black wings on her back unfolded, and she frantically extracted the power of the ruler magic cube and slashed at the giant hand with her sword. A black sword ray carrying dark force that can make people fall into the abyss slashed at the giant hand and cut open a huge hole. Alexia's figure flickered, and she frantically fled out of the huge hole. All of a sudden, a finger of the giant hand that was cut in 2 broke off, shot out, and pointed at Alexia's back like a giant. Alexia spewed out a large mouthful of blood in an instant. A copious amount of golem force intertwined on her body and eroded her body. As if a goose shot by a bow, she fell powerlessly from the sky. Yang Feng ordered decisively, "Attack." Star Destroyer battlestars shone brightly, and Star Destroyer artilleries slammed into the 100-meter-tall giant hand. Under the bombardment of the Star Destroyer cannons, the 100-meter-tall giant hand crumbled inch by inch. The terrifying puppet power on the giant hand also crumbled frantically. An Undying picked Alexia up from the ground and flew to Yang Feng's flagship at Mach 25 speed in an instant. Wisps of golem force frantically eroded Alexia. Even with her dark force, she cannot suppress the fearsome golem force. Yang Feng frowned and spread the fingers of a hand, and a swarm of black devourers flew out and pounced on Alexia. The black devourers sucked and absorbed the puppet power in Alexia's body like a whale swallowing a mouthful of water. "Thank you." Alexia suddenly felt her body relax. She got up and took a deep look at the black devourers, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. The golem force unleashed by the golem mountain is terrifying. Even though Alexia possesses infinity warlock rank strength thanks to the ruler armor, but she still cannot resist the erosion of the golem force. If it wasn't for Yang Feng's help, it would take Alexia at least 1,000 years to completely dispel the golem force, and her strength would drop greatly. The Black Devourer easily devoured Alexia's puppet power, causing her to take the Devourer seriously. As if a peerless fierce beast had awakened from its slumber, a huge bloody maw appeared in the hall, opened its maw, and swallowed all the warlocks still fighting in the hall in one gulp. Yang Feng's face fell, and he calculated in his mind, "Damn it, this is a trap. There's such a monster sealed in this relic site. Should I flee, or fight?" The Golem Mountain is clearly a formidable existence sealed by a powerhouse far beyond the Infinity Warlock rank, and that powerful existence has now awakened from the seal. Yang Feng's face changed several times, and then he finally gritted his teeth and ordered, "Curses, now I can only destroy it with all my strength." The Ligui province is the largest territory Yang Feng has seized and the most resource-rich territory, far surpassing that of the Andrak Plain. If that terrifying existence is allowed to descend upon the Ligui province and start a massacre, Yang Feng is not its opponent. Yang Feng is not his opponent. He can only take advantage of his weakened state to suppress him and truly control the Ligui province. Celestial obliteration cannons descended from the sky and bombarded the Puppet Mountain. Amidst the beam of the Star Destroyer cannon, the Puppet Mountains crumbled inch by inch, revealing a 5,000-meter-tall, half-naked giant with countless strange runes engraved on his body. His body was extremely shriveled, his eyes were lifeless, and there was a wriggling black lump of flesh where his heart should be. The giant exudes a breath far beyond the infinity warlock rank. If a warlock below the moonlight warlock rank looks at it, they will be eroded by the breath of death. If they are careless, they will turn into a lunatic. Bai Yuxian's pretty face fell, and she cried out, "Desolate God Giant, this is the most powerful weapon of the Arch-God era, a Desolate God Giant, and a Holy Spirit Warlock rank Desolate God Giant at that." In the Arch-God era, Desolate God Giants were powerful weapons made by Arch-Gods. Just like angels, braves, and other weapons made by gods. The most powerful Desolate God Giants even possess Holy Spirit Warlock rank strength. After the Time Lord dominated the Zhangji Plain, the previous masters of the Zhangji Plain, the Arch-Gods, were either slain by him or fled the plain. Now, Desolate God Giants rarely appear. Only in some Arch-God relic sites will one or two Desolate God Giants appear. Even so, Holy Spirit Warlock rank Desolate God Giants are very rare. Yang Feng's face fell, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Holy Spirit Warlock. How terrible. Holy Spirit Warlocks are extremely powerful. Even the weakest Holy Spirit Warlock, as long as there is a drop of blood flowing in their body and a trace of strength left to fight, they can slay an Infinity Warlock with a spell. In front of a Holy Spirit Warlock, Moonlight Warlock like Yang Feng is an ant. Yang Feng ordered, "Use all computing power to analyze his weaknesses at once." No matter how powerful an existence was, they would be in their weakest state after being sealed for hundreds of thousands of years. It was impossible for them to be in an unscathed state. This is my only chance. Chapter 632. Within Yang Feng's territory, all level 3 optical computers began to rapidly analyze the weaknesses of the Desolate God Giant. Billions of calculations and analyses were performed every second. Based on the life fluctuations emitted by the Desolate God Giant, its fleshly body is dead. What sustains its existence is the piece of flesh at its heart. According to the data in the current database, that piece of flesh should be the remaining piece of flesh of a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse. The piece of flesh is parasitizing the Desolate God Giant's fleshly body and absorbing the power of the Desolate God Giant's fleshly body to sustain its existence. Now it is at its weakest. It is recommended to attack the heart. According to the analysis of life fluctuations, the warlocks it devoured haven't died yet. It is recommended to rescue them. Otherwise, once it devours enough power, our chances of winning will drop infinitely. Yang Feng ordered, "Attack. Kill it." The swift eagle fighters flying out of the carriers fired countless destructive beams that slammed into the Desolate God Giant's huge mouth. Each destructive beam only poked a toothpick-sized hole in the Desolate God Giant's mouth. However, under the siege of hundreds of thousands of swift eagle fighters, hundreds of thousands of toothpick-sized holes appeared in the Desolate God Giant's mouth. Hundreds of thousands of starry sky rippers flew towards the mouth of the Wild God Giant like ants and slashed at the mouth of the Wild God Giant. However, each slash only managed to cut a thin layer of skin off the Wild God Giant's mouth. Countless lightning flashed, and the lightning manipulators electrocuted the thin layer of skin on the Desolate God Giant's mouth, turning it into ashes, leaving nothing behind. Many powerful beings possess fearsome immortality. Even if their head is cut off, even if only a drop of blood is left, they can still be reborn. Since Yang Feng hasn't mastered the law of karma, he can only use the stupidest and most effective method to crush every cell of the Desolate God Giant. In this way, even if the Desolate God Giant can be reborn quickly, it will consume a lot of power. It can't absorb the thin layer of skin cut off by the Starry Sky Rippers to recover. A single Starry Sky Ripper could only scratch a thin layer of the Desolate God Giant's skin, but under the frenzied attacks of hundreds of thousands of Starry Sky Rippers, a huge hole was carved in the Desolate God Giant's mouth. Magic light shone, and warlocks flew out of the Desolate God Giant's mouth. These warlocks are covered in strange mucus, and their aura is extremely weak. The aura of some bright world warlocks has dropped to the glorious dawn warlock realm. As for moonlight warlocks, most of them have died, with only Enlin and a few other moonlight warlock supreme geniuses remaining. As soon as the warlocks flew out of the desolate god giant's maw, they fled outside the relic site without looking back. They are well aware of the terror of Holy Spirit warlock rank desolate god giants. If it wasn't for Yang Feng, the 20+ bright world warlocks would have been devoured by the desolate god giant. The desolate god giant suddenly opened its eyes. Those numb eyes suddenly glowed with a glimmer of light. It struggled to open its mouth slightly and took a deep breath. A black light enveloped Bartolone, and he was sent flying towards the maw of the desolate god giant. Bartolone's eyes flashed with despair, and he screamed, "Save me! Save me! As long as someone saves me, I'm willing to offer all my assets to him." Rays of magic light flashed on Bartolone's body in an attempt to resist that terrifying suction force. But no matter what secret method Bartolone cast, he still couldn't resist the black light. In an instant, Bartolone was swallowed by the desolate god giant. The desolate god giant made a chewing motion with difficulty, and Bartolone's bright world warlock rank aura disappeared. Seeing this scene, the warlocks inhaled a breath of cold air, and then frantically performed various secret methods and fled outside the relic site. Attack! The dense swarm of battle robots formed a dark cloud of steel, pounced on the desolate god giant, covered it completely, and peeled off its skin bit by bit. At the same time, lightning flashed and charred the peeled-off skin of the desolate god giant. Millions of main battle robots pounced on the body of the desolate god giant, madly attacking the lifeless desolate god giant. The outer layer of the Holy Spirit warlock rank desolate god giant's skin was shredded at once, revealing crystal-clear white jade-like bones exuding sacred majesty. The Undyings and Starry Sky Rippers brandished their sabers and slashed at the sacred bones, producing ear-piercing sounds. The sabers in their hands were chipped, but they couldn't harm the sacred bones at all. When Yang Feng saw this scene, his eyes flashed with shock. What a strong monster! Is this a Holy Spirit warlock rank desolate god giant? It's really fearsome. The swords in the hands of the Undyings and Starry Sky Rippers are third-generation swords, which are virtually indestructible. Even if a bright world warlock stands still, they will easily slay them. Although the desolate god giant is a Holy Spirit warlock rank freak, but it died hundreds of thousands of years ago after all, and there isn't much power left in its bones. Under such circumstances, the desolate god giant's bones are still so powerful that Yang Feng's third-generation battle robots can't do anything to them. This is simply terrifying. Since I can't destroy it, then I'll devour it. With a thought from Yang Feng, a large swarm of devourers turned into a black insect cloud and pounced on the desolate god giant's bones. When the devourers pounced on the desolate god giant's bones, they frantically devoured the remaining power inside the bones. Originally, the devourers couldn't devour the power inside the desolate god giant's bones. But after they devoured part of the golem force left behind by the golem lord, they evolved and became more terrifying, which is why they can devour the remaining power hidden inside the desolate god giant's bones. Devourers are the most powerful Shizu technological creation. They are completely different from Undyings and Starry Sky Rippers, which are standard weapons. They are one of the ultimate Shizu weapons that can automatically evolve and continuously adjust to become stronger. Devourers are the most difficult weapons to manufacture among Shizu technology, and the reason lies in the materials. Only Empyrean-grade secret treasure materials such as mysterious gold god iron can be manufactured into devourers and become the body of devourers. Other materials simply can't bear the constant evolution of devourers. The swarm of devourers pounced on the desolate god giant's bones and frantically devoured the power inside the desolate god giant's bones. Devoured by the devourers, the desolate god giant's bones began to slowly wither and turn into dust. Strange runes suddenly appeared on the limbs and bones of the desolate god giant. A grey attractive force came from the desolate god giant's heart and frantically absorbed the remaining power inside the desolate god giant's bones. With a flash of grey light, the desolate god giant's huge body turned into dust and scattered on the ground. A giant grey egg appeared in the desolate god giant's heart and devoured everything, including the 20+ undyings surrounding the giant grey egg. Disperse! Yang Feng's face flickered, and he issued an order, and countless battle robots dispersed together with the undyings. A giant grey egg that was engraved with countless strange runes and shrouded in a layer of grey aura appeared in front of everyone. It was as if it was growing stronger with every passing moment. Golem Lord. That's the great Golem Lord. The only and supreme master of all of us, living puppets. Kongilua, Mayilua, come out and protect our great master. With a flash of light, Jiailua appeared in front of the giant grey egg, a look of excitement, awe, worship, respect, and other emotions on his face. A spatial ripple flashed, and a human-like little boy, who looks about 13 or 14 years old, walked out of the void and looked at the giant grey egg with adoration in his eyes. With a flash of grey light, the peerlessly beautiful puppet, who was even more beautiful than many human beauties, came before the giant grey egg with a saber in her hand. Her beautiful eyes were filled with adoration. Yang Feng looked at the three living golems with apprehension in his eyes. What an amazing golem spell! Is this the Golem Lord's living golem spell? Sure enough, it's weird and terrifying to the extreme. Hundreds of thousands of years is enough to erase the loyalty of countless human warlocks. No matter how loyal a human warlock is to another warlock, in this dark and silent Golem City relic site, their loyalty will gradually change. The three, living puppets, obviously had human-like intelligence, but even after hundreds of thousands of years, they were still loyal to the Golem Lord, and they did not hesitate to die for him. This was definitely the power of magic. Fire! Yang Feng ordered promptly. A beam from a Star Destroyer artillery barreled towards the giant grey egg like a hammer of divine retribution. Jiailua and the other two living golems showed looks of ridicule, and then scattered, allowing the beam from the Star Destroyer artillery to slam into the giant grey egg. A strange grey rune pattern appeared on the giant grey egg, and wisps of the mysteries of the law of karma diffused from the grey rune pattern. When the beam from the Star Destroyer artillery slammed into the rune, it disintegrated inch by inch, turned into the purest energy, and was absorbed into the giant grey egg. Chapter 633. After the giant grey egg absorbed the Star Destroyer artillery's beam, it became more powerful, and the aura it exuded became more terrifying. I am the Golem Lord. You lowly ants, you dare to attack me? Do you want your race to be exterminated? Wisps of aura far beyond this world, as if they could suppress the universe, diffused from the giant grey egg. A tyrannical thought reverberated in the minds of all the warlocks. The Golem Lord. It's the Golem Lord. Did the Golem Lord resurrect? The human warlocks hiding in the relic site felt their blood run cold, and they cast spells and fled into the distance. Although the Golem Lord was the warlock emperor of the 6th Warlock dynasty, a great hero of the Zhangji Plains humans, who led the Zhangji Plains human warlocks to defeat countless powerful enemies, occupied one plane after another, and founded a prosperous and resplendent warlock dynasty. But after all, he was a figure from hundreds of thousands of years ago. Besides, he has just awakened from a sealed state. Clearly, he needs a lot of energy to recover. The human warlocks here are probably the best meal for the Golem Lord to recover his strength after his resurrection. Among the 8 warlock emperors, the Time Lord was recorded in history as the most honorable, flawless, and perfect like a saint. Due to the darkness he experienced in his early years, the Taboo Lord was bloodthirsty, cruel, and belligerent. Except for those closest to him and his subordinates, he didn't regard anyone else as a human. The Transcendent Lord was a temperamental, cruel, and belligerent powerhouse whose hands were stained with blood. The Star Lord was a peerless powerhouse who liked to guide the younger generation. He wasn't bloodthirsty, but yearned for light and justice. If the Time Lord, the Star Lord, and the Dawn Lord were divided according to camps, they belonged to the good lawful camp. The Magic Note Lord and the Death Lord belonged to the neutral lawful camp. The Taboo Lord, the Transcendent Lord, and the Golem Lord belonged to the evil lawful camp. If the Golem Lord was in his heyday and in a good mood, he may not have attacked the human warlocks. However, he had been sealed for hundreds of thousands of years. Once the seal was broken, he would be in his weakest state. At this time, there is an 80% chance that he will attack other human warlocks and turn them into nutrients for him to recover his strength. Naturally, the human warlocks will flee in fear. If the Time Lord, the Star Lord, and the Dawn Lord broke out of the seal, they would attract countless human warlocks to serve them. Because they will never kill or devour human warlocks. Puppet Master. Young Master Lei Ming, if it's him, we have no chance of winning at all. I'm sorry, I can only escape first. A hint of fear appeared in Bai Yuxian's beautiful eyes. She silently chanted an incantation, and a pair of wings that were as thin as a cicada's wings that were engraved with countless strange incantations appeared. With a light flap of those wings, she flew into the distance at the terrifying speed of Mach 20. The Golem Lord is a warlock emperor rank powerhouse, and his fierce reputation is forged with the blood of countless powerhouses in the universe. If there is an Infinity Warlock rank powerhouse with an Empyrean grade secret treasure, they may be able to suppress him who has just awakened from the seal. But here, there is no Empyrean grade secret treasure that can suppress the Golem Lord. As such, Bai Yuxian wisely chose to escape. Golem Lord. If you were in your heyday, I wouldn't be your opponent. However, since you are my enemy and have just awakened from the seal, then I'll send you on your way and let you sleep forever. Yang Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, and he flicked his wrist, and the secret treasure Shoot the Heavens bow he obtained from the relic site of the brilliant sage appeared in his hand. Violent world force poured into the Shoot the Heavens bow from the world ring inside Yang Feng, and a vast aura containing the mysteries of karma slowly diffused from the Shoot the Heavens bow. The secret treasure Shoot the Heavens bow is a mystical secret treasure containing the mysteries of the law of karma. To operate this secret treasure, world force is required. This is a peerless secret treasure that can only be used by human warlocks who have formed a virtual world inside them. The two bright world warlocks Alexia and Zhan Hongtao are 100 times stronger than Yang Feng, but they can't use the peerless secret treasure Shoot the Heavens bow. Mysterious runes lit up on the Shoot the Heavens bow. Countless runes condensed on the Shoot the Heavens bow, and an arrow that seemed capable of piercing through everything condensed on the bow. The world force of the small world inside Yang Feng was frantically extracted, and the diameter of the small world shrank and collapsed by a large margin. The extremely violent power of the world poured into the Shooting the Sky bow through the ring of the world. Submit to me, and I will grant you endless glory, splendor, wealth, and great power. But if you are my enemy, then I will wipe out your entire family. A tyrannical voice came from the huge egg, and it was as if no one in the world could resist it. The voice containing a wisp of Empyrean might poured into Yang Feng's mind and shook his sea of knowledge, as if it wants to shatter his sea of knowledge. As if a giant hand, a tyrannical might grabbed his heart, and intense pain spread from his heart. It seems like if he doesn't agree to the fearsome voice, he will be crushed to death. Under the pressure of the domineering voice, every cell in Yang Feng's body wailed in fear, cried, and pleaded for him to submit to the Golem Lord, kneel at the feet of the Golem Lord, and beg for his forgiveness. Yang Feng clenched his teeth, his eyes flickered coldly, and he barked, "What a fearsome Golem Lord! What a freak! Fortunately, I have already promoted to a Moonlight Warlock. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to resist your might. But now, go to hell. Once you enter the Moonlight Warlock realm, you are a transcendent rank powerhouse." As a Moonlight Warlock, Yang Feng is already a transcendent rank powerhouse. Even if it is a Warlock Emperor rank might, it is impossible for him to lose the ability to resist. An incomparably dazzling arrow pierced through the void and pierced the giant grey egg in an instant. The giant gray egg burst out with countless runes, a giant gray diagram engraved with countless runes suddenly appeared, and wisps of karma aura emerged. When the arrow hit the giant gray diagram, the karma spell, penetrate everything, and the karma spell, absolute defense, fiercely collided. The giant gray diagram trembled slightly, and a huge hole was broken open. In the blink of an eye, the arrow slammed into the giant gray egg and stabbed into it. An incomparably mournful scream came from within the giant gray egg. A copious amount of gray mucus sputtered in all directions from the giant gray egg. A destructive and chaotic force erupted from the giant gray egg in an instant, and then exploded, and a copious amount of mucus and fragments sputtered in all directions. A weird monster that looks like a skeleton, its internal organs exposed, its body fluctuates between strong and weak, and it exudes Empyrean might. But its life force fluctuates between the Bright World Warlock and Moonlight Warlock realms. In the location of the weird monster's heart, there is a drop of scarlet blood, from which wisps of Empyrean might seeping out. After the arrow containing Yang Feng's essence, qi, and soul was shot out, his hair turned pale in an instant, and as if he lost all his strength, he fell to the ground. A fallen angel quickly stepped forward, picked Yang Feng up, and placed him on the litter, preventing him from collapsing powerlessly. Yang Feng stared at the drop of blood in the monster's heart and said unhurriedly, "You are not the Golem Lord, but a drop of blood of the Golem Lord." Warlock Emperor rank existences are really terrifying. To think that a drop of blood can possess such frightening power. No, I am the Golem Lord. I am the master of this world, the only Warlock Emperor in this world. All of you, come and fuse with me. There was a flash of madness in the monster's eyes. It opened its leaky mouth and roared crazily. Its hands turned into layers of afterimages, and strange runes appeared on its hands. The three living golems Jailua, Kongilua, and Meilua split open from the heart, chest, and dantian respectively, and three golem cores containing all their power flew towards the monster. As soon as the three living golems lost their golem cores, their bodies collapsed inch by inch. However, they still wore hair-raising smiles of happiness on their faces, as if it was a supreme glory. Alexia, who is equipped with the ruler armor, spread the 3 pairs of fallen angel wings on her back, and violent dark force surged inside her. In an instant, she appeared in front of the monster and slashed out with her sword. The sword light, which contained a terrifying dark force, instantly split apart and pierced towards the 3 puppet cores. No matter what kind of existence the monster is, it must absorb the 3 golem cores to recover its strength. Destroying the 3 golem cores can prevent the monster from recovering its strength. The monster showed a twisted and sinister smile and stared deeply at Yang Feng. "It's no use. You dare to attack me? You're dead. No matter how powerful your subordinates are, you're dead." The 3 golem cores exploded in an instant, and 3 fearsome forces erupted in an instant. The monster pointed at Yang Feng and silently recited an incantation, and grey gas turned into a torrent sweeping towards Yang Feng in an instant. Zhan Hongtao's face suddenly fell. He blocked in front of Yang Feng, silently recited an incantation, took out a level 8 secret treasure dragon turtle shield, blocked in front of Yang Feng, and opened a huge magic barrier. Chapter 634. With a thought from Yang Feng, a gold magic cube appeared in his hand. The gold magic cube quickly disintegrated and turned into a set of gold armor that protected him. The gold magic cube is called Gold Rampart. After Yang Feng plundered the Ligui province, he used an infinity core to refine it into a top-notch magic cube armor. The Gold Rampart's ability is defense. Although its buff to the wearer is less than 1% that of the ruler magic cube, but in terms of defense alone, its defense is more than 10 times that of the ruler magic cube. Whether it is curses, elemental attacks, soul attacks, specter attacks, or other attacks, it can resist them and reduce the power of warlock attacks. Almost at the same time, the relic site of the 6th Warlock dynasty radiated resplendent light, countless runes lit up, and mysterious power entered the grey gas. When the strange grey gas slammed into Zhan Hongtao's barrier, it easily passed through the barrier and enveloped Yang Feng. A strange whirlpool appeared behind Yang Feng and engulfed him in an instant. Another whirlpool appeared behind the monster and engulfed it. After the two whirlpools engulfed Yang Feng and the monster, they twisted and disappeared in an instant. Alexia's figure fluttered, and she flew to Zhan Hongtao's side and frowned, asking, "What spell is this?" "There are all kinds of incredible spells in the world of human warlocks. Alexia, who has lived for more than 100,000 years, doesn't dare to say that she can recognize all human warlock spells." Zhan Hongtao pondered for a while, and then shook his head and said, "I don't know. I have never seen or heard of this spell. It's simply incredible. It should be the most mysterious and unfathomable karma spell. Karma spells are the most mysterious and unfathomable spells. This is a terrifying spell that only a small number of peerless geniuses among Infinity Warlocks can master. Bright World Warlocks, no matter how powerful they are, cannot comprehend karma spells. Infinity Warlocks who have mastered the law of karma, even if they haven't formed a virtual world inside them, they can contend against Infinity Warlock rank Blazing Angels and Infinity Warlocks who have formed a virtual world and other fearsome existences." Zhan Hongtao smiled bitterly. "However, the only thing we can be sure of is that the Lord is not dead yet. Otherwise, we would have all fallen by now." Yang Feng doesn't trust Zhan Hongtao and the other Bright World Warlocks who were forced to surrender and submit. He has tampered with their souls. Once Yang Feng dies, the soul of Zhan Hongtao and the other Bright World Warlocks will shatter and die. In this way, Zhan Hongtao and them will risk their lives to protect Yang Feng. Zhan Hongtao looked at the residence of the Great Saber Sage and the ruins that were suspected to contain the existence of the Puppet Lord. His eyes shone with a scorching light as he said slowly, "This time, if his lord hadn't been affected by the spell, it would have been perfect." In the ruins of the Puppet Dynasty, there were more than 100 billion puppets. After the 3 living puppets fell, all the remaining puppets stopped moving. The remaining tens of billions of puppets have now been reduced to Yang Feng's spoils of war. He can use them to study the 6th Warlock Dynasty's golem force. In addition, the celestial body relic full of the 6th Warlock Dynasty's style contains countless secrets of the 6th Warlock Dynasty as well as various resources. They can easily make up for the consumption of Yang Feng's army. Where is this? Feeling dizzy, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes, rubbed his temples, and looked around. He saw that he is sitting on a throne in a luxurious hall, and wisps of demonic chi pervade the hall. Yang Feng's face changed dramatically, and he panicked. What's going on? How did my strength drop to such a level? Level 3 Warlock, how did my strength drop to that of a level 3 Warlock? What about the small world? I can't sense the existence of the small world inside me. The greatest advantage of human warlocks who formed a small world was that no matter where they went, they could rely on the small world inside them to display terrifying battle prowess. For example, if the abyss was full of abyssal force, then when gods descended with their true bodies, they would need a special god armament to resist the erosion of the abyssal force. As such, very few deities would descend upon the abyssal plane with their true bodies. Human warlock experts who formed a virtual world, on the other hand, could freely walk in the abyss and display their strongest strength without being weakened. Claws, what's going on? I shouldn't have implanted the bloodline of a claw-type extraordinary life form inside me. Yang Feng looked down and saw a pair of huge claws brimming with malevolence in his hands. He frowned slightly, then silently recited an incantation, pointed with a finger, and cast the level 0 spell mirror image. A huge mirror appeared in front of Yang Feng at once, and his figure was reflected in the mirror. In the mirror, a tall and burly demon expert with a pair of horns, a pair of claws, and strange runes engraved on the right side of his face appeared. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with doubt. Demon? How did I turn into a demon? I have never implanted demon bloodline inside me. I have to go out and see what kind of world this is. With a thought, Yang Feng got up from the throne and strode outside. As soon as Yang Feng walked out of the reception hall, he saw two ox-headed demons standing on both sides of the hall. When the two ox-headed demons saw Yang Feng, they knelt on one knee and said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Yang Feng said coldly, "Tell the supervisor to come see me." One of the ox-headed demons left at once, "Yes. Your Majesty." Yang Feng turned around, returned to the throne in the reception hall, and sat down. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Before long, a handsome demon man with a pair of horns on the head, a pair of wings on the back, and a refined temperament came to Yang Feng, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully. Sitting on the throne, Yang Feng propped his face up with his right hand, looked askance at Orcus, and said coldly, "I want an outstanding beauty to appear here within 10 minutes. Although Orcus couldn't figure out Yang Feng's intentions, but he still responded respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty." 5 minutes later, a beautiful succubus with a pair of goat horns on her head, purple hair, and black leather clothes that exposed most of her snow-white skin. The leather clothes only covered a few parts of her body. She was a sexy and beautiful succubus with a pair of goat horns on her head and purple hair on her head. She wore black leather clothes that only covered a few parts of her body. Yang Feng said, "Orcus, take your leave." Orcus took his leave respectfully, "Yes. Your Majesty." Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, spread the fingers of a hand, and quickly set up a silence barrier. Then, he pointed at the succubus, who isn't even a level 1 warlock, and cast the level 3 spell Dominate a low-level extraordinary life form. Gray light enveloped the succubus, and her eyes glazed over and lost their luster. She fell into Yang Feng's control. Yang Feng asked lightly, "What's your name?" The succubus answered, "Yanni." "Who am I?" Yanni's eyes flashed with fanaticism, "You are the Anmo Kingdom's Demon King, Your Majesty." Yang Feng continued to ask, and soon obtained a lot of information from Yanni. This world is called the Eternal Continent. In the Eternal Continent, there are 6 races: demons, dragons, humans, elves, dwarves, and beast-men. At present, demons occupy the northern part of the Eternal Continent, occupying almost 1/3 of the Eternal Continent's territory. They have 5 demon kingdoms: the Anmo Kingdom, the Horned Demon Kingdom, the Feymaw Kingdom, the Sea Demon Kingdom, and the Claw Demon Kingdom. The Anmo Kingdom was the strongest demon kingdom. The previous kings of the Anmo Kingdom were all demon kings, while the 4 great demon kingdoms were the vassals of the Anmo Kingdom. At the same time, the kings of the 4 great demon kingdoms were demon grand dukes. In the Eternal Continent, humans and demons are mortal enemies. The humans are extremely weak, and are not the opponents of the demons. However, every once in a while, a hero, a prophet, a magister, a great priest, an archer, a knight, a thief, and other terrifying professions would be born among the human race. They would form a terrifying squad and kill the Demon King. As if it's fate, no matter how powerful the Demon King is, or how many troops he has, he will be killed by the human heroes. The demon army collapsed under the inhuman combat power of the hero squad, and was driven to the northern part of the Eternal Continent. In the Anmo Kingdom's royal library, Ong Feng is quietly reading a book called The History of the Demon Race, and he frowned slightly. The first hero was a hero named Arc Light. He killed the first Demon King and led the rise of the human race. The second hero's name was the Hero of Time. He killed the second Demon King. The third hero is called Taboo. He killed the third Demon King. The fourth hero is called Transcendent. The fifth hero is called Star. The sixth hero is called Death. The seventh hero is called Golem. The eighth hero is called Magic Note. The names and order of these heroes are really interesting. In addition to the Dawn Lord, the 7 Warlock Emperors have all appeared. Besides, there is also a name that isn't a Warlock Emperor. All the demon kings have fallen to the hero's sword. Is this fate, a causality law spell, or an illusion? Where is this? Is this really the eternal continent? As Yang Feng read the information about the Anmo kingdom, he frowned slightly, and an unclear premonition welled up in his heart. A haze enveloped his heart and didn't disperse for a long time. Chapter 635. Within a few days, Yang Feng cast various spells, conducted various experiments, read a lot of information, and understood his current situation. Yang Feng hasn't forgotten the spells he learned in the Cangji Plain, and he can easily construct level 1 to level 3 spell models with the help of that body. Moreover, all kinds of magic spells of the devil race didn't even need to be constructed and could be directly released. In the Eternal Continent, there are no magic stones. Demons rely entirely on their talent to practice cultivation, similar to bloodline warlocks. Advanced demons are rare, and every adult advanced demon possesses level 1 warlock rank strength. Inferior demons are the most numerous, and most of them are apprentice warlock rank warriors. Therefore, bloodline is very important among demons. The limit of power in the Eternal Continent is the legend rank. The strongest demon lords and heroes of the past are legend rank powerhouses. Among demons, only the Anmo Kingdom's kings have legend rank bloodline. The kings of the Anmo Demon Kingdom naturally became the demon king of the demon race, wielding the power of the demon race. In the Anmo Kingdom's royal library, An Feng strolled around and looked at the dazzling array of books in the royal library, analyzing the strange things that happened to him. Yang Feng thought of the monster that exuded Empyrean might and brought him to this place. I'm the demon lord, then the hero, could it be that guy? Also, what kind of spell is this? Why is it so weird? Besides, I've never heard of such a spell. There is no record of this in the Lei family's plane study. According to Zhang Guang's plane 3 theorem, my soul should have transmigrated to this plane. But this is clearly my body. The compatibility between my soul and my body is above 100%. Apart from the fact that it is weakened by a mysterious force and I can't sense the small world inside me, this body is my true body. Is it an illusion? A top illusion? But if it is a top illusion, then since I've already noticed that I've been hit by an illusion, then there should be flaws in this world. It shouldn't be so real. Yang Feng racked his brains, but couldn't come up with a valuable conclusion. His eyebrows couldn't help but be shrouded in a haze. Fate algorithm. What a big tone. Yang Feng swept the bookshelf with a glance, gave a slight smile, picked up a black magic book, and swept it with a careless glance. Fate was a law that surpassed even time. According to legend, all living creatures would be manipulated by fate and struggle in the web of fate. Even warlock emperor rank powerhouses struggled desperately in the fate net, and eventually died one after another. Yang Feng merely glanced at it, and his expression of disapproval immediately disappeared. With a dignified expression, he immersed himself in the study of the magic book. Blue veins bulged on Yang Feng's head, and countless formulas, characters, and runes flashed in his eyes, shrouding him in a mysterious aura. 7 days and 7 nights. Yang Feng, as if bewitched, was attracted by that magic book and forcibly read that magic book for 7 days and 7 nights. He, who was originally extraordinarily handsome, had also become haggard. His eyes were lifeless, as if everything had been sucked away. On the 8th day, Yang Feng finally revealed a trace of a smile, fell to the ground, and fell into a deep sleep. After sleeping for a day and a night, Yang Feng woke up. After returning to the palace to take a bath and eat, he returned to the royal library again. Holding the magic book in his hand, Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching shade. Fate algorithm, I didn't expect that there would be such a peerless secret method in this world. No wonder warlock emperors would enter this strange world. Just the value of one of the 6 incomplete volumes of Fate algorithm is more precious than that of many Empyrean grade secret methods. Although the 6 incomplete volumes of Fate algorithm didn't record any offensive secret methods, but its value was even greater than that of the time text for Yang Feng. Its value was comparable to that of Yang Feng's secret method Primal Chaos Imperishable Body. By mastering Fate algorithm, Yang Feng will be able to foresee fortune and misfortune, pursue good fortune, and avoid calamity just like a top divination warlock. At the same time, he could use the Fate algorithm to deduce the opponents he wanted to pursue, the locations of various secret treasures, and various actions. Then let me deduce the future fate of the Demon Lord. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed with the fingers of a hand, and a miniature universe shrouded in specks of starlight containing endless darkness suddenly appeared. The specks of starlight trembled slightly and blurred, and then the miniature universe began to collapse. Strange symbols appeared at the same time as the miniature universe collapsed. Finally, at the moment when the miniature universe collapsed, an image of Yang Feng's heart being pierced through by someone holding a holy sword appeared, and then collapsed and disappeared. Yang Feng frowned. 10 years later, I will be pierced through the heart by the hero with a holy sword. The holy sword is a karma weapon. Once the heart is pierced through, there is no way to survive. In other words, my fate is already predetermined. This is the will of the world and the fate of the demon lord of this world. This is the trend of the times, and cannot be violated. What an incomparably vicious spell. Through the fate algorithm, Yang Feng has already calculated that this world is real, not an illusion, not a curse, and not a soul transmigration. His fleshly body was sucked into this world, and under the interference of the freak known as the Golem Lord, he became the demon lord of this world destined to fall. No matter how Yang Feng struggled, he could not escape the fate of the demon lord being pierced through the heart by the holy sword. The holy sword, on the other hand, was a treasure formed from the supreme laws controlled by the previous heroes. It contained the mysteries of the law of karma. Once the holy sword pierced through the heart, a legendary powerhouse would definitely die. There was a knock on the door outside the library. Yang Feng said lightly, "Come in." The sexy and beautiful succubus Jenny walked in gracefully and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, the 4 dukes have arrived." Yang Feng uttered coldly, "Tell them to go to the Demon Lord Hall and wait." Jenny replied respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty." Yang Feng came to the throne of the Demon Lord Hall, sat down, and looked down with a dignified gaze. There are 4 people standing below the throne. They are a demon expert with a single horn, a demon expert with a pair of black wings on the back, a demon expert with gills on his face, and a demon expert with a tiger-like rune on his head. The 4 demon experts are all male, and they have pinnacle level, 3 warlock rank fluctuations of power. They are the 4 demon dukes, Benicio, Villa, Corona, and Gaman. When the 4 dukes saw Yang Feng, they knelt on one knee and saluted respectfully, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Although Yang Feng only has a pinnacle level, 3 warlock cultivation base, but he is recognized as the demon lord of the demons. He is the target of allegiance of the 4 demon dukes. "Benicio, I want a lot of various metals to be forged into these components." Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a piece of magic paper flew to Benicio. Countless characters flew out of the magic paper and appeared in the void. Benicio replied respectfully, "Yes. Your Majesty." "Villa, I need information on the other 5 races, mainly on the human race. In particular, information on the human hero and the holy sword." Villa replied respectfully, "Yes. Your Majesty." Corona, Gaman, immediately command the army to surround the elves. The 2 dukes responded respectfully as well, "Yes, Your Majesty." When Yang Feng saw the 4 dukes obey his orders, he revealed a look of satisfaction. He wasn't a demon monarch in name only, but a demon monarch who could mobilize the power of the entire demon race. This was his only advantage in this world. Whether I live or die depends on what I do next. I must break the cage of fate and become the man who controls fate. Otherwise, only death awaits me. Eyes flashing with scorching fighting spirit, Yang Feng got up from the throne and pressed his hand, and a tremendous amount of life magic energy gushed out of the hall and filled the hall like a sea. The Anmo Demon Kingdom was originally built on top of a demon vein, which was filled with incomparably powerful life form mana. Although the Anmo Kingdom had no magic stones, but it could still give birth to legend-rank demon experts by relying on the power of the magic vein. Yang Feng took a deep breath, and his body turned into a huge black hole that frantically devoured the life magic energy in the hall. His aura rose steadily, and in the blink of an eye, he broke through the boundary of the level 3 Warlock rank and promoted to the Great Warlock rank. Benicio eyes flashed with fanaticism. Legend, that's amazing. As expected of His Majesty the Demon Monarch. To be able to promote to a legend so easily. Villa's eyes also flashed with astonishment. That's a demon monarch's bloodline for you, it's really powerful. Corona sighed slightly, and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. Sure enough, only His Majesty the Demon Monarch can easily break through the boundary and promote to a legend. Gummin stared at Yang Feng with awe and jealousy in his eyes. Legend, how great would it be if I could also promote to a legend? The 3 demon dukes had level 3 warlock bloodline, which enabled them to promote to level 3 warlocks. But because of the bloodline shackles, even though this place was full of life magic energy, they couldn't break through, and couldn't absorb even a trace of life magic energy. After Yang Feng's aura reached the pinnacle legend rank, he could no longer absorb a trace of life magic energy. A look of regret streaked past Yang Feng's eyes. The pinnacle legend rank is the limit of this world. Once you break through the pinnacle legend rank, you'll be rejected by this world and leave this world. Unfortunately, if there are no accidents, then no life form in this world can break through the pinnacle legend rank and leave this world. This is the shackles of the world's will. Chapter 636. The Flame Dragon Mountain Range was a mountain range inhabited by all kinds of formidable demonic creatures. Reportedly, the master of the mountain range was an adult flame dragon. Only top adventurers dared to venture into the Flame Dragon Mountain Range. Dressed in adventurers' unique equipment and carrying a unique greatsword on his back, Yang Feng strode through the Flame Dragon Mountain Range. An arrow formed from starlight guided him forward. The arrow formed from starlight was the embodiment of Yang Feng's fate algorithm. Suddenly, furious roars of demonic beasts and berserk fluctuations of magic power came from afar, as well as the sounds of fighting. Yang Feng's eyes lit up and he revealed a smile. His figure shook slightly and he flew in that direction. I found a star of fate. After a few breaths of time, Yang Feng appeared on top of a large tree. Hiding in the dense foliage, he looked outside. In a forest, a female adventurer with a golden ponytail, a sexy and voluptuous figure, smooth skin, and a hint of a heroic aura was fighting a berserk demonic bear. She held a spear in her hand and had a golden ponytail. Her skin was smooth as if it was coated with a layer of honey. The female adventurer's strength was around that of a level 3 apprentice warlock, while the berserk demonic bear possessed the terrifying strength of a level 1 extraordinary life form. Although the 3-meter-tall berserk demonic bear was huge, but it was extremely agile. With a berserk aura, it madly launched an attack at the female adventurer. The female adventurer with a bronze spear in hand desperately resisted and retreated at the same time. After only 2 exchanges, her body was grazed by the claws of the berserk demonic bear, and a large amount of flesh was torn off. Absolute piercing. After the female adventurer once again went all out to avoid the berserk demonic bear, her beautiful eyes flashed with a sharp glint. She barked, and the bronze spear in her hand blossomed with resplendent light. She and the spear became one, turned into a cyan stream of light, and stabbed at the berserk demonic bear's heart. In a flash, a terrifying cyan whirlpool erupted and shattered the berserk demonic bear's heart. Yang Feng looked at the spear in the hands of the female adventurer, and his eyes flashed with a scorching shade, the absolute piercing dragon spear, one of the 36 legendary secret treasures. Once activated, anything that is stabbed by the dragon spear will be pierced. I never expected that it would actually be a karma treasure. In the Eternal Continent, there were 36 legendary artifacts, each of which possessed unimaginable power. As the limit of the Eternal Continent is the legend rank, Yang Feng doesn't care much about legend rank secret treasures. When he saw the absolute piercing dragon spear, he understood that the 36 legendary secret treasures should all be secret treasures of the law of causality. Even if it was a glorious dawn warlock ranked powerhouse, when stabbed by the absolute piercing dragon spear, their life force field will be easily penetrated, and they may even be pierced by the absolute piercing dragon spear. This was the terror of the karma law secret treasure. Yang Feng looked at the female adventurer with jealousy in his eyes, and he sighed in his heart, she's indeed a star of fate. After killing the berserk demonic bear, her life origin evolved to the level 1 warlock rank. The female adventurer with the absolute piercing dragon spear was injured all over. Gasping for breath, she sat on the ground, completely exhausted. However, with his extraordinary perception, Yang Feng could easily perceive that the female adventurer is transforming and becoming stronger and stronger. Evidently, the female adventurer has a heaven-defying ability, that is, to kill monsters and level up. It is extremely difficult for a warlock of the Zhangji plane like Yang Feng to advance. Some warlocks even spend 100 years to barely promote to an official level 1 warlock. The female adventurer just killed a level 1 warlock rank berserk demonic bear, yet she transformed into a level 1 warlock. This is simply heaven-defying. Unfortunately, you can't promote to a level 1 warlock yet. A cold glint flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. He silently recited an incantation, cast the fate algorithm, and pointed at the female adventurer. The female adventurer's tender body trembled slightly. The injuries she had forcibly suppressed erupted, and she spat out a large mouthful of blood containing traces of internal organs. Her evolution towards the level 1 warlock rank was forcibly interrupted. Suddenly, Yang Feng felt a sharp pain in his internal organs. He covered his mouth with his hand and covered the blood he spat out. The female adventurer is a star of fate. Interfering with her fate will result in a backlash from the world's fate force. Even though Yang Feng has a pinnacle great warlock rank cultivation base, but faced with the backlash from the world's fate force, he still suffered heavy injuries. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with an untamed glint, fate is really the most powerful force. It's very difficult, almost impossible, for anyone to reverse their fate. Is the world trying to tell me that fate cannot be reversed? Even so, I will reverse the fate of certain death for you to see. At this moment, there was a wriggling in the underbrush, and a dozen plus humanoid orcs with pig heads and human bodies walked out from the side. When the female adventurer saw the orcs, her face suddenly turned pale, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with despair. Shit, it's actually orcs. That's the worst possible situation. Orcs were humanoid orcs with pig heads and human bodies. They had a trace of human bloodline, and the offspring born from the union of members of their race were relatively weak and few in number. What they liked to do the most was to capture humans and turn them into breeding grounds for their offspring. When the female adventurer thought that she would become a breeding ground for the orcs in the future, she shuddered inside. Human woman. Great. Catch her. When the orcs saw the female adventurer, saliva dripped from their mouths, exuding a smell of danger. Greed and excitement welled up in the eyes of the orcs. They quickly ran over to this side. The female adventurer grabbed the absolute piercing dragon spear in an attempt to commit suicide. However, she discovered that severe pain was transmitted from her body, making her lose control of her body. She could only watch in despair as the orcs pounced at her. Stop! Accompanied by a furious roar, a large sword descended from the sky and slashed at the body of an orc demon, instantly splitting it into two. Yang Feng, with an elite-grade enchanted greatsword in his hand, his complexion pale, covered in dust and bleeding from the corners of his mouth, looked like an adventurer who had gone through countless hardships as he blocked in front of the female adventurer. With the enchanted greatsword in hand, Yang Feng glared at the orcs like a tiger watching its prey and shouted, "Woman, run! I can only deal with 8 of these orcs at the same time. There are too many of them." Although the orcs only had level 2 apprentice warlock rank battle prowess, but when a dozen plus orcs attacked together, the female adventurer before her evolution might not be their match. The eyes of the female adventurer flickered with a touch of emotion, and then she was shrouded in endless despair. She gritted her teeth and said, "I just killed a berserk demonic bear and broke my bones. I can't escape. If you kill me, you can take this legendary weapon, absolute piercing dragon spear, and escape alone." Yang Feng coughed heavily, and a large mouthful of blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. He squeezed out a warm smile, "Don't give up. I, Rant, won't let you die here." Due to the drawbridge effect, the female adventurer's heart skipped a beat. A lovely woman. Yang Feng grabbed the female adventurer with one hand, then roared and slashed an orc charging at him in half with a sword strike, and then leaped and fled into the depths of the forest. After them. The 2 humans are the best breeding grounds, we can't let them off. A queer rune flickered in the eyes of the dozen plus orcs, and exuding fearsome killing intent, they rushed towards Yang Feng and the female adventurer. With the female adventurer in his arms, Yang Feng desperately fled into the forest. Before long, he was covered in sweat, gasping for breath, and coughing up blood that spilled on the ground. The female adventurer sighed faintly, "Kill me. Otherwise, neither of us will be able to escape. I don't want to become a breeding ground for those ugly and disgusting monsters." Yang Feng showed a wild and handsome smile, "Shut up, woman. I, Rant, won't let you die. I am a man who will become a hero in the future, how can I die in this place?" The female adventurer said, "My name is Brigina, call me by my name. Besides, you want to become a hero? That's impossible, you're too weak. A true hero has the power to rival the demon lord. They won't be chased by a mere dozen plus orcs to such a sorry state." Yang Feng's eyes filled with hope. Even the hero isn't necessarily born with the strongest power. I will definitely become the strongest hero. The underbrush squirmed, and a dozen plus orcs rushed out and rushed towards Yang Feng and Brigina. Yang Feng displayed exquisite swordsmanship, met them head-on, and easily slayed 3 orcs with a swing of his sword. An intelligent orc leader uttered coldly, "Attack that woman. It doesn't matter if you kill her." The swine demons stabbed at Brigina with their spears. Yang Feng frantically resisted the attacks of the bristles, but his posture was distorted. After dozens of moves, a bristle stabbed his right foot and directly ran through it. The orcs rushed forward, took out rattan ropes, and tied Yang Feng and Brigina up. A queer rune streaked past the eyes of the orc leader, and he laughed loudly, "2 strong humans, haha. Now our tribe will be able to give birth to stronger children." Tears welled up in Brigina's eyes, and she gritted her teeth and scolded, "You idiot, why didn't you escape?" Chapter 637. Yang Feng revealed his snow-white teeth, smiled, coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood, and closed his eyes. Fate algorithm was powerful, but it was very difficult to use this broken fate algorithm to suppress the fate of Brigina, the star of destiny. Brigina's fate is the fate of a hero. According to her original fate trajectory, she should have smoothly killed the berserk demonic bear, and then evolved to a level 1 warlock, killed all the orcs passing by, and stabilized her strength and became stronger. Yang Feng used the fate algorithm to suppress Brigina's fate, but he also suffered a backlash. Suffering from the backlash of fate force at all times, he was seriously injured. The dozen-plus boar ogre leaders dragged Yang Feng to their nest, which was a huge cave. As soon as they entered the huge cave, a fishy and rotten smell wafted out. Humans. Fresh humans that were captured. 30-plus orcs poured out of the cave and stared at Yang Feng and Brigina with greed in their eyes. Yang Feng and Brigina were taken directly to the deepest part of the cave. As soon as they entered the cave, they saw a dozen plus naked human men and women lying limp on the side. Their eyes revealed the deepest darkness. They have lost all hope. Eat this. The orc leader took out a pile of grey powder exuding a pungent smell, opened Brigina's mouth, and stuffed it in. After doing all this, the orc leader continued to do the same and stuffed a pile of red pungent powder into Yang Feng's mouth. Brigina was forced to swallow the grey pungent powder, and a stream of heat welled up inside her, causing her cheeks to flush bright red. Haha, it'll be interesting at night. Are these two humans a couple? It will be very interesting. The way that the male human cried and begged me last time was really interesting. When the ugly pig ghosts saw this, they all revealed excited smiles, and their eyes were filled with savagery. A streak of runes streaked past the eyes of the orc leader, and he roared, "Get out of here and hunt. We'll enjoy these two humans tonight." A pig ghost opened its mouth and let out a series of pig estrus sounds. "Big pig, that woman, I want to get on that woman, get on her for me." The male orcs in the cave were also in an uproar. They stared at Brigina and let out disgusting groans. Seeing this scene, Brigina trembled and shrank into Yang Feng's arms, fear in her eyes. "If you dare to disobey my orders, then die." A fierce glint in his eyes, the ogre commander pulled out a huge battle axe, chopped at the ogre, and chopped the ogre in two. Seeing this, the rest of the pig ghosts felt a chill in their hearts. They took a few steps back and looked at the pig ghost commander in fear. The ogre commander coldly ordered, "Drag it out." A few pig ghosts stepped forward and dragged the pig ghost's corpse out. The pig ghost commander waved his axe and roared crazily, "Everyone, go hunt." The rest of the orc ghosts took their bamboo spears and left the cave. "Even if I die, I don't want to let those damn pig ghosts touch me. Rant, I want you to be my first man." Eyes shot with blood, exuding a bewitching aura, Brigina threw herself at Yang Feng, lowered her head, and kissed him on the lips. Yang Feng also hugged Brigina. "This charming star of fate is mine." After a storm, Yang Feng hugged the charming and heroic Brigina in his arms, the corners of his mouth rose into a smile, and he stopped the interference of the fate algorithm. Without the interference of the fate algorithm, wisps of formidable power gushed out of Brigina and began to repair her body, allowing her to evolve towards the level 1 warlock rank. Brigina's beautiful eyes revealed a look of joy, and she cheered in a low voice, "Power, a steady stream of power is pouring out of me. I can feel that I'm becoming stronger than I was in the past." Yang Feng kissed Brigina's earlobe, blew a breath of air on her ear, and said with a smile, "Me too, dear little Gina. I also feel a steady stream of power pouring out of me. This should be the power of love. Our fate is destined to be together." Feeling her awkward situation, Brigina blushed and pushed Yang Feng away like a spoiled child. "Idiot. Let go of me." Yang Feng kissed Brigina, then let go of her and carefully put her on the ground. At the same time, he stood up. Brigina looked at Yang Feng's fit and perfect body with an intoxicated look in her eyes, and then quickly stood up. Two pig ghosts suddenly appeared in the depths of the cave. Taken aback, they roared, Why did you get up?" Yang Feng's figure shook, and he appeared in front of the two orcs at once. He sent out two lightning-fast punches at the abdomen of the two orcs. Terrifying level 1 warlock rank power erupted in a flash and blasted open two huge bloody holes in the abdomen of the two orcs. Brigina's beautiful eyes flashed with an enigmatic gleam, and she uttered, "Amazing, aren't you a swordsman?" Although Brigina has now promoted to a level 1 warlock rank powerhouse, but without the absolute piercing dragon spear, she can only display 30% of her strength. She can also defeat the two pig ghosts, but not as easily as Yang Feng. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "I'm a man who wants to become a hero, so I'm naturally proficient in fist arts. Besides, I'm also proficient in magic. But not long ago, I fought a demonic beast and exhausted my magic power. Otherwise, those mere dozen-plus pig ghosts would not be my opponent. Let's wipe out all the pig ghosts in this cave. Brigina looked at the dozen-plus human men and women who were kidnapped, and her eyes burned with the flames of anger, and she followed Yang Feng out of the cave. Under the leadership of Yang Feng, the omnipotent fake hero who is proficient in fist arts, sword arts, and magic, the pig ghosts in the cave were easily killed by them. Brigina personally took back the absolute piercing dragon spear, and stabbed the ogre commander to death with one spear strike. Brigina pointed at the human men and women who were kidnapped from the depths of the cave and frowned, asking, "What about them?" The human men and women who were abducted had obviously suffered a mental breakdown due to the Ghost Boar clan. Their eyes were lifeless, and their bodies stank. They were like idiots, and saliva constantly flowed from the corners of their mouths. Brigina looked at the human men and women, feeling that compared to fighting demonic beasts, this is a bigger headache for her. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered gloomily, and he said slowly, "They can't be saved." The light in Brigina's beautiful eyes dimmed. The human men who were kidnapped by the pig ghosts have already had their minds broken and turned into lunatics. Coupled with the fact that they were violated by demonic beasts like the pig ghosts and turned into trash, no village in the vicinity will take them in. Brigina is just a fledgling female adventurer. She doesn't have that much money to support the dozen-plus human men and women. "I'm sorry," Brigina said in a low voice. She raised the absolute piercing dragon spear, and stabbed at the human men and women. With lightning speed, she assassinated the human men and women whose minds had already collapsed. Killing humans who have been played by demonic beasts is an unspoken rule that adventurers follow. After all, except for a small number of top adventurers, the rest are very poor. They have no spare energy to take care of the humans who have been played by demonic beasts. The surrounding villages don't like these humans who have been played by demonic beasts entering their villages. Brigina and Yang Feng plundered the pig ghost's lair and obtained about 10+ gold coins, 50+ silver coins, and 200+ copper coins. The gold coins are what the pig ghosts obtained by hunting humans, and they were discarded in a corner. For adventurers like Brigina, in addition to the bonuses awarded by the guilds, the main source of income for killing demonic beasts like the pig ghosts is the loot from the demonic beast lairs. Yang Feng stared at Brigina with a burning gaze and asked, "What are your plans next?" The habitat of the elves, the Green Forest, is besieged by fiends. Reportedly, the new demon lord plans to marry the daughter of the elven lord and form an alliance with the elves. I plan to go there and give the elves a helping hand. Brigina, come with me. Brigina frowned slightly and uttered, "Elves? They aren't very friendly to us humans." "No, the elves are even more hostile to us humans than the demons. In the Eternal Continent, elves, who are synonymous with handsome men and beautiful women, are also the favorite slaves of human aristocrats. Tempted by the high profits, there is an almost endless stream of groups heading to the Green Forest to capture slaves. The battles between elves and humans have never stopped." Yang Feng revealed his snow-white teeth and said with a hearty smile, "Although the elves have malice towards us humans, but even so, I still want to stop them from joining forces with the demons. After all, I'm going to be a man of the brave in the future." Brigina thought for a while, and then said with a smile, "I still have a companion in the Benga town. After we meet up, let's go to the guild and take this mission. I saw this mission in the Adventurer Guild. My companion shouldn't refuse this mission with a generous reward." "Okay. I'll go with you." The Benga town is an adventurer's town near the Flame Dragon mountain range. In the Benga town, the Cat and Mermaid Inn is a favorite inn for adventurers. Chapter 638. As soon as Yang Feng and Brigina entered the Cat and Mermaid Inn, they saw human adventurers as well as some beastmen from all over the world in the lobby of the inn. Although it was broad daylight, but the human adventurers still gathered together, ate meat, drank wine, and flirted with their female companions and some cheap prostitutes. "Brigina, you're back. It's Brigina. Our goddess Brigina is back. When the male adventurers in the shabby tavern saw Brigina, their eyes lit up, and their hormones surged, and they surrounded her. Most of the women adventurers are tall and burly, not losing out to men in the slightest. Although Brigina's looks can't be said to be devastatingly beautiful, but she is definitely among the top beauties. Besides, she gives people a feeling of sunshine and heroism. Among the adventurers, she stands out like a crane in a flock of chickens. In the Cat and Mermaid Inn, Brigina is the goddess of the male adventurers. More than 80% of the male adventurers are interested in her. A 2-meter-tall, bald man with a claw mark on his face, exuding a fierce aura, stepped forward, stared at Yang Feng, and roared like a furious bear, "Who are you, brat? How dare you be so intimate with our Brigina?" The male adventurers stared at Yang Feng with murderous gazes. Under the gazes of the 1.8-meter-tall adventurers, who have fierce expressions on their faces and exude fierce killing intent, ordinary men might go weak in the knees and not even be able to speak properly. Yang Feng smiled, embraced Brigina in his arms, and declared his sovereignty. "I am Brigina's man, the man who will become the hero in the future." Brigina's pretty face welled up with a blush, her heart pounded wildly, and she struggled powerlessly for a while. Then, thanks to Yang Feng's firm strength, she was embraced in his arms and lowered her head shyly. Before meeting Yang Feng, Brigina was very forthright and generous, a tough woman. But now she shows a delicate expression, which broke the hearts of many male adventurers. Anyone who looks at her will understand that she has fallen in love. Yang Feng was immensely proud of himself and revealed a provocative smile. "That's it." The eyes of the bear-like bald adventurer spewed fire. He bellowed and sent a fist barreling towards Yang Feng. "You bastard." The bear-like bald adventurer was called Zhanda. His monstrous strength was comparable to that of a level 3 apprentice warlock. In this Cat and Mermaid Inn, he was the #1 expert in hand-to-hand combat. Even before Brigina advanced, without the secret treasure, absolute piercing dragon spear, she was not his opponent. "Kill him. Zhanda, teach that little bastard a lesson." The male adventurers' eyes turned red with jealousy as they shouted loudly. Yang Feng smiled slightly, then reached out with his left hand and grabbed the right fist of the bald adventurer Zhanda, remaining motionless. He blocked it. He actually blocked Zhanda's fist. Zhanda's monstrous strength is the strongest in Bunga town. How could this be? When the adventurers saw this scene, they inhaled a breath of cold air. Even level 1 warlocks may not be able to resist Zhanda's monstrous strength with their fleshly body. Yet, Yang Feng was able to easily block Zhanda's monstrous strength, making the male adventurers unable to believe their eyes. "Okay, that's enough." Yang Feng smiled faintly and pushed with his hand, and a tremendous force came from his left hand and pushed the bald adventurer Zhanda back by a few steps. Zhanda's eyes turned bloodshot and flickered with anger. As if a berserk bull, he wanted to rush up and fight Yang Feng. "I'm also a wizard." Yang Feng extended the index finger of his left hand. Suddenly, a flame rose on the index finger and burned fiercely, raising the temperature in the inn by 3 or 4 degrees. "Wizard. He's actually a wizard, that's a hero for you. Only such a monster can become a hero." When the adventurers saw the flame rising from Yang Feng's left hand, they inhaled a breath of cold air. Zhanda, who is like a raging bull, calmed down. In the Eternal Continent, the number of wizards is very small, and every official wizard is extremely precious. People who are proficient in both martial arts and magic are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Only the legendary heroes can freely use powerful martial arts and fearsome magic. The adventurers are all in awe of the strong. Seeing Yang Feng's tyrannical strength, they dispersed and made way for Yang Feng and Brigina. Brigina took Yang Feng to a corner of the bar. At a table in the corner, there sits a tall and beautiful female thief with short brown hair, wheat-colored skin, and light leather armor. The female thief took a look at Yang Feng and said with a mischievous smile, "Brigina, didn't you say that you don't need a man? Who is this?" Brigina blushed and gritted her teeth. "Marna, he is my man, Rant." Yang Feng responded with a hearty smile, "Hello, Mana, I am Rant, Brigina's man, the man who will become a hero in the future." Mana's eyes lit up, and she revealed an excited smile, "Brigina, this man is very outstanding, I like him very much. Can you give him to me?" Brigina hugged Yang Feng's arm anxiously and said resolutely, "No, Rant is mine." Mana looked at Yang Feng carefully, and greed shimmered in her beautiful eyes, "Haha, I was just joking. However, aren't we good sisters? Good things have to be shared, so I won't snatch him away. How about we share him together?" After Yang Feng changed from the demon lord form to his human form, he is handsome, tall, and full of perfect muscles, exuding masculine charm, which deeply attracted Mana. Men like beautiful women, and women like handsome men. Yang Feng, who changed from the demon lord form to his human form, is full of sunshine and power, which deeply attracted Mana. Brigina hesitated for a while, and then shook her head and said, "No." Mana glanced at Brigina, and a complicated look flashed in her beautiful eyes. She gulped down a cup of ale and said with some jealousy, "Forget it. Brigina, you seem to have become stronger again. After a while, you'll be stronger than me." Watching this scene with a smile, Yang Feng operated the fate algorithm and looked at Mana. At a glance, he saw a dim starlight hovering above Mana's head. The dim starlight shows that Mana's future is much better than that of ordinary people. But compared to Brigina, who has a star of fate, it is not comparable at all. Currently, Mana is a level 7 thief comparable to a level 1 warlock. But with her fate, without the help of a benefactor, she will remain a level 7 thief for the rest of her life, and her strength will only slowly grow weaker and weaker as she grows older. No matter what life form it is, their strength will follow a curve, from low to high, and then from high to low. Even if it is a warlock emperor rank powerhouse, their strength will increase to the limit over time, and then slowly weaken. Brigina, on the other hand, is different. She is a star of fate. Before her fate is fulfilled, her strength will continue to advance by leaps and bounds in battle. In the future, when she evolves to the limit of this plane, it is not impossible for her to become a legend rank powerhouse. Brigina said, "Mana, we plan to go to the Green Forest to disrupt the marriage alliance between the demons and elves. Are you going?" Mana was taken aback at once. "Brigina, are you crazy? The strength of those devils was so strong that it made people despair. Even level 9 Lance Knights will have a slim chance of survival if they surround them. You are just a mere level 7 Lance Knight, you will die if you go there." Brigina said, "Rant plans to go there and disrupt the marriage alliance between the demons and elves. I also think that it is better to go there and disrupt their alliance." Mana hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, I will go with you. The reward for this mission is quite generous. Besides, there are many missions near the Green Forest." After the decision was made, early the next morning, Yang Feng took Brigina and Mana to form a team and headed for the Green Forest. The Green Forest is the habitat of the elves. At the same time, there are many dangerous demonic beasts, beastmen, and dwarves living in the Green Forest. In the Eternal Continent, most of the territory is divided between the demons and the humans. The Green Forest, on the other hand, has become the habitat of the elves, beastmen, and dwarves. The Green Forest is also known as the Green Forest Sea. It has as many trees as a sea. The elves, beastmen, and dwarves joined forces in the Green Forest to contend against the demons and the humans. The humans have attacked the Green Forest many times in order to capture all the elves in the Green Forest and trade them. However, they were defeated by the 3 races. The Green Cliff City is a human city that enters the territory of the elves in the Green Forest. There are many adventurers of different races living in the Green Cliff City. Since the demon army besieged the elves' habitat and forced the elves to marry their most precious princess to the demon lord, adventurers from the 3 human kingdoms have been dispatched here. This is the Green Cliff City. Sure enough, in this plane, all major events related to the fate of a race will attract stars of fate. Standing in front of the Green Cliff City, Yang Feng cast Fate Algorithm and looked at the Green Cliff City. At a glance, he saw bright stars of fate gather in the Green Cliff City. Chapter 639. Yang Feng looked west of the Green Cliff City, and a dignified glint streaked past his eyes. The 3 stars of fate have converged, and that star of fate is far more dazzling than the other stars of fate. Is he the hero? In the west of the Green Cliff City, there are 3 stars of fate, one of which is the most dazzling and emits purple light. Yang Feng took a deep look at the 3 stars of fate, and then took Brigina's group of 2 to a luxury hotel in Green Cliff City to settle down. After a night of wind and rain, Brigina fell asleep. Yang Feng tossed a liquid metal robot, and then a liquid metal robot squirmed outside like a stream of water. Since Yang Feng consumed the Fesua Plains apple of wisdom, no matter what design he sees, he can memorize it as long as he looks at it once. The level of liquid metal robots in Shizu technology isn't too high. Yang Feng has already memorized this extremely practical robot. After coming to the Eternal Continent, Yang Feng refined a few liquid metal robots to use. The liquid metal robot squirmed like a stream of water and quickly flowed outside. It silently flowed into a hotel and turned into a big black spider crawling on the roof beam. The spider eyes looked at a table of adventurers. There are a dozen plus tables in the hotel, a slightly handsome bartender is mixing drinks, and a dozen beastman waitresses are shuttling back and forth among the adventurers. There are 5 people sitting at the table of adventurers. One of them is a tall and burly man in his 30s. He looks like a reliable mountain, and he has a full beard. There is a cold and elegant female wizard with a mage hat on her head. There is a handsome cleric in a priest robe. There is a tall and ordinary-looking female archer. And there is a handsome young man in a silver armor. Yang Feng's eyes flickered, they are all level 2 warlocks. Converted to this world's profession rank, they should be level 8 professions. The handsome young man is a level 9 profession. In other words, he should be the legendary hero. When converted to warlock rank, level 9 professions are level 3 warlocks. In the Eternal Continent, level 9 professions are already top powerhouses. Above this, there are only legends. Let's try and kill him. Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he silently left a liquid metal robot avatar in the inn, while his true body sneaked into the shadows. What Yang Feng liked to do the most was to strangle his opponents before they were weak. Although he vaguely guessed that it would not be easy to kill an immature hero, he still wanted to give it a try. Everyone be careful, enemy attack. When Yang Feng stealthily arrived next to the handsome young man in silver armor, the complexion of the young man suspected to be the hero suddenly changed dramatically. He unsheathed the sword in his right hand and slashed at Yang Feng's shadow. The fluctuation of the law of causality. Could this be the holy sword? Yang Feng emerged from the shadows, unleashed Blink, and appeared behind the female archer. With a flick of his finger, a demonic wind blade slashed at the female archer's back and killed her. Damn you! The mountain-like warrior roared, took out one of the 36 legendary secret treasures Medusa's shield, and aimed it at Yang Feng. Rays of petrification shot out from the Medusa's shield. Illuminated by the rays of petrification, even glorious dawn warlocks will be petrified. Yang Feng tossed a demonic beast corpse that blocked in front of the rays of petrification. When the rays of petrification shone on the demonic beast corpse, it suddenly turned into huge rocks and fell from midair. Die! With a blink, Yang Feng appeared behind the warrior holding the Medusa's shield and pointed with a finger, and black light shot towards the warrior. At the moment when the warrior was about to be killed by Yang Feng, a great sword containing crimson flames slashed over from the side, swallowed the black light, and slashed towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng retreated briskly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a black hexagram shield suddenly appeared. When the crimson flame sword ray slammed into the hexagram shield, violent dark force gushed out of the hexagram shield and forcibly shattered the crimson sword ray. A burly man with short crimson hair, a somewhat aged face, and a pair of huge, calloused hands appeared in the hotel, wielding a crimson greatsword. Fire Sword Saint. It's Sir Fire Sword Saint. With Sir Fire Sword Saint, we're going to win. That demon is dead. Cries of excitement came from the inn. The Fire Sword Saint was one of the most powerful sword saints of the three human empires. Countless demonic beasts have died at his hands. If it wasn't for his old age, he could have become a member of the hero team. The bartender pulled a rather beautiful waitress into the bartending area and shouted excitedly. The Fire Sword Saint pointed his sword at Yang Feng with a dignified expression. "Sir Demon Lord, several of our friends are here. Give us some face and leave today, how about it?" A female wizard with grizzled hair and dehydrated skin, dressed in a witch's robe, walked out with a magic staff in hand. A warrior with an old face and white hair, yet still as burly as a lion, walked out with a shield in one hand and a sword in the other. It's Great Wizard Merlin. It's the Lionheart Sword Saint. This is one of the three legendary ranked teams, the strongest adventure team among us humans. When they join forces, even the Demon Lord may not be their opponent. When the adventurers in the inn saw this scene, they became excited and quickly hid behind the three legend-ranked powerhouses. Is this fate that can't be violated? It's really difficult to strangle the star of fate in the cradle. However, this is interesting. 3 legend ranks. Today, this will be the place where you will perish. Yang Feng revealed his demon lord form, and pinnacle legend rank demonic chi overflowed from him. When the experts below level 6, level 3 apprentice warlocks, saw Yang Feng, their eyes revealed a look of fear, and they lost their fighting spirit. Unleashing Blink, Yang Feng appeared in front of the female wizard Merlin and flicked a finger, and a black ray stabbed towards Merlin's heart. Exchange. The Lionheart Sword Saint roared and instantly exchanged blows with Merlin. One of the 36 legend rank secret treasures, the reflection shield in his hand, shone brightly and reflected the black ray back towards Yang Feng. Merlin pointed at Yang Feng with the staff in her hand and cast the level 4 spell Space Disorder. Eyes shot with blood, as if burning with raging flames, the fire sword sacred roared and slashed at Yang Feng with one of the 36 legendary secret treasures flame sword in his hand. Enveloped in flames, the fire sword slashed at Yang Feng. Even if it was a glorious dawn warlock, they would be burned by the flames attached to the flame sword and suffer unbearable pain. The cooperation of the 3 legend-ranked powerhouses was simply flawless. This tacit understanding was cultivated after decades of fighting together and experiencing countless adventures. With the 3 legend-ranked powerhouses working together, even if there was a pinnacle legend-ranked powerhouse, if they were careless, they would die at their hands. Interesting. Your cooperation is flawless. Unfortunately, your only weakness is that you're too old. Your strength is too weak. Yang Feng showed a devilish smile, and a 30-centimeter long claw shrouded in demonic chi ejected from his right hand. He extended his hand and grabbed the flame sword. The flame sword erupted with fearsome flames that enveloped Yang Feng's right hand and burned wildly. Taking advantage of the momentum, he slapped the fire sword sacred's head with his left hand lightning fast and beheaded the fire sword sacred. Yang Feng's body swayed slightly, and he let the black beam blast into his right hand, which was blasted into pieces along with the flames of the fire sword. When the Lionheart Sword Saint saw this scene, his countenance changed greatly, and he roared, "What a fearsome fellow! Everyone, run! We'll block him. Merlin, you run as well. I'll buy you some time. Take those brats and run. They are our future." After a roar, the Lionheart Sword Saint threw out a silver box, which expanded wildly and turned into a cage that sealed the Lionheart Sword Saint and Yang Feng inside. With a scorching light in his eyes, the Lionheart Sword Saint sneered at Yang Feng with the sword and a reflective shield in hand. "This is the silver battle cage. Before you kill me, you won't be able to attack them. Come on, you damn demon lord, let's have a good fight." Merlin took a deep look at the Lionheart Sword Saint, and tears flowed out of his eyes. He recited an incantation, and light enveloped the four suspected heroes. With a flash of light, he disappeared. Damn it, is this the power of a protagonist's halo? This guy that I can't kill is really depressing. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, the silver battle cage collapsed, and Yang Feng walked out. Looking in the direction that Merlin and company escaped, he sighed slightly. Within the silver fighting cage, there was a headless corpse scattered around. Suddenly, a bright light shone from the bartender area, and the aura of the ordinary-looking bartender climbed to the junior legend rank in an instant, and he stabbed at Yang Feng with a sword containing the law of karma. Chapter 640. Startled, Yang Feng's body twisted at an astonishing speed, and he sent a claw flying towards the bartender assassin. In an instant, the sword ray twisted strangely, and then, as if it was predestined, slashed at Yang Feng's abdomen. With a loud bang, Yang Feng's abdomen burst open in an instant, and the sword ray was sent flying. The bartender's figure fluttered, and his left arm was torn apart by Yang Feng's claw, and he retreated briskly. In just a single exchange, Yang Feng and the assassin were both injured. Yang Feng stared at the assassin, frowned slightly, and spoke in archgod language of the Tsangji Plain in a language that doesn't belong to the Eternal Continent. "This secret method, you are a warlock of the Tsangji Plain. Furthermore, you are the hero of this strange world. Did the Golem Lord choose you?" The origin of the Tsangji Plain's human warlocks is the powerful archgods. Many powerful secret methods require archgod language to operate. Archgod language is a compulsory subject for all powerful warlocks. The assassin showed a confident smile and said in archgod language, "You are a warlock of the Tsangji Plain. You came to this world without knowing anything. That's really unfortunate. I am the hero Jiang Shi. In the future, I am destined to pierce your heart with the holy sword in my hand. You are destined to die at my hands. Just like how you can't kill a star of fate today." Yang Feng sneered, "Destined? What a joke. We warlocks practice cultivation in order to change our fate and gain eternity. No warlock will believe in such a thing as destined. Even if it is destined, we will use our own strength to open up a brand new path. That is what warlocks are." Even though Yang Feng has practiced the fate algorithm and knows how powerful fate force is, but he still won't yield or give up. Because once he gives up, he'll be finished. Jiang Shi's eyes shimmered with fanaticism, and he said with a smile of excitement, "Fate is destined. At the very least, warlocks below the Warlock Emperor rank don't have the power to defy fate. In the Eternal Continent, as the Demon Lord, you are bound to die by my sword. This is the power of fate. Fate can never be changed. After I kill you, I will become the new Warlock Emperor, the ruler of all warlocks, no, the apex of all intelligent life forms. In the future." Jiang Shi suddenly calmed down. With a faint smile, his body crumbled, and he disappeared. "Looks like I've said too much. Now is not the time to fight you. Goodbye." With pinnacle legend rank strength and a veteran of many battles, Yang Feng wasn't an existence that Jiang Shi, who only had a junior legend rank cultivation base, could contend against. Jiang Shi's decision to retreat was in line with the warlock's decision. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly, an ominous premonition welled up inside him. Jiang Shi. This guy might be the toughest enemy I've ever faced. In the Eternal Continent, except for the first-generation Braves, the rest of the Braves are suspected to be warlock emperors of the Tsangji Plain. Ruo Jiangshi is a peerless genius with warlock emperor rank talent. Coupled with the support of this plane's fate force, he is definitely the most formidable enemy Yang Feng has ever encountered. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of firmness, and he mused, fate? Even if it is destined, I will use my own strength to open up a path. Besides, if fate really can't be changed, why would you talk so much nonsense to weaken my fighting spirit? Yang Feng took a deep look at the place where Jiang Shi disappeared, then flickered with demonic qi, and he disappeared in an instant. In the inn, there are still many human adventurers. However, most of them are level 3 or level 4 professions, and they don't even have a star of fate. As such, he can't arouse his desire to kill. In the green forest, in a hidden valley shrouded in illusions, light shone, and Merlin appeared in a magic array with the 4 young adventurers. Merlin said solemnly, "Okay, it's safe here." A glint of grief and indignation flashed through the eyes of the handsome young man. Like an injured wolf cub, he let out a mournful howl, "Damn it, you damned demon king. I, Ren, swear that I will behead you and avenge the Flame Sword Saint and the Lionheart Sword Saint." The eyes of the other 3 adventurers also shed tears of grief and indignation, and they began to weep. Today's battle made them deeply aware of the huge gap in strength between them and the Demon Lord. If the 3 veteran legend rank powerhouses hadn't appeared at the critical moment, they would have been dead by now. Merlin said unhurriedly, "You're too weak. You're definitely not a match for the Demon Lord. I'll do my best to train you. Before that, Ren, you must obtain the Holy Sword. Only by obtaining the Holy Sword will you be qualified to fight and slay the Demon Lord. In this world, only the Holy Sword can truly erase the Demon Lord from this world. Other weapons, even the 36 legendary weapons, can only injure him, but not kill him." There was a flash of ecstasy in the abyss of Ren's eyes, but he gritted his teeth and said, "The Holy Sword. Teacher Merlin, I want to obtain the Holy Sword, slay the Demon Lord, and avenge the Fire Sword Saint and the Lionheart Sword Saint. Please teach me how to obtain the Holy Sword." Merlin said in a low voice, "We humans have 3 major countries, the Angelus country, the Fengyi country, and the Garimo country. Each country will select a hero candidate, and a total of 3 hero candidates will go to the Holy Sword homeland. Whoever can come out of the Holy Sword homeland alive and condense the Holy Sword will become a true hero. Ren, you're one of the hero candidates chosen by the Angelus Kingdom. In addition to you, the Angelus Kingdom has 2 other hero candidates. You must destroy the marriage alliance between the demons and the elves this time and perform well in order to become the only hero candidate of our Angelos Kingdom." Ren said resolutely, "Yes, I'll do my best." While Ren and Merlin were talking, they didn't notice that a speck of dust stuck to the shoes of the handsome priest. In the forest, Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, "So that's how it is. At present, there are a total of 9 hero candidates. Unless all 9 of them are killed, even killing one won't change their fate." With Yang Feng's current pinnacle legend rank strength, coupled with the bonus of the Demon Lord's power and the suppression of the fate algorithm, he could kill a hero candidate. Should I go kill them now? No, I have more important things to do. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then finally turned into a stream of black light and disappeared. In the depths of the green forest, there is a huge gold tree with countless gold leaves, a diameter of 30 kilometers and a height of 1,000 meters. The huge gold tree is the royal palace of the elves. A stream of light flew out of the forest, landed in front of the huge gold tree, and revealed Yang Feng's demon lord form, exuding pinnacle legend rank might. Yang Feng said lightly, "The demon lord requests an audience with the elven monarch." Demon Lord. The Demon Lord is here. It's the Demon Lord. Figures flickered inside the gold tree, and elves quickly hid on the gold tree and looked at Yang Feng with vigilance. Arrows locked onto Yang Feng. The situation is on the verge of breaking out. Faced with the killing intent, Yang Feng has an indifferent expression on his face. Elves are much weaker than demons. Before Yang Feng shows hostility, they won't act rashly. A forthright voice came from the gold tree, "So it's your majesty the demon lord, please come in. Sorry to disturb you." Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared on the gold tree and strode into the gold tree. "That's the demon lord. He's this generation's demon lord, so strong." The elves hiding in tree houses cautiously looked at Yang Feng with fear in their eyes. The demon lord is the strongest powerhouse in the eternal continent. Even the great elven monarch is not his opponent. A war had broken out between the demon race and the elven race. Many of the elven race's top powerhouses had fallen at the hands of the previous demon kings. Even several great elven kings had fallen. "I am Angela, the commander of the great elven monarch's guards. Your Majesty, please come with me." A beautiful female elf with fair skin, a tall figure, plump buttocks, long silver hair, and extremely beautiful looks came to Yang Feng's side. Apprehension streaked past her beautiful eyes, and she uttered coldly, "Okay." Yang Feng smiled and followed Angela into the depths of the gold tree. Before long, a palace emitting soft light appeared in front of Yang Feng. On the throne of the palace sits a handsome elf with dazzling blonde hair, pointed ears, and a gorgeous green robe. This incomparably handsome elf was the great elf king of the elves. Yang Feng put forward an irresistible condition, "Your Majesty the great elven monarch, I hope to marry your daughter, and then our two families will form an alliance to deal with the humans together. In the war with the humans, we demons are willing to bear all the pressure. You elves don't need to go to war. What do you think?" When she heard this, Angela's beautiful eyes flashed brightly. According to Yang Feng's condition, the elves won't suffer any losses. The only loss is that the elven princess must marry Yang Feng. The great elven monarch smiled gently, but said firmly, "My daughter is my treasure. Your Majesty the demon lord, I won't let her marry a man she doesn't like, nor will I use her for any dirty political transactions. Therefore, I refuse your condition." Chapter 641. Yang Feng's eyebrows creased slightly, as if he was very vexed. After hesitating for a while, he said unhurriedly, "Okay. Since you are unwilling, then we can forget about marrying the princess to me. We demons still hope to ally with the elves to deal with those greedy and ugly humans together. Those greedy, ugly human nobles, for their own desires. Every year, countless slave hunters are sent into the green forest to capture your lovely compatriots and sell them as slaves. Your compatriots have been treated like pigs and dogs for hundreds or even thousands of years. As the most lowly slaves, they have been humiliated and mocked by those human nobles. Don't you feel any anger? Has the bravery of the elves been eaten by dogs?" Yang Feng flicked his finger, and magic images suddenly appeared. In the magic images, beautiful elves were humiliated and bullied by human aristocrats, living lives worse than those of dogs. Angela and the powerhouses of the elves in the hall watched the magical projection of their compatriots being wantonly humiliated and deformed. Their eyes were spitting fire, as if they wanted to kill someone. "These are the images I sent people to collect from the human nations. These beasts were the great nobles who held power in the three great human kingdoms. I can swear that I absolutely did not use any magic to fake such an image." Yang Feng cast a lie detection spell on himself, which clearly showed that he wasn't lying. This further stimulated the elven powerhouses, causing them to feel even more disgust, hatred, and anger towards the human race. Different factions would make different choices. If Yang Feng was in the human camp, he would naturally show the good side of humans and the evil side of demons to the elves. As Yang Feng was now in the demon camp, he naturally had to show the dark side of the humans to the elves and destroy the relationship between the humans and elves. The elves were originally filled with anger at the endless slave hunters in the green forest. Then, after being incited by Yang Feng, they hated humans even more. The great elven king remained unmoved, and said coldly, "Your Majesty, there are good and bad people in every race. Whether it is the human clan, the elf clan, or the demon clan, there are good people and bad people. There were many scum among the great nobles of the human race, but there were also good people among the human race. We elves will not form an alliance with you. Please go back. Yang Feng smiled slightly and changed his request. It's really regrettable. Since it's like this, then please agree to my last request. Please let me have a look at the original gray slate. As long as you let me have a look at the original gray slate, I can leave on my own. At the same time, our demon race army will also withdraw, and in my lifetime, there will not be a war between the demon race and the elves. The eyes of the great elven king, who had been incomparably cold, suddenly lit up, as if he had come alive. For the first time, he revealed a trace of a smile, and waved his hand towards his left and right, saying, "All of you retreat." "Yes. Your Majesty." The guards beside the great elven king respectfully responded and retreated one after another. Gray slate. That is your ultimate goal, Your Majesty the Demon King. Although my daughter is the most adorable girl in the world, I find it strange. But among the devils, there are many succubi who are as beautiful as my daughter. With your vision, Your Majesty the Demon King, you won't put my daughter in your eyes. Now you put forward 2 conditions that I can't agree to and have me refuse them. Then you make me feel guilty and have me agree to your 3rd condition. That's really amazing negotiating skills. The great elven king suddenly smiled strangely and said, "However, the gray slate may be the legendary fate clay tablet. It won't be that easy to let you have a look at it, right?" Yang Feng's gaze gradually became gloomy and ice-cold, containing endless killing intent. "That's just a possibility. For you elves, it's just an ordinary gray slate, a relic of the first great elven king. I just want to have a look at it, and have no intention of taking it away. Of course, if you don't let me have a look at it, then even if I have to destroy the entire elven race, I will get it." The great elven king stared carefully at Yang Feng for a while, and then said with a smile, "Compared to the entire elven race, the gray slate is really nothing. However, I have a condition. When you look at it, I want to be able to watch from the side." Yang Feng's eyes were filled with determination. The great elven king was a knowledgeable and experienced person. He understood that Yang Feng wasn't joking with him. Once the great elven king refused Yang Feng, he would attack the elves at all costs, uproot the elves, and seize the fate clay tablet. Only fate force could contend with fate force. Apart from this, only absolute power could break through all boundaries and contend with fate force. Yang Feng didn't have Warlock Emperor rank absolute power that could break through fate force. As such, he could only use fate force to contend with fate force. If he didn't do anything, then he would be killed by the hero in the future. That was his fate, a fate he couldn't escape. The great elven king spread the fingers of a hand, and gray light shone from his hand. A palm-sized, gray slate with nothing special appeared in his hand. The great elven king said meaningfully, "This is a slate left behind by the first great elven king. It is very likely to be the legendary fate clay tablet. In my hands, there's nothing special about it. However, generations of bravehearts have come to borrow this stone slab before." Yang Feng reached out and grabbed the gray slate in his hand. No matter how he examined it, it was just an ordinary slate without any special power. Fate algorithm. Yang Feng operated a secret method, his eyes shimmered with runes, and he looked at the ordinary clay tablet. Countless queer, mysterious, and other parts of the fate algorithm containing fate force slowly emerged from the ordinary clay tablet. Yang Feng looked carefully and memorized all the fate algorithm recorded on the fate clay tablet. Without batting an eyelid, he forged a fake fate clay tablet and replaced it with the real one. The great elven king looked carefully at Yang Feng, but didn't see anything unusual. The fate force exuded by the fate clay tablet cannot be seen or perceived by legend rank powerhouses. Yang Feng discovered the extraordinariness of the fate clay tablet because he practiced the fate algorithm. Otherwise, he would just treat it as an ordinary gray clay tablet. Yang Feng smiled and handed the fate clay tablet to the Great Elven King. Your Majesty, Great Elven King, thank you for your help. I'll have everyone retreat at once. It seems that Your Majesty Demon Lord has gained a lot from the fate clay tablet. The Great Elven King took the fate clay tablet, was silent for a while, and then said unhurriedly, in fact, it's not that I don't hate humans. Unfortunately, the power of fate cannot be violated. The will of heaven favors humans. In every era, humans give birth to despair-inducing heroes. If we elves join hands with you demons, our future prospects will not be very good. Yang Feng said with a smile, I understand. Don't worry, the war between the demon race and the human race will never involve your elf race. The Great Elven King asked curiously, what do you plan to do with the beastmen? On the beastmen's side, there is also a suspected fate clay tablet. They hate demons to the extreme, and the beastman lord isn't as easy to talk to as I am. In the past, the beastmen were vassals of the demons. Under the command of the powerful demons, they lived like slaves. The first hero incited the beastmen to rebel, and then joined forces with the many races of the Eternal Continent to defeat the demons and overturn their rule over the Eternal Continent. After the first hero disappeared, the humans went back on their word, defeated the other races one by one, and occupied the most fertile land. Now in the Eternal Continent, the human race is the strongest race. Their population is far greater than the sum of the other races, and their economy is also extremely developed. The only race that can contend with the humans is the demons. Demons have many powerhouses, and many advanced demons can manipulate demonic creatures. Their individual fighting strength is far above that of humans. The cohesiveness of the demon race was also far stronger than that of the human race. All of the demon race would offer their loyalty to the Demon King. If it wasn't for monsters like the hero, then according to reason, it would be impossible for the human army to resist the demon army, unless the demon lord is too incompetent. Every time there was a war between the demon race and the human race, the demon race would have the upper hand in the early stages. Then, the Demon King would be killed by the hero race. Without a leader, the demon race would be stopped by the hero race and eventually lead the human race to glory. There is a deep hatred between the demons and the beastmen. Many beastman lords have died tragically at the hands of the demon lord. There are many demonized demonic creatures among the demons, which are the beastman slaves who were defeated and transformed into demons. If the demon lord Yang Feng goes to the beastmen, he will be besieged by countless beastman powerhouses. Yang Feng smiled and said, I have already seen the beastman fate clay tablets. I have no interest in the beastman and dwarf fate clay tablets. Right now, I'm most interested in the fate clay tablet in the human race's collection. It's also the largest fate clay tablet. Legend has it that the first generation hero obtained this fate clay tablet and condensed the holy sword, allowing him to control fate and suppress our demon race generation after generation. I must destroy the fate clay tablet. The elven lord uttered with a smile, I wish you good luck. Yang Feng smiled, then his figure fluttered, and he turned into a black mist and disappeared, goodbye. After he saw Yang Feng disappear, the smile on the elven lord's face faded, and he revealed a thoughtful expression while holding the fate clay tablet. Chapter 642. The Demon King's Legion has retreated. Please go back. This is the Green Forest, a forbidden area for humans. We don't welcome you here. When Yang Feng's team arrived at the entrance leading to the Elven Woods, they were surrounded by a dozen plus elven warriors. A level 8 fighter, level 2 warlock, elf in the lead uttered coldly. Mana said angrily, these pointy-eared bastards. We came from so far away to help them. Yet they treat us like this, what a bunch of annoying fellows. Brigina uttered with a smile, forget it, let's go. Anyway, there are still many missions in the Green Forest. Besides, there are many demonic beasts to hunt here. The Green Forest is full of demonic beasts. For a star of fate who likes to fight and can improve rapidly in battle, this is simply a heaven for fighting. Yang Feng said with a smile, how about we go to the Beastman tribe this time? I heard that the Beastman tribe is short of salt. I got 20 carts of salt from a friend. As long as we transport the 20 carts of salt to the Beastman tribe, and then transport the specialty products back, we can earn more than 20 times the profit. We should be able to earn 40,000 gold coins from this transaction. As the demon lord, Yang Feng had countless spies distributed in various states. There were also many demon spies in the Beastman tribes. He can easily obtain a lot of information that ordinary people can't get. In fact, salt is a strategic resource that the 3 human states prohibit the export of to the Beastman tribe. Every year, the beastmen living in the green forest need to import a lot of salt. Only the elves, who live on fresh fruits and have a special constitution, don't need to replenish salt. Mana's eyes lit up, and as if they have turned into gold coins, she pleaded with Brigina, 40,000 gold coins. Brigina, you'd better give me half of him, won't you? No, 1/10 will do. Just give me 1/10 of him. 1 gold coin can be exchanged for about 200 copper coins. For ordinary adventurers, 40,000 gold coins is a huge sum of money. In the Eternal Continent, a female tutor's annual income was only 5 gold coins. This is already enough for the female tutor to live a decent life. Holding Yang Feng's arm, Brigina refused decisively, no. Mana sighed, damn it. Yang Feng's group of 3 hired a team of 20 adventurers in the Green Cliff City to form an escort, and then moved towards the Beastman tribe. 6 days later. When the escort team arrived and passed through a forest, a firework suddenly rose into the sky and produced a peculiar explosion sound. When Brigina heard the sound of fireworks, her face changed dramatically, and she clenched the absolute piercing dragon spear in her hand and shouted, "Enemy attack, everyone prepare for battle." The guards composed of more than 20 adventurers drew their weapons at once, formed a circle, and cautiously guarded the surroundings. The bushes in the forest moved, and a figure flew out. It was the female bandit, Mana. Mana shouted with a pale face, "Enemies. More than 60 enemies are heading this way." When the adventurers heard that there are more than 60 enemies, their countenances changed dramatically. A man of ordinary stature, dressed in a light leather armor, holding a short sword in his hand, walked out of the forest, smiled coldly at Yang Feng, and said, "No, there are more than 60 of us, but 135 of us." Adventurers armed with various weapons appeared from various places in the forest and surrounded Yang Feng's party of more than 20 adventurers. "Sir, run. My brothers and I will do our best to cover your escape." A tall level 7 warrior with an honest-looking face, the captain of the Raging Bull squad, quickly approached Yang Feng and shouted, "You've worked hard. You can die now." Yang Feng smiled, waved the sword in his hand, and cut the captain of the Raging Bull squad in 2 at the waist. After being cut in 2 at the waist, the captain of the Raging Bull squad still didn't die. Instead, he issued blood-curdling screams. When Brigina saw Yang Feng slay the captain of the Raging Bull squad, her mind shook, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with incredulity. "Rant, what are you doing?" "Captain. You bastard, you killed the captain. I'll kill you." Eyes shot with blood, the 5 adventurers of the Raging Bull squad rushed towards Yang Feng. The Raging Bull squad is an accomplice of those bandits. They were jealous of the 20 carts of salt in my hands and the horses pulling the carts. They colluded with each other and wanted to catch us in one fell swoop. That's why I killed him. Of the 24 adventurers we hired, only the 6 adventurers didn't know anything. The rest have been roped in by the Raging Bull squad and become traitors. Brigina, don't trust anyone but us. Use your strength to kill all the scum who tarnish the reputation of adventurers." Yang Feng smiled, took a step forward, and brandished the sword in his hand. A resplendent sword ray shone and cut the 5 adventurers of the Raging Bull squad into pieces. The face of the bandit leader changed dramatically, and he barked, "Do it." A dozen plus adventurers of the adventurers hired by Yang Feng betrayed them and rushed towards the remaining 6 adventurers who didn't know anything. The 20 archers hidden in the forest also shot arrows at Brigina. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and wind blades shot out in a flash, slashed at the dozen traitor adventurers, and easily killed them. With the absolute piercing dragon spear in hand, Brigina rushed into the midst of the bandits and stabbed them one by one with her spear. In accordance with Yang Feng's order, Mana hid in the darkness like a beautiful snake woman, waiting for an opportunity. "Stop her. All of you, stop her." When the bandit leader saw Brigina rush towards him, his face fell, and he retreated briskly and shouted in exasperation. The eyes of the 8 trusted subordinates of the bandit leader flickered fiercely, and they rushed towards Brigina. With spear afterimages, bloody holes appeared in the hearts of the 8 level 6 fighters, and they fell powerlessly in pools of blood. Brigina, like an invincible Valkyrie, charged towards the bandit leader with an aura of death. "That's enough. Everyone stop right now." Accompanied by a cold and arrogant voice, a beast-man woman wearing a beast-bone mask and holding a 2-meter-long greatsword walked over. She had a pair of lion ears and a lion's tail wrapped around her waist. More than 200 beast-man warriors surrounded Yang Feng and company from all directions and stared at them with killing intent. When Brigina saw the beautiful beast-man woman with a lion tail wrapped around her waist, her hair stood on end. She forcibly broke through the limit and reached the level 8 fighter, level 2 warlock, realm. The bandit leader knelt in front of the beast-man woman and pleaded in a tearful voice, "Madam, save us. These people are fiends. They robbed us of our salt. Please uphold justice for us and kill all these bandits. We are willing to offer you 10 carts of salt, madam." Yang Feng casually slashed at a bandit with his sword, and forcibly cut the bandit in 2 at the waist. The bandit who was cut in half at the waist let out a miserable shriek, which made people's hearts tremble. The beautiful eyes of the beastman woman shimmered fiercely, and she said coldly, "I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? Or do you want to be enemies with us beastmen? Brigina, come over here and kill all these small fries. Leave the beastmen to me." Yang Feng smiled and took a step forward, and a fearsome aura that only a level 9 fighter can possess diffused from him and spread in all directions. A level 9 fighter. He's a level 9 fighter. That's the strongest level 9 fighter among humans. After the beastman warriors sensed Yang Feng's aura, their eyes revealed a dignified shade, and they tightly grasped their weapons. I heard that some beastman tribes collude with human bandits. They specialize in hunting merchants who travel to beastman tribes and plundering their wealth. I didn't expect to meet beastman bandits here today. Let me, the future brave Rant, bury you beastman bandits together with the human bandits in this forest. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and various strengthening spells such as fleshly strengthening, dragon force, cheetah speed, gale speed, and so on flickered on his body. Every time a strengthening spell appeared, the complexions of the beastman warriors became unsightly. A fighter proficient in both magic and martial arts, is he the strongest human brave? No, he doesn't have a holy sword yet, so he shouldn't be a brave. Instead, he should be the strongest human brave. Level 9 hero. Among the human race, only level 9 heroes can master the power of both magic and martial arts. When the beastman warriors saw the magic light radiating from Yang Feng, their complexion changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with fear. The average strength of humans is very weak. Only professionals can contend with the powerhouses of other races. Among those professions, hero and hero were the strongest. They completely ignored the difference between races and were terrifying existences that could slay gods and demons. Chapter 643. The beastman woman said in a magnetic voice, "Hero from the human kingdom, this is the territory of our beastman tribe. We're definitely not scum who colluded with bandits. Please lay down your weapons, and we'll give you a fair trial. If they're bandits, I won't let them off. Yang Feng didn't back down by half a step. He pointed at the beast-man woman with his sword and said sternly, "In my life, Rant, only believe in my companions and the sword in my hand. If you're not the companions of those bandits, then hand them over to us. Otherwise, I can only treat you as their companions and kill you all. With the strength of a level 9 brave, I can annihilate more than half of the warriors in your army." With the strength of a level 9 brave, he could kill hundreds of beastman warriors. However, this was the jungle. The beastman warriors wouldn't stay here and fight to the death with him. After discovering that they couldn't beat him, the beastman warriors would naturally choose to flee. The beautiful eyes of the beastman woman flashed with a glint of uncertainty. Yang Feng sneered, "For the sake of some trifling human bandits, you want your subordinates to die in vain? Is this what beastman aristocrats are like? It seems that beastman aristocrats are just a bunch of shameless people." The eyes of the beastman woman almost spurted flames. She gritted her teeth and said, "Human, what evidence do you have to prove that the goods are yours?" Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a packet of materials flew towards the beastman woman. "This is the information I prepared beforehand. You can check it." Recorded in the packet of materials were various transaction vouchers for the purchase of the 20 carts of salt. At a glance, they were the most favorable evidence. "Men, capture them all." The beastman woman rummaged through the packet of materials, then brandished her sword and beheaded the bandit leader, saying coldly, "This is what you get for trying to deceive me." The hundreds of beastman warriors rushed forward and fought. They captured the human bandits, tied them up, and threw them in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng pointed at the wagons loaded with salt with his sword and said with a light smile, "Thank you very much for your help. This wagon of salt is my gift to you, please accept it." The beastman woman took a deep look at Yang Feng and said flatly, "Are you a human hero candidate? Very well, we will meet again soon. Let's go." The beastman woman shouted and led the hundreds of beastman warriors to push the cart of salt out of the forest. Mana's eyes sparkled with little stars as she laughed excitedly, "Amazing, Rant, you're really amazing. You actually forced the beastmen to retreat. Level 9 hero. So your profession is hero. No wonder his advancement speed was so much faster than that of a genius like Brigina. In that case, I'm now in a team with Hero. My name might even appear in the history books in the future. In the Eternal Continent, even among the 3 human kingdoms, the hero class was an extremely rare class. There might not be a single hero class owner for decades, but within a few years, dozens of them might suddenly appear. But no matter what era it was, powerhouses with the hero class were influential figures of their era. The advanced class of the hero is the hero, and the hero class is unique. In every era where a demon lord exists, many heroes will be born, and they will compete for the title of hero. Brigina pointed to the human bandits subdued by the beastmen and asked, "What about these guys? Kill them all. Their hands are stained with blood. They robbed countless innocent merchants of their wealth and killed many innocent people. Killing them is equivalent to getting rid of evil for the people." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he slashed out with his sword, and sword rays shone and slayed the human bandits. Brigina sighed slightly and looked away from the human bandits. Although she can't do anything to people who can't fight back, but she also knows that these human bandits are scum and scoundrels. Who knows how many people have died on their hands? Naturally, she won't dissuade Yang Feng. When the 6 adventurers saw Yang Feng mercilessly slay the human bandits, fear flashed in their eyes. After killing all the human bandits, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and pieces of paper flew out and turned into coachmen with grim expressions. The coachmen rode on horses and continued to advance towards the Beastman tribe with the 19 carts of salt. A few days later, a huge beastman tribe made of stones and sharp wooden thorns appeared in front of Yang Feng and company. In the huge beastman tribe, there are unsightly wooden houses piled up without a plan. The ground is filled with dry dust and the smell of livestock excrement. Many small beastmen with mixed characteristics of beasts and humans were running around barefooted in the huge beastman tribe, adding a bit of vitality to the huge beastman tribe. Yang Feng frowned slightly. It's really a primitive beastman tribe. No wonder the elves despise it so much. The environment here is really not a place for people to stay. The Eternal Continent's beastman tribes are different from the Feisua Plains beastman empire. The Feisua Plains beastman empire is guided by gods. Although many beastman tribes are very backward, but the beastman empire's imperial capital is exquisite and luxurious, full of a rough beauty. It doesn't lose to human capitals in the slightest. The Eternal Continent's beastman tribes, on the other hand, are extremely backward. They can't even compare to medieval human cities. Are you the owner of this caravan? A fox race man with 2 large fox ears and a fox tail wrapped around his waist walked over under the protection of a dozen tiger race guards. He was handsome and seemed to be very shrewd. Yang Feng said, "Hello, I am Rant, the owner of this caravan." The foxman smiled and said, "I am Fernan. What are the goods in this caravan?" Yang Feng replied, "The 19 carts are full of salt." Salt. That's salt. The eyes of the surrounding beastmen lit up and flashed with excitement, and they gathered here. However, the beastmen looked at the tigermen guards with apprehension. Instead of acting impulsively, they stood in the distance. Fernand's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "Salt. Let me check the goods. If it's all salt, I'll buy them all. Besides, I can pay with magic rubies." Yang Feng said, "Please. Magic rubies are a specialty of beastman tribes. They are a necessity for wizards to set up magic arrays, manufacture magic equipment, and other powerful magic props. No matter how many there are, the wizard guild will buy them in large quantities. There is no need to worry about selling them. Of course, magic rubies are a strategic resource that beastmen use to counter human society. It is very difficult for ordinary people to get their hands on them." Fernan immediately sent people to carefully inspect the 19 carts of salt. Finally, he revealed a satisfied smile and said, "They're all fine salt, there's no sand mixed in with the best stuff. I want them all. Come with me. I'll go get you the money." There was a flash of vigilance in Yang Feng's eyes, but he smiled and agreed to Fernand's request. At present, Yang Feng can exert the strength of a level 9 brave, which is currently the strongest human profession. Even some slightly weaker legend rank powerhouses may not be the opponent of a level 9 human brave. Yang Feng and his party walked towards the depths of the tribe. The deeper they go, the more planned the buildings are. They have a kind of rough beauty, and no longer have the dirty and messy feeling of the periphery. In the depths of the tribe, there are vast manors built everywhere, each of which belongs to a greater aristocrat of the Beastman Empire. Fernand took Yang Feng and his party to a large manor and had them wait outside, while he entered the manor. Before long, Fernand took out a bag of magic rubies worth 40,000 gold coins in the human world and handed it to Yang Feng. A group of more than 200 wolf cavalrymen galloped out of the imperial palace and surrounded Yang Feng and his party. The leader, a werewolf exuding the aura of a level 8 expert, glanced coldly at Yang Feng and said, "You are the human brave Rant?" Yang Feng replied, "That's right, I am Rant." The werewolf pointed at Brigina and Mana and said coldly, "Her Highness the Grand Princess of the Beastman Kingdom is recruiting a son-in-law. You, with the brave class, are eligible to participate in the martial arts competition. Come with us. Otherwise, even if you can leave by yourself, the two of them won't be able to." Brigina's eyes flashed with anger, and she grasped the absolute piercing dragon spear in her hand, wanting to rush out and fight. 100 centaur archers emerged from the side with bows and arrows in their hands, locking onto Brigina and Mana. The centaur archers are battle-hardened warriors. After being locked on by them, Mana suddenly stiffened, and a premonition of death welled up inside her. Yang Feng's eyes flickered, and he erupted with the aura of a level 9 brave in a flash. Okay, I'll go with you. However, you have to ensure their safety. Otherwise, even if I have to dye the entire Beastman Kingdom red, I won't let this go. The werewolf powerhouse took a step back, his eyes shimmered with apprehension, and he uttered indifferently, "Got it." Yang Feng's group of 3 left with the werewolf powerhouse. Before long, a colosseum covering an area of tens of hectares, more than 10 times larger than the ancient Roman Colosseum on Earth, appeared in front of Yang Feng and his party. The Beastmen revered martial arts. Many of the Beastmen's powerhouses were powerful gladiators that came from the Beastmen's arenas. Even the current Beastman Lord is a top expert in the Colosseum. Chapter 644. As soon as he entered the Colosseum, he was greeted by earth-shattering cheers and shouts of excitement. In the center of the Colosseum, there was a huge arena. On the arena, a human male warrior was fighting a Tigerman powerhouse. Both sides were evenly matched and riddled with scars. Kill him. Tear him apart, Tyrell. In the spectator seats, countless Beastman powerhouses issued frenzied roars, nearly sending the entire Colosseum flying. For Beastmen, the Colosseum was the most sacred place. Once you entered the Colosseum, you had to go all out and tear your opponent to shreds. The spectators would only praise the winner, but no one would pay attention to the fate of the loser. Yang Feng looked at a dais specially prepared for the most distinguished figures in the arena. At a glance, he saw a mesmerizing beauty with honey-colored skin, a pair of lion ears, a tall and sexy figure, dressed in sexy leather armor, exuding a wild aura, sitting on a tall throne, overlooking the fight in the arena below, and her beautiful eyes shone with excitement. As if sensing Yang Feng's gaze, the stunningly beautiful woman exuding a wild aura turned her head slightly, looked in Yang Feng's direction, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly, revealing a provocative expression. A trace of understanding suddenly welled up in Yang Feng's heart, and he revealed a smile. So it's her. She's the first princess of the Beastman Kingdom. The Beastman woman who led countless Beastman elite warriors to intercept Yang Feng in the jungle was the first princess of the Beastman Kingdom. Suddenly, a burst of cheers came from the stage. The human powerhouse was torn to shreds by the Tiger Clan powerhouse. After tearing the human powerhouse to pieces, the Tigerman powerhouse's eyes turned bloodshot, and he issued a tiger roar full of violent aura. At the same time, his strength advanced from a level 8 fighter to a level 9 fighter. A level 9 Beastman. Tyrell actually advanced to a level 9 Beastman, he's so powerful. No wonder he's the strongest genius of our Beastmen. Amazing, a level 9 Beastman. Tyrell will definitely promote to a legend in the future, and may even become the next Beastman monarch. Tyrell. Tyrell. The Beastmen powerhouses in the arena all revealed looks of excitement as they discussed spiritedly. The Orc King of the Orc tribe was not hereditary. Instead, it was the strong who were respected. Once an Orc became a legendary Orc, he would be qualified to challenge the current Orc King. If he could defeat the current Orc King, the legendary Orc would become the new Orc King, and the old Orc King would be executed. If the challenge failed, then the challenger would become a servant of the current Beastman King and would never be able to betray him. Thus, when a Beastman King began to age, he would hold a martial arts competition within the Beastman race to choose the most powerful Beastman to become his son-in-law. Then, when necessary, he would abdicate his throne to the strongest Orc. This way, he could ensure that his family wouldn't be punished by the new Orc King. The Beastman King that obtained the abdication of the throne couldn't exterminate the previous Beastman King. This was also an ancestral rule of the Beastman tribes. This way, the conflicts between the Beastman tribes wouldn't be too intense. The Grand Princess joust for a spouse was also a competition to decide who the next Beastman King would belong to. Therefore, it attracted countless geniuses of the Beastman race to participate, and Tyrell was one of the strongest among them. Excited roars echoed in the arena when they saw that Tyrell had advanced to a 9th-rank Beastman. A Foxman MC came to the ring, pointed to Yang Feng, and said, "Tyrell's next opponent is the level 9 brave Rant from the human state. Let's welcome Rant with warm cheers. That's the human race's rank 9 hero class. Die. Be torn into pieces. Trash. You're dead. Die. Die." From the spectator stands came an earth-shattering chorus of curses. The Beastman powerhouses were well aware of the strength of the human level 9 brave class. Now that a human level 9 brave dared to come to the Beastman arena, it immediately filled their hearts with anger. Amidst the countless curses, Yang Feng very calmly walked onto the ring and casually pulled out the great sword on his back. Tyrell's eyes flashed with a sinister and cruel glint, and he smiled coldly and ejected 30 centimeters long claws from his hands. Interesting, a human level 9 brave. Known as the strongest profession under the hero class. Let me see what you're made of. The difference between your internal organs and those of ordinary people will be revealed to everyone. I'll show you the strength of the brave class as a sign of respect. Yang Feng smiled slightly, and the light of various strengthening spells such as Dragon Force, Leopard's Agility, and others lit up on him. The referee standing at the edge of the ring said, "Begin." Tyrell smiled ferociously and tapped his foot, and afterimages appeared on the ring. The strange afterimages closed in on Yang Feng, making it impossible to distinguish which was real and which was fake. So fast. Is this Tyrell's speed? How terrifying. As expected of a level 9 Beastman, the strongest genius among the Beastmen. In the spectator stands, the eyes of countless Beastmen flashed with excitement, and they commented spiritedly. Only the level 8 Beastmen and above could catch a trace of Tyrell's movement trajectory. The rest could only see the afterimages. The beautiful eyes of the Beastman Grand Princess sitting on the throne revealed a trace of contempt, and she sneered, "The strongest genius among the Beastmen?" Faced with the approaching afterimages, Yang Feng just took a step forward, drew his sword, and slashed horizontally. A sword ray shone, and a copious amount of blood sputtered from the empty void. The body of the number 1 Beastman genius Tyrell, cut in half, fell to the ground. As if time suddenly stopped, the Beastmen in the ring were dumbstruck, unable to make a sound. Insta-killed. Tyrell was insta-killed. How is this possible? How could Tyrell be insta-killed? The heroes of mankind are actually this powerful? After a while, as if there was an explosion, countless comments came from the ring. The Beastman powerhouses didn't want to believe that the level 9 Beastman Tyrell was insta-killed by Yang Feng. The referee immediately went up and dragged Tyrell's body away, leaving only a pool of blood on the ring. Although there were staff to clean the ring regularly, but the ring was covered with countless dark red bloodstains, and a strong smell of blood pervaded the air. With a sword in hand, Yang Feng smiled heartily and said loudly, "Who else dares to come up and fight me? Wolfman Gary, I'm here to fight you." A 3-meter-tall werewolf with a wolf head and a layer of wolf fur all over his body leaped onto the arena. He was like a giant wolf standing on its hind legs, and he gave off a ruthless aura. Gary, a Wolfman genius who became a level 9 Beastman 3 years ago. His talent is much worse than Tyrell's, but his current fighting strength is definitely above Tyrell's. If it's Gary, then he should be able to defeat the human brave. After all, the human brave has already fought Tyrell. Countless comments came from the ring, and the eyes of the Beastman spectators revealed a look of excitement. Yang Feng smiled and glanced at the referee. "Interesting, let's get started." The referee announced loudly, "Begin." Yang Feng took a step forward, his body blurred, and he strangely appeared behind Gary. Gary's eyes shimmered with incredulity, and his body disintegrated into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. Insta-killed. Gary was actually insta-killed. Is the human's hero profession so powerful? What a monster. The Beastman spectators inhaled a breath of cold air, and their eyes shimmered with awe. Yang Feng is a quasi-glorious Dawn Warlock rank powerhouse who has gone through many battles. Whether it is combat sense, combat experience, or even strength, he is far superior to these Beastman geniuses, which is why he can insta-kill these Beastman geniuses so easily. The Beastman geniuses who were ready to go and challenge Yang Feng became well-behaved. If it was an evenly matched battle, they would be willing to fight to the death for the sake of glory. But if it was to throw away their lives, they were unwilling to do such useless things. Yang Feng showed the Beastman geniuses a provocative smile. Is there anyone else who dares to fight me? The eyes of the Beastman geniuses near the ring almost spurted flames, yet they lowered their heads, showing no intention to fight Yang Feng. Courage and throwing away one's life are two different concepts. These Beastman geniuses are very brave, but they are unwilling to throw away their lives. I'll fight you. A voice sounded from the human camp, and a handsome, tall, and burly human powerhouse with a head of black hair lightly jumped onto the arena. Yang Feng swept the black-haired human powerhouse with a glance, then his pupils constricted, his body tensed up, and his eyes shimmered with dignity. Jiang Shi. Chapter 645. Jiang Shi, this is Hero Jiang Shi, one of the three kingdoms' hero candidates of the Fengyi kingdom. He is Hero Jiang Shi. I heard that he once slayed an evil poison dragon with his squad. Fengyi kingdom's strongest human hero Jiang Shi. Interesting, a showdown between two human heroes is really interesting. Has the era of human heroes arrived again? When the beastmen in the surroundings of the arena saw Yang Feng and Jiang, they discussed spiritedly, and their eyes shimmered with complicated glints. Most of the beastmen in the arena are upper echelons of the beastmen race. They know that in the Eternal Continent, every once in a while, there will be an era of human heroes. In that era, the strongest powerhouses are the human heroes and the braves who stand at the apex of the human heroes. Each of the human heroes is very powerful, and any one of them can easily grow into a legend-rank powerhouse. It is very difficult for other races to kill a human hero, and they have to pay a huge price. Right now, countless beastmen didn't dare to enter the beastmen's arena. Only the two human heroes were fighting each other. This made the beastman's eyes flash with a trace of humiliation. After Jiang Shi entered the arena, he smiled, and then asked with a look of doubt in his eyes, Hero Rant, why haven't I heard of your name? Yang Feng showed an unruly smile, pointed at Jiang Shi with a sword in his hand, and uttered, Hero Jiang Shi, the strongest human hero of the Fengyi kingdom, the strongest powerhouse most likely to become a hero. I am just a child of a peasant who yearns to become a hero. Naturally, it is impossible for me to become famous like powerhouses of aristocratic origin like you. Many human heroes have different identities. Among them, heroes of aristocratic origin are the easiest to become famous. Brigina, a star of fate with a humble background, needs to put in 100 times more effort than ordinary heroes to become famous. Jiang Shi's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he tried to recruit Rant. Rant, I see that you are also a talent. Join my squad with your companions. Let's join hands to defeat the Demon Lord. After defeating the Demon King, I will definitely let you enjoy endless glory and wealth, and become a great noble with a vast territory. Most of the powerful, stars of destiny, would become heroes of the human race when the Demon King was running amok. They would be worshipped by people, and they would be wooed by various countries. However, after defeating the Demon King, those, stars of destiny, lost the blessing of the power of destiny. Many heroes who were born as commoners lived miserable and impoverished lives in their later years. Defeating the Demon King, obtaining merits, and becoming a great noble in the human kingdom was the biggest dream of all the stars of destiny, who were born as commoners. If not for the appearance of the Demon King, it would have been impossible for a poor person to quickly become a great noble in the three great kingdoms. Yang Feng also said with a forthright smile, "Jiang Shi, I also think that you're a talent. Join me and we will fight together. Once we defeat the Demon King, I will definitely make you an imperial prince." What a pity. I thought that we could be very good friends. Jiang Shi sighed slightly, and the aura of the early legendary realm erupted in an instant. At the same time, he silently recited an incantation, and the light of strengthening spells quickly appeared on his body. Countless elemental lights shrouded his body, making him look like a terrifying devil god. Legend. He's a legend rank powerhouse. Legend. A legend rank powerhouse. So young. Is this a human hero? As expected of the Fengyi Kingdom's most powerful hero candidate. In the spectator stands, the eyes of countless beastman powerhouses revealed shock. A legend rank powerhouse in his 20s was simply heaven-defying. Most of the legendary powerhouses of the orcs would only become legendary powerhouses when they were in their 40s, when their bodies were at their peak. Legend rank powerhouses in their 20s were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. The referee hurriedly said, "Begin." With a flash of an afterimage, Jiang Shi appeared in front of Yang Feng in the blink of an eye and stabbed at Yang Feng with the sword in his hand lightning fast. Ding! 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 Hundreds of sounds of metal colliding rang. A dozen plus sword wounds appeared on Yang Feng's body, and blood flowed out of the wounds. At the same time, he was forced to retreat step by step. Jiang Shi is amazing. No wonder he's the Fengyi Kingdom's #1 hero candidate. So strong. These two human heroes are really strong. These two human heroes are freaks. No wonder the human hero could slay the Demon Lord, who is known as the strongest powerhouse. When the Beastman spectators saw this scene, they inhaled a breath of cold air. Yang Feng and Jiang Shi's swords are extremely fast, as if surpassing the speed of sound. Even though the spectators are onlookers, but only a few level 8 Beastman powerhouses can see their swords. Standing aside, Mana looked at Jiang Shi in the arena and inhaled a breath of cold air. That Jiang Shi is so strong. No wonder he's the Fengyi Kingdom's hero candidate. How fearsome. I'm afraid that Rant is not his opponent. Brigitte clenched her white teeth and looked at Yang Feng in the arena with worry in her beautiful eyes. Fate algorithm. Retreating step by step, Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with a cold glint, and he operated fate algorithm. With a sword thrust, as if carrying the power of fate, he strangely swept aside Jiang Shi's defenses and stabbed Jiang Shi in the heart. An incomparably resplendent white radiance flickered, a white dragon phantom flashed past, and forcibly sent Yang Feng flying by a dozen meters. Fate algorithm. You're a warlock from the Zhangji Plain. However, you're not the only one who can use fate algorithm, I can as well. Jiang Shi glanced at his heart and saw a sword mark on the pure white heart guard mirror. With a flash of killing intent in his eyes, he silently recited an incantation and launched fate algorithm. Wisps of fate aura shrouded him, and he stabbed at Yang Feng with his sword. Due to the conflict between the two fate algorithms, Yang Feng was once again suppressed by Jiang Shi. I won't fail. Legend rank, break. Yang Feng roared and instantly promoted from a level 9 brave to a legend brave, and fearsome legend rank aura diffused from him. Legend. Rant has also promoted to a legend. Amazing. So this is a human brave, how fearsome. To advance in battle, that's a human brave for you, a most powerful existence. The Beastman spectators were all dumbfounded as they crazily shouted. In the Eternal Continent, legend rank powerhouses are the pinnacle existences. In the entire Beastman tribe, there are no more than 5 legend rank powerhouses. For Yang Feng and Jiang Shi to have broken through to the legend rank at such a young age is simply heaven-defying in the Eternal Continent. Jiang Shi stared at Yang Feng with bloodshot eyes, looking like a furious beast. This bastard must have broken through to the legend rank long ago. He purposely waited until now to reveal himself. He wants to use me as his stepping stone. Jiang Shi is really amazing. It won't be that easy to kill him with legend rank strength. Amazing, this guy called Rant is really strong. As expected of a freak with Warlock Emperor rank aptitude who can enter the Eternal Continent and explore the mysteries of the Eternal. After Yang Feng advanced to a legend rank powerhouse, his strength became almost on par with Jiang Shi's. Countless sword rays intertwined. No matter which side it is, they can't kill the other side in a short time. Both sides are shocked by the other's strength. Again, lose for me. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a fierce ray, and he roared, and his strength advanced from the junior legend rank to the intermediate legend rank in a flash. With absolute power, he suppressed Jiang Shi. Jiang Shi's eyes flashed with anger, and he resisted desperately. Damn bastard, he's using his realm to suppress people. Damn it. Amazing, the human brave Rant is really amazing. To be able to advance in rank in battle, that's a powerhouse with the potential of the hero for you. The Beastman spectators who don't know the truth exclaimed in admiration. Only Jiang Shi and Yang Feng understand that human warlocks are different from other powerhouses. No matter how angry human warlocks are, it is very difficult for them to advance in rank in battle. In a battle between human warlocks, the calm side has a much higher chance of winning than the angry side. No matter how hot-blooded Yang Feng's performance is, in fact, he has an ice-cold heart when fighting. Lose for me. Yang Feng roared again, and his strength advanced from the intermediate legend rank to the advanced legend rank. He deflected Jiang Shi's sword and slashed open a huge mark on Jiang Shi's body. Damn it, virtual holy sword, soul holy sword, appear. Jiang Shi roared, and countless wisps of the law of soul poured out of him and formed a grey soul holy sword that slashed towards Yang Feng. Virtual holy sword, soul warlock. As soon as the soul holy sword appeared, Yang Feng felt the danger of death welling up inside him. Even though he has advanced legend rank strength, but in front of the soul holy sword, as long as he makes the slightest mistake, he will die. Fate Algorithm, 2nd Chapter. Yang Feng frantically recited an incantation, extracted the power inside him, and formed an arrow of fate that pierced through the void and stabbed towards Jiang Shi. Damn it, it's the power of fate. He got the 2nd chapter of Fate Algorithm. Jiang Shi's face fell, and he silently recited an incantation. His fleshly body flew out, and his soul rode the soul holy sword to cut open the void, revealing an astral passageway, and he plunged into it. When the arrow of fate entered the void, it stabbed Jiang Shi's soul, and Jiang Shi's soul issued a scream. Just as Jiang Shi's soul was about to perish, a strange storm suddenly rose and swept Jiang Shi's soul away. Chapter 646. Yang Feng looked at the place where Jiang Shi disappeared with a dignified look in his eyes. Amazing. If I hadn't obtained the 2nd chapter of Fate Algorithm, I'm afraid that it would have been a lose-lose situation. The virtual holy sword is the embodiment of the law that Jiang Shi wants to control in the future. The soul holy sword means that Jiang Shi intends to study the most mysterious and profound law of soul, and intends to walk the soul warlock path. The law of soul is one of the most mysterious paths. Even the 8 warlock emperor rank powerhouses can only master part of the law of soul, unable to make their soul immortal. The fleshly body is easy to cultivate, but the soul is difficult to refine. The fleshly bodies cultivated by the 8 warlock emperors have a trace of eternal immortality. Without external interference, they won't decay even after tens of millions of years. The reason why warlock emperor rank powerhouses die is that their soul will age over time and eventually die. Once the soul dies, even a warlock emperor with an immortal body will die. Once the virtual soul holy sword slashes Yang Feng, it will definitely inflict heavy damage to his soul. Even if he leaves the eternal continent, the soul injury will be very difficult for him to recover. In the eternal continent, the heroes are peerless geniuses who have formed a true law path. Each of the 8 heroes can easily slay the advanced legend rank Yang Feng with the holy sword. Jiang Shi lost. The Fengyi Kingdom's strongest hero Jiang Shi was defeated. So strong. So this is the human hero Rant, he's really strong. Advanced legend rank, how fearsome. In the Beastman Kingdom, I'm afraid that no legend rank powerhouse is his opponent. The eyes of the Beastman spectators in the spectator seats shimmered with astonishment, and they commented spiritedly. In the Beastman Kingdom, the only legend rank powerhouses left are junior legend rank powerhouses. There is no advanced legend rank powerhouse. In the Beastman Kingdom, the strong are revered. Naturally, they are full of worship and respect for Yang Feng. Yang Feng brandished the great sword in his hand, looked around, and shouted, "Who else dares to come up and fight me?" A beautiful, lovely, and youthful girl with a pair of black ponytails, a slender figure, wheat-colored skin jumped onto the ring. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she shouted, "I'll do it. You bastard, you killed Jiang Shi. I'll avenge him." A tall and burly warrior with black hair shouted, "Zhao Qiqi, come down, you're no match for him. Die. I'm going to avenge Jiang Shi." Zhao Qiqi's eyes were spewing fire, and her body suddenly surged with infinite power. She broke through from a rank 8 professional to a rank 9 professional. Her figure flickered slightly and disappeared in an instant as if she was invisible. Star of Destiny. Fate Algorithm. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, and a wisp of fate force strangely appeared and enveloped Zhao Qiqi. Zhao Qiqi's rising power suddenly stopped. A merciless and cruel sword light flashed past Zhao Qiqi at a terrifying speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. "Don't!" The other 3 members of Jiang Shi's adventure squad issued heart-wrenching roars. A line of blood extended from Zhao Qiqi's forehead, and she instantly lost all vitality, and then was enveloped by torrential flames. Well done. Good, as expected of a hero. How decisive and manly. In the Beastman spectator stands, earth-shattering cheers came from the Beastman spectator stands. Beastmen worshipped and respected the strong the most. If Yang Feng had been lenient in battle, he would have been looked down upon by the Beastmen. He mercilessly killed Zhao Qiqi, which won him the respect of the Beastmen. Yang Feng pointed at the remaining 3 adventurers of Jiang Shi's squad with his sword and said indifferently, "You guys, do you want to avenge them?" Originally, only one-on-one fights were allowed in the arena. However, I can make an exception and allow you to avenge Jiang Shi together. Rant, we'll remember what happened today. Let's go. The eyes of the warrior in the lead almost spurted fire, yet he gritted his teeth, turned around, and walked outside with his companions. Yang Feng pointed at the surroundings with his sword and shouted, "Who else dares to fight me?" In the Beastman arena, countless powerhouses bowed their heads. No one dared to fight Yang Feng. In the Beastman Kingdom, the top powerhouses were junior legend rank powerhouses. Legend rank powerhouses who had been famous for a long time were not Yang Feng's opponents, let alone the rest of the powerhouses. Rant! 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 A Beastman roared, and the atmosphere in the arena seemed to explode. Countless beastmen issued excited roars and cheered for the birth of the arena's king. With a sweet smile on her face, the gorgeous and sexy Beastman Grand Princess sitting on a dais walked to the center of the arena, grasped Yang Feng's hand, and said loudly, "Willana, am Rant's woman from today on." Willana. Rant. Willana. Bursts of heaven-shaking cheers came from the arena. Mana's eyes flashed with excitement, to be fancied by the Beastman Grand Princess, that's Rant for you. He's indeed a man who will become a hero in the future. Brigina looked at Yang Feng and Willana in the center of the arena, who were receiving the cheers of countless beastmen, and felt a stabbing pain in her heart. Sensing that Brigina wasn't in a good mood, Mana hurriedly comforted her, Brigina, I know you're not feeling well. But after all, he is a man who will become a hero in the future. It's normal for him to have a few women. Just like aristocratic lords, which one of them doesn't have multiple wives and concubines? You have to get over it. After all, he is an outstanding man. Brigina nodded and said in her heart, I know. I will become stronger and make him need me more. Amid the blessings of countless beast-men, Yang Feng and Walana entered the beast-man palace together. It was a stormy night. Early the next morning, Yang Feng stroked Walana's skin, which is smoother than the best silk, and said, Walana, I want to see your father. Walana responded with a sweet smile, okay, my father also wants to see you, the future hero. Under Walana's lead, Yang Feng came to a hall full of rugged and unruliness. On the throne in the hall, there sits a lion-man powerhouse with golden fur and overbearing might. He is the Beast-Man Lord of the Beast-Man Kingdom. You are Rant? Not bad, as expected of the son-in-law chosen by my daughter. Haha. Come, have a drink with me. The Beast-Man Lord glanced at Yang Feng, smiled boldly, and clapped his hands. Several beautiful foxman maids immediately stepped forward and served jars of wine. The alcohol tolerance of Beastman legend rank powerhouses is measured in jars. With their powerful fleshly bodies, they can easily digest alcohol. Only some secret wines brewed from extraordinary plants can anesthetize them in cups. Yang Feng didn't stand on ceremony. He lifted the jars of wine and gulped them down like a whale. The Beastman Lord's eyes lit up, and he praised loudly, good. Beastmen respect powerhouses and men who drink boldly, and Yang Feng has both. The more the Beastman Lord looked at Yang Feng, the more satisfied he was. After 3 rounds of drinking, Yang Feng's face was dyed red, and he said with a smile, Sir Father-in-law, I have something to discuss with you. Please dismiss everyone. The Beastman Lord waved his hand, and everyone left. Only Yang Feng's group of 3 remained in the hall. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with the flames of ambition, and he said with a smile, Sir Father-in-law, I hope you can lend me 2,000 troops. I want to form an alliance with the elves, dwarves, and beastmen to overthrow the rule of the 3 human states Angelo's state, Fengyi state, and Garimo state, and establish a new state. When she heard this, Walana was taken aback, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with astonishment. The Braves have always taken it upon themselves to fight against the Demon Lord. There has never been a brave who overthrew the human states and established a new state. Yang Feng's idea is simply audacious. When the Beastman monarch heard this, he sobered up, narrowed his eyes, and carefully sized up Yang Feng with a dignified look in his eyes. After a while, he asked without batting an eyelid, why do you have such an idea? Yang Feng spoke righteously, the human race has dominated the eternal continent for more than thousands of years, and their social class has solidified. Most of the human aristocrats have degenerated and decayed, and the people live hard lives. As a brave, I naturally want to cleanse the evil of the human race, so that the people can live a prosperous life. In the next moment, Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with darkness, and his words were full of reality and cruelty. Moreover, after the Braves' crusade against the Demon Lord, most of them lived miserable lives in their later years. There were even Braves whose children were killed by greater aristocrats. I don't want to be injured and exhausted after the crusade against the Demon Lord, and then be treated like garbage and thrown into the trash can of history. Before the Braves' crusade against the Demon Lord, they were favored by the force of fate. They would pick up treasures while walking, make breakthroughs in battle, and have fortuitous encounters no matter what difficulties they encounter. However, after the crusade against the Demon Lord, the force of fate no longer favored the Braves. How can the Braves who only know how to fight defeat greater aristocrats who grew up soaked in conspiracies and poisoned water? Many Braves, other than those born on the Tsangji plain, lived miserable lives in their later years. The worst case was when a Brave was seriously injured and turned into an ordinary person after the crusade against the Demon Lord. His wife and daughter were taken away by a greater aristocrat, who then tortured and killed them wantonly. After the matter came to light, the greater aristocrat was only fined some money. That's because after the braves were stripped of all their titles, they were just ordinary civilians with strength. Chapter 647. The Beast-Man Lord sighed slightly, saying, "Interesting, your way of thinking is really interesting. If only Janako had thought the same way as you back then. That stupid thing actually believed in the laws that protect greater aristocrats. The moment his head was chopped off, he had never thought of resisting. Compared to you, he's really an idiot." The hero Janako was the one whose wife and daughter were tortured to death by a greater aristocrat. However, he always believed in the law and didn't resist. In the end, he was framed, sentenced to death, and had his head cut off. The Beast-Man Lord's eyes constricted slightly, and he bargained, "I can help you. However, what benefits will it bring to us Beast-Men?" Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "I can pass a law to let you Beast-Men have equal rights with humans in the human kingdom. No one is allowed to enter the Beast-Man kingdom to capture slaves. Otherwise, they will be executed. Furthermore, I can establish 10 or more cities that trade with Beast-Men on an equal footing. Furthermore, it is written into the law that Beast-Men and humans are equal. As long as I am alive, I will wipe out all those who break these laws. Besides, if Walana and I have children, they will have the same inheritance rights as my other wives, and will have the right to inherit the kingdom that I have conquered. If you give me more support, I will also give you more in return." The Beast-Man Lord's eyes lit up, and he said with a refreshing smile, "Good. As long as you sign a contract with us, then we Beast-Men will fully support you and help you become the sole human king. Trade, slave hunters, and equal rights with humans, those were things that Beast-Men yearned for even in their dreams. The reason why Beast-Men were so ignorant and backward was that, apart from a few human cities at the border of the Green Forest, the rest of the cities discriminated against Beast-Men. Outside the sphere of influence of the Beast-Man kingdom, Beast-Men were basically slaves. If they had no master, they would be captured by slave merchants. In addition, many slave hunters entered the Green Forest every year to capture Beast-Men to serve as slaves for human aristocrats. This was what Beast-Men hated the most. Each of Yang Feng's promises hit the bottom of the Beast-Man Lord's heart, making him happy at once, and he agreed to Yang Feng's proposal. Of course, Yang Feng's advanced legend rank strength and the strongest human class hero were also crucial reasons. The Beast-Man Lord's eyes flashed with excitement. "Rant, among the heroes of history, you are the first one to want to overthrow the 3 human kingdoms. I will contact the Elven Lord and the Dwarf Lord for you. I will contact the Elven Lord and the Dwarf Lord for you." Yang Feng said casually, "By the way, Sir Father-in-law, I hope to take a look at the tablet suspected to be a fate tablet left behind by the first Beast-Man Lord." The Beast-Man Lord waved his hand casually, and a palm-sized grey tablet flew towards Yang Feng. "Take it." When he received the grey tablet, Yang Feng, the Beast-Man of the Lord, and Lord, he. Yang of Yang Feng, he, Lord, he, I, and of. Yang, of it, Yang. The Beast-Man Lord immediately returned to a secret room, came to an ancient bronze mirror engraved with countless runes, and inlaid a few magic rubies into the grooves. The ancient bronze mirror blurred, and the voice of the Elven Lord came from the ancient bronze mirror. "Old lion, what's the matter?" The Beast-Man Lord said, "I want to see you and Explosive Shorty in the same place. I have something to discuss with you." The Elven Lord replied, "Okay." The Beast-Man Lord rubbed the ancient bronze mirror. The ancient bronze mirror blurred, and a hoarse and irritable voice came from the other side. "Old lion, if you have anything to say, then say it. Don't waste my time. I am forging a legendary weapon. If I succeed, then there will be the 37th legendary treasure in this world. I want to see you and Explosive Shorty in the same place. I have something to discuss with you." "Okay." 2 days later, in the depths of the green forest, in a small valley shrouded in illusion that ordinary people couldn't approach, the Beast-Man Lord, Elven Lord, and Dwarf Lord, the three big shots of the green forest, gathered together. The Dwarf King, who was only 1 meters tall and had a full beard and white hair, said impatiently, "Old Lion, why did you summon us here?" The Elven Lord also looked at the Beast-Man Lord with a puzzled expression. The Beast-Man Lord said, "My son-in-law is an advanced legend hero, a hero candidate among the humans. He intends to overthrow the 3 human kingdoms and establish his own kingdom." The Elven Lord coldly smiled, "Establish his own kingdom? This hero candidate really has some ideas. He's much better than that idiot Janako." I knew that after the Janako incident, it would be very difficult for a selfless person to appear among the human race's heroes. The hero candidate this time was really ambitious. But what does this have to do with us? The Janako hero's death was the worst. That hero risked his life to kill the Demon King for the human race. Those great nobles abused his wife and daughter and framed him for being beheaded. Since then, the probability of a human hero being born decreased sharply, and those selfless people became fewer and fewer. The Beast-Man Lord said, "He hopes that we can send troops to support him." The Dwarf Lord impatiently said, "He is your son-in-law, not our son-in-law. Why should we support him?" The Beast-Man Lord said, "If he can become the new human king, he will vigorously attack the slave hunters, kill all the great nobles who enslaved us, and give us the opportunity to trade on equal terms. Also, during his lifetime, he will promise to live in peace with our 3 races. He will also establish a written contract." The Elven Lord and Dwarf Lord's eyes lit up, revealing a trace of contemplation. After the humans drove the 3 races into the green forest, they would still stir up some local wars every once in a while to hunt the beauties of the elves, orcs, and dwarves. If there was a human king who could fight against the slavers and ascend to the throne, the elven and dwarf kings would definitely be willing to support him. The elf king slightly knitted his brows and said, "Those who control slave-hunting groups and abuse non-human slaves are all great nobles of the human race, and this involves the interests of many nobles. Does he really have the courage to eradicate those great nobles? After all, the tentacles of human greater aristocrats are all over the human country. Many human heroes and powerhouses are inextricably linked to them. If we eradicate the greater aristocrats, then half of the human elites will be eliminated. Let me answer." Accompanied by laughter, Dong Feng stepped into the valley and said with a smile, "Your Majesty the Elven Lord and Your Majesty the Dwarf Lord, I am Rant, the son-in-law of His Majesty the Beast-Man Lord, and a human legend rank hero." Yang Feng spoke righteously with biting killing intent. Within the human race, the greater aristocrats have become a cancer that hinders the progress of the human race. I will use the sword in my hand to flatten the greater aristocrats who stand in my way. I will use the power of the hero to crush all resistance. Even if I have to destroy more than half of the human elites, I won't hesitate. The current Demon Lord is unprecedentedly powerful. Only by gathering the strength of the entire human race can we contend against him. The greater aristocrats are just some cancer that is holding us back. They must be eradicated." The Elven Lord showed a smile. What an interesting hero candidate. In the past, the hero candidates I've seen advance courageously, their brains stuffed with muscles. Apart from slaying the Demon Lord, they don't know anything else. You're really special, Rant. You're actually using high-sounding words to cover up your actions and turn them into righteousness. That's the method of a politician. Yang Feng said with a smile, "The winner is king and the loser a bandit. As long as I win, I don't care what methods I use. In fact, with my strength, as long as I have the support of the beast men, I can sweep the 3 human kingdoms. However, I like peace, so I need an excuse to have the elves and dwarves sign a peace treaty. I hope that the elves and dwarves can join hands with me to destroy the decaying human kingdom and create a peaceful and beautiful new world." The Elven Lord said with a smile, "Interesting, I can help you. However, I hope that you can marry my daughter and make her one of the princesses of the new empire. Yang Feng replied, no problem. I can promise that if she bears my child, she will enjoy the same inheritance rights as other children. The dwarf king replied, then you will also have to marry a beautiful dwarf as your concubine from our dwarf race. Although I don't have a daughter, but I have a niece who is very beautiful according to your human aesthetic standards. If you marry her, we dwarves will support you. Yang Feng said, okay. By the way, your majesty the dwarf lord, I'm very interested in the fate tablet obtained by the first dwarf lord. Can I take a look at it? The dwarf lord said with a forthright smile, no problem. A few days later, Yang Feng obtained the fate tablet in the hands of the dwarves and obtained a chapter of the fate algorithm from the fate tablet. The Garanese city was a large city near the border of the Green Forest. With a population of about 70,000, it was one of the large slave trade centers. A team of soldiers was patrolling the city wall of the Garanese city. One of the soldiers routinely looked into the distance, and then his complexion changed dramatically and he roared wildly, enemy attack! Enemy attack! Loud alarms sounded in the Garanese city, and countless soldiers rushed to the city wall. Chapter 648. Outside the Garanese city, there are 1,000 wolf cavalrymen, 300 Tauran soldiers, 100 tiger guards, 100 lion guards, and 3,000 pigman slave soldiers. There are also 300 elven archers and 300 heavy-armored dwarf soldiers. These are the forces Yang Feng borrowed from the three races. In the Eternal Continent, the number of people cannot compare to that of the Zhangji Plain, and even the Feisua Plain. The number of elves in the Green Forest is less than 5,000. As such, 300 elven archers are already an extremely powerful force of the elves. A nervous expression on his face, a city guard officer of the Garanese city barked, release the signal flare. Ask for help immediately. In the Garanese city, there are only 4,000 human soldiers, who have little training. In a field battle, they are not the opponent of the force Yang Feng borrowed. Even in a battle to defend the city guard officer isn't sure if he can defeat the army. The city guard officer roared with a ferocious expression on his face, quick, release all kinds of city defense props. Damn it, these damned mutated bastards, even if I die, I will kill as many of you bastards as I can. The adjutant pointed in the direction of the other race army and said loudly, Sir, look, there are a few humans coming out of the other race army. The city guard took a closer look and saw Yang Feng and Brigitte dressed in gold armor walk out of the other race army and walk towards the city. I am the human hero of peasant origin, Rant, and the future hero. The three human kingdoms, the Angela state, the Fengyi state, and the Garimo state, have wantonly trampled on the glory of the hero. After killing the former hero Janako, I formed an alliance with the beast men, elves, and dwarves to borrow troops to suppress the three corrupt kingdoms that have colluded with the demons. Now make your choice. Surrender and submit to me, or be nailed to the pillar of shame as a traitor of humanity who colluded with the demons in the future. With the 36 legendary grade weapon Radiant Sword in hand, Yang Feng stimulated advanced legend rank power and slashed out with it. A fearsome cross-shaped blade ray slashed at the gate of the Garanese city. With a loud rumble, the steel gate of the Garanese city exploded in an instant and splashed in all directions. Hero. This is the power of the hero. Damn it. Why? Why did the hero become our enemy? Hero, how can we be a match for that hero? The hero is an existence that can contend against the demon king. That is a monster that is even more powerful than a dragon. How can we be his match? The morale of the human warriors in Garanese city plummeted, and their eyes flickered with fear. Randall. Hero Rant. Bursts of earth-shattering cheers came from the foreign races. The beastmen and dwarves let out excited roars like wild beasts. The eyes of the elven warriors flashed with an enigmatic glint, and they admired Yang Feng. That was a terrifying existence that could suppress an entire city all by himself. Don't panic, everyone. No matter how strong he is only one person. If we work together, we will be able to defend this. While the city guard officer was encouraging the morale of the humans, Blink flickered, and Yang Feng appeared on the city wall. With a flash of light, the city guard officer was torn apart into countless pieces. This heretic who colluded with the demons has already been beheaded by me. According to the law, all of his family members should be burned at the stake. Do you submit to me, or will you be nailed to the pillar of shame as traitors of humanity who colluded with the demons? With the legendary weapon Radiant Sword in hand, Yang Feng scanned the dozen-plus human officers on the city wall with a cold gaze and spoke frigidly. When the adjutant was glanced at by Yang Feng, cold sweat trickled down his back. He knelt on one knee and pledged loyalty to Yang Feng. I, Powell, am willing to submit and serve you, sir. Together, we will suppress the three kingdoms who colluded with the demons. In general, when a city gate is broken, the battle is already over. Next is a feast of slaughter. Seeing at a glance that the Guaranese city couldn't bear it, Powell promptly chose to defect. I, Garay, am willing to submit and serve you, sir. The rest of the human officers looked at each other helplessly, and then knelt down and swore to serve Yang Feng. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, the three-race coalition army entered the Guaranese city. As soon as the three-race coalition army entered the Guaranese city, they began to arrest the slave merchants in the city and liberate the slaves of the three races who were captured by the slave hunters in accordance with Yang Feng's order. Then, a trial was held to kill the sinful greater aristocrats and slave merchants. Yang Feng asked Brigitte to start reorganizing the 4,000 human soldiers in the Guaranese city and divided them into two legions, the Dragon Corps and the Lion Corps. In addition, Yang Feng used warlock secret methods to instill all kinds of management knowledge into some commoner children with good reputations, and promoted them to city managers. In a short period of time, Yang Feng took control of the entire Guaranese city by various inhuman means, and then led the Dragon Legion, the Lion Legion, and the three-race coalition army to continue the attack. Along the way, as if crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, the human cities in front of Yang Feng were captured one by one. In a month's time, 10 cities fell into Yang Feng's hands. Under the constant fighting and Yang Feng's nurturing, Yang Feng's Dragon Legion and Lion Legion turned from a motley crew into a force with considerable fighting strength. Actual combat is the fastest way to improve the fighting strength of a force. Under the constant watering of victories, a seed of faith called honor began to slowly blossom and sprout in the Dragon Legion and Lion Legion. The Luna City is the capital of the Angelos Kingdom. The Angelos Kingdom's royal palace is in a mess at this time. Damn it, where did that lowly pauper named Rant come from? Hero, this damned human hero actually dares to defy the great Angelos Kingdom and the great nobles of our empire. This is simply treason. What do we do? He had already taken down 10 cities. If this continued, he would definitely die. If this goes on, the Angelos Kingdom will be destroyed by him. That lowly peasant, that damn lowly peasant. He actually killed Duke Finas. Just because Finas killed 10 insignificant Foxman slaves, he was executed by that lowly peasant Rant. If he captures the Angelos Kingdom, we'll all be killed by him. Crusade, we must immediately send troops to crusade against the rebels. Kill them all. Hang them all. Waves of frantic screams resounded within the imperial palace, and they were filled with panic and unease. The Angelos Kingdom's king, who looks like he is 6 months pregnant, looked at the panicking greater aristocrats with disgust in his eyes. When it came to scheming and plotting, those great nobles were all experts at it. They played all kinds of schemes and plots to the acme of perfection. Even the hero Janako was framed and beheaded by them. However, a hero candidate had gathered an army of foreign races and was crushing them in an upright manner. Thus, they showed their weakness. The greater aristocrats' private armies blocking in front of Yang Feng were indeed not weak. But in front of advanced legend rank Yang Feng, they couldn't withstand a single blow. The greater aristocrats' private armies were directly wiped out by Yang Feng. Wherever Yang Feng went, apart from some aristocrats with a good reputation, the rest of the greater aristocrats were mercilessly killed by him. Frightened out of their wits, the greater aristocrats didn't dare to come and fight Yang Feng, and fled into the Luna City. The Angelo's king said coldly, a gloomy expression on his face, "Shut up." The greater aristocrats shut their mouths one by one. The Angelo's king glanced at an old man with a head full of white hair and asked kindly, "Paki, are the legend sirs still not willing to come out and serve the kingdom?" Paki sighed slightly and said, "Your Majesty, the legend sirs have gone into seclusion. Although I contacted them through a secret method, but they unanimously expressed that because of the hero Janako, they are no longer willing to fight for the Angelo's kingdom." When they heard the name of the hero Janako, the complexions of the greater aristocrats turned unsightly. Janako was a man with a strong sense of justice. Back then, before he killed the previous demon king, Janako was a man with a strong sense of justice. Before he killed the demon lord, he offended many greater aristocrats in the Angelo's kingdom and even killed the son of an evil greater aristocrat. Before the crusade against the demon lord, no one dared to disrespect the hero Janako in the slightest. After the crusade against the demon lord, the greater aristocrats joined hands to plot against the hero Janako. They abused his wife and daughter, framed him, and beheaded him. The two remaining legendary contenders, the companions who had gone on an adventure with the Janako hero, were also stopped by Merlin and the other three royal legendary contenders of the Angelus kingdom, who prioritized the overall situation. Now two of the three legend rank experts had died, and the whereabouts of the remaining one, Merlin, were unknown. The two legend rank experts of the Angelo's kingdom were unwilling to serve the Angelo's kingdom, leaving the Angelo's kingdom in a predicament of a lack of high-level combatants. The Angelo's king gritted his teeth and said, "Paki, tell the two of them. We, the Angelo's kingdom, can hand over the person who caused the tragedy back then and ask the two of them to make a move and kill the fake hero. As long as they kill the fake hero, I can confer upon them the title of hereditary peer earl." Chapter 649. Suddenly, a panic-stricken guard rushed in from outside and shouted, "Your Majesty, it's bad. Rant is coming with his men. He's already led his men to a place about 30 li from Luna City." "What, Rant is already here? It's over. Who else can stop him? Let's run." When the greater aristocrats heard this, their faces changed dramatically, and they scattered like birds and beasts, disappearing from the hall. When the king heard this, his face suddenly turned pale, and he cried out, "What, he's already here." 3 hours later, Yang Feng flew to the city wall of the Luna City, unleashed a massacre, and easily opened the city gate. The 4,000 elite troops of the Dragon Corps and the Lion Corps broke into the city and captured the Luna City. At night, Yang Feng walked inside the royal palace with a relaxed smile on his face. The capture of the Luna City meant that one of the three kingdoms has been destroyed by Yang Feng. If he stops attacking, he can rebuild a kingdom that belongs to him on the ruins of the Angelus state. Suddenly, Yang Feng's eyes flashed with vigilance, and he drew the radiant sword and said coldly, "Come out. Please stay calm, we have no ill intentions." A warrior with white hair and beard and an archer came out from behind a rockery. Yang Feng could tell at a glance that the two of them were junior legend rank powerhouses. The assassin saluted Yang Feng and said, "I am Noise, he is Sam. We were adventurers of Janako. Thank you for avenging Janako." Yang Feng smiled and tried to recruit them, "You're welcome. Seniors, I am in need of people. Both of you are legend rank powerhouses. Would you like to join my camp and fight alongside me? Let's eradicate the fallen greater aristocrats and create a new kingdom that belongs to us." Noi's eyes congealed slightly, and he said solemnly, "Rant, you have already obtained the Angelus kingdom. You can establish a new kingdom here. Are you still not satisfied?" Yang Feng said with a smile, as a hero, I have such formidable strength, so I have to use it to do something. Those great nobles had already lost the good moral character of their ancestors. Each and every one of them had become rotten and degenerate. I decided to use my power to cleanse the darkness of the human race. Create a beautiful world where everyone is happy. Seniors, please help me. Knox smiled and turned his body slightly, revealing the figures of two young men. Read, the two of us are already old and do not wish to participate in the war between humans. These two are Galen and Murd. They are my and Sam's disciples respectively. They will assist you and work with you to create a beautiful world where everyone is happy. Of the two young men behind Noise, one was wearing warrior armor and holding a giant shield. He looked simple and honest, clearly a giant shield warrior. The other person was an extremely handsome archer with a large bow on his back. These two are also stars of fate. Yang Feng operated the fate algorithm, his mind trembled slightly, and his eyes lit up. He immediately understood that the two people standing in front of him were the stars of fate, favored by fate. Yang Feng racked his brains in order to get Brigina, but now the two stars of fate came to him of their own accord. This is the benefit of being strong. After the shield warrior Mert and the archer Galen joined Yang Feng's subordinates, Yang Feng gained two very outstanding generals. He quickly used the remnants of the Angelo state's defeated troops to quickly form the Shield Corps and the Longbow Corps. The two level 9 experts, Stars of Fate, Murd and Galen, were appointed as the acting commanders of the two corps. Yang Feng displayed amazing internal affairs ability. On one hand, he dispatched the 4 corps to clean up the remaining aristocratic private armies of the Angelo state and temper the fighting strength of the 4 corps. On the other hand, he used secret methods recorded by warlocks to quickly cultivate a large number of internal affairs officials and install them in the Angelo state to maintain the order of the state. After the state stabilized a little, Yang Feng commanded a total of 10,000 elites of the 4 corps to attack the Fengyi kingdom with the 4,000 elites of the 3-race coalition army. Although the Fengyi kingdom was prepared, but in front of the human army commanded by Yang Feng and the 3 stars of fate, it collapsed and retreated in a frenzy. After a fierce quarrel, the Garimo kingdom's council of elders finally sent 20,000 elites and hired a hero candidate and his adventurer squad to enter the Fengyi kingdom. The Ninua city is a large city that must be passed on the way to the capital of the Fengyi kingdom. At this time, there are 40,000 human troops stationed in the Ninua city. These 40,000 human troops are the elites of the Fengyi kingdom and the Garimo kingdom. Except for a few greater aristocrats of the Angelus kingdom, the rest were beheaded in public and had their property confiscated. Even if the greater aristocrats escaped, Yang Feng still confiscated all their privileges and expropriated most of their assets in the form of war bonds to serve as military expenses for the war. When the greater aristocrats of the Fengyi kingdom and the Garimo kingdom saw the fate of the greater aristocrats of the neighboring countries, they united at once. After quarreling, they had their elite experts join the war. The Ninua city has become the last line of defense of the Fengyi kingdom and the Garimo kingdom. Once the Ninua city falls, the Fengyi kingdom and the Garimo kingdom will no longer be able to organize a formidable force to contend with Yang Feng. In the sky above the Ninua city, there are several griffin knights riding griffins acting as scouts. Griffins are demonic beasts that can fly freely and release lightning spells. Each griffin knight can defeat a level 7 fighter, and they are the best scouts. A griffin rider was patrolling in the sky when his expression suddenly changed, and he reached for his waist. A series of arrows shot from the distance like shooting stars, accurately hitting the heart of the griffin rider. The griffin rider fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Almost in an instant, the 8 griffin riders scattered in different directions were directly killed, falling from the sky. Yang Feng smiled slightly and praised, "Well done, Garin. They are just ordinary griffin knights, not experts. There is nothing to be proud of in killing them." Galen smiled reservedly and put the 36 legendary grade weapon Absolute Hit longbow on his back. Yang Feng said with a smile, to be able to accurately shoot 8 Griffin Knights flying in the sky from a distance of 5 kilometers, in our army, only you can do this. Even among our elven divine archers, no one can do this. Galen looked at the elves. At a glance, he saw that the elven divine archers revealed looks of admiration for him, and he immediately revealed a smile. Elven divine archers are elites of the elves. Within a range of 1,000 meters, they can hit their targets 100% of the time. Even moving objects can't escape their arrows. In many battles, elven divine archers have played a huge role. They have completely suppressed the human archers. Now that they have seen Galen's amazing archery, their arrogance has been curbed. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Alarms sounded in Ninua City, and countless human soldiers poured out of the city and looked into the distance with fear in their eyes. Outside Ninua City, there stands the undefeated joint army that has run amok in the Eternal Continent, exuding an iron-blooded aura of a veteran. Under Yang Feng's command, the joint army has won almost every battle, with only some minor setbacks. The continuous victories have nurtured an arrogant and powerful iron-blooded army. Yang Feng, dressed in a gold full-body armor, stood at the forefront of the army, surrounded by 15 human-level, 9 professions and 3 stars of fate. At this time, Brigitte, Galen, and Med have already advanced to junior legend rank powerhouses and become Yang Feng's right and left arms, radiating dazzling light. That's Rant, the hero candidate. That's Rant, known as the strongest human hero. Damn it, the hero candidate has become our enemy. What a terrifying enemy. I heard that the tragic death of the previous hero made these hero candidates unwilling to be used and killed, which is why they started a rebellion. There are 40,000 soldiers in Ninua City. But facing Yang Feng's elite army of 10,000 plus, they hold up in the city. Most of the soldiers trembled in fear as they looked at Yang Feng from afar and discussed in whispers. Although the matter of the hero Janako was suppressed by the 3 human states at the time, but thanks to Yang Feng's propaganda, the people of the 3 human states came to know what happened. Many powerhouses of civilian origin were disheartened and unwilling to fight for the 3 major states. Even the lower-class soldiers discussed spiritedly, full of fear towards Yang Feng. I am the human hero Rant. Today, I came to crusade against the greater aristocrats who framed and murdered the hero and colluded with the demons. Open the city. Otherwise, Ninua City will be your burial place. Yang Feng rode to within a stone's throw of Ninua City, pointed at the city with the radiant sword, and barked. Rant, as a human, you set off a rebellion when we are fighting against the demons. You are a traitor of the human race, the greatest. A general of greater aristocratic origin poked his head out of Ninua City and cursed at Yang Feng. He has just cursed halfway, when an arrow pierced through the void like a meteor and nailed him to the city wall. Chapter 650. General Myron. General Myron was shot dead. Fuck. When the human warriors in Ninua City saw this scene, their countenances changed dramatically, and their morale fell even lower. Myron was a warrior of the 8th rank, and was considered a valiant general in the Allied army. Yet such a powerhouse was shot dead by Galen with a miraculous arrow. The impact on the morale of the coalition army could be well imagined. This was the power of a top powerhouse in battle. When the other high-ranking officers in the coalition army saw Myron's death, they retreated, not daring to rashly stick their necks out. How terrifying! To dare to resist us greater aristocrats, these damn lowlifes deserve to die. I told you that the heroes among the lowlifes are freaks. They should all be sent to the gallows. In Ninua City, some pale-faced greater aristocrats hid in a secret room and uttered furious curses. In the eyes of those great nobles, only those who were also nobles were worthy of being looked at. Otherwise, even human powerhouses such as braves and heroes were just objects to be exploited in their eyes. At the time when the hero Janako's family was massacred, the greater aristocrats joined forces to add fuel to the fire, forcing the legend-rank powerhouses who sympathized with the hero to be unable to take action. Now, with his peerless strength, Yang Feng commanded a magnificent army, raised the rebel flag, besieged cities and uprooted strongholds, easily destroyed the Angelo's state, and killed countless greater aristocrats. This made the greater aristocrats taste fear and despair for the first time in their lives. Atop the wall of Ninua city, a general barked, "Release the arrows, release the arrows. Shoot him." A dense rain of arrows rained down on Yang Feng from above the Ninua city. Standing quietly below the city wall, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and an advanced warping force field appeared beside him. When the rain of arrows hit the advanced warping force field, they immediately deviated, and, as if they had eyes, avoided Yang Feng and shot to the ground on the side. So scary. That's a human hero, what a monster. That's terrifying. That's terrifying. Is this the power of the human hero? Aren't heroes supposed to be the guardians of the human race? Why are you pointing your blades at us? Despair and fear welled up in the hearts of the human warriors above Ninua city. The hero was the guardian deity of the eternal continent's human race, and he was worshipped by countless humans. As companions, the hero was the most reassuring person, but now that the hero was the enemy, the human soldiers felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Die! Yang Feng brandished the radiant sword, and bright feathers of light flew out and arced towards the archers. Blood splattered everywhere. More than 100 archers were pierced by the light feather and burned with white flames. They screamed miserably and then turned into ashes. The archers scattered and could no longer maintain their formation. The morale of the soldiers in Ninua city plummeted once more. Yang Feng took a deep look at the gate of Ninua city, then smiled faintly, turned around, and walked towards the coalition army he commanded. If it was an ordinary city, Yang Feng could cut the gate open with a sword strike. But the gate of Ninua city has been specially strengthened. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng cannot cut it open with a sword strike. Moreover, there are many experts in Ninua city. Yang Feng naturally won't be careless. He won't rush into the city alone, start a massacre, and then be besieged. Compared to being beaten up by a crowd, Yang Feng prefers to beat up others and kill the enemy with an absolute advantage. After a few rounds of fighting, the morale of the human warriors in Ninua city has hit rock bottom. In such a fight, the human warriors in Ninua city can only display 30% of their strength, which is very advantageous to Yang Feng's offensive. A man as strong as 1,000, invincible. One person can suppress a state, that's amazing. That's the son-in-law I chose for you. Haha. In the coalition army, the Beastman Lord looked at Yang Feng swaggering in front of Ninua city and uttered with a complacent smile. Standing beside the Beastman Lord, Willana showed a sweet smile. Not bad, what an amazing guy. Besides, he has indeed fulfilled his promise to us elves. That's my son-in-law for you. The Elven Lord showed a satisfied smile. Standing beside him is an elven girl of about 15 or 16 years old, with blonde hair, pure as water, and a devastatingly beautiful face. This elven girl is the elven princess Marina. Huh, that's amazing. This brave monarch rant is really amazing. I thought it would take him at least a dozen years to defeat those states one by one. I didn't expect him to get rid of the Angelo's kingdom so quickly. The dwarf lord also laughed with satisfaction. Beside him, there is a beautiful dwarf girl who is only 1.42 meters tall. She has a small figure, but is extremely voluptuous and has slender limbs. She is Jia Lin, the marriage partner of the dwarves and Yang Feng. In this battle, which is related to the future of the three races as well as the future of Yang Feng's army, the legend rank experts of the three races came to the battlefield, ready to join the battle at any time. After Yang Feng got rid of the Angelo's kingdom, he displayed formidable strength. After the Beastman monarch, the elven monarch, and the dwarf monarch witnessed Yang Feng's power, they began to bet all their chips on Yang Feng, advancing and retreating together with him, and fighting the remaining human forces to the death. A tall, handsome young man with short silver hair, dressed in silver armor, and seemingly shrouded in endless sunlight said loudly, "Rant, I am Mit, the hero candidate of the Garimo kingdom. Do you dare to fight me one-on-one fairly?" "That's Mit, the hero candidate of the Garimo kingdom." As expected of the hero candidate of the Garimo kingdom, he's really courageous. If it's him, then he might be able to defeat Rant. After all, he's also a hero candidate, a hero among heroes. In the Ninua city, everyone looked at Mit with excitement in their eyes, pinning all their hopes on him. At the same time, countless eyes focused on Yang Feng. At this time, Yang Feng's coalition army had legend rank experts of the 3 races as well as 3 junior legend rank stars of fate. The number of legend rank experts was far higher than that of the other 2 human states. Everyone was curious about what choice Yang Feng would make. Yang Feng took a deep look at Mit and said heroically, "Okay, I'll fight you. Everyone, retreat by 5 kilometers." Yang Feng's coalition army immediately retreated by 5 kilometers in accordance with his order. Yang Feng became the hero lord of the coalition army with his virtually invincible strength. His foundation was unstable. If he disregarded his reputation and let everyone rush forward and kill Mit, it would be a great blow to his prestige. It would be very disadvantageous to his subsequent actions. Besides, killing Mit and establishing his invincible image was the best way to deter all enemies lurking in the dark. On the flat ground between the Ninua city and Yang Feng's coalition army, Yang Feng and Mit stood opposite each other. "Rant, this place will be your burial ground today." Mit smiled coldly at Yang Feng, and intermediate legend rank power gushed out of him. With the legendary weapon Invisible Blade in hand, he suddenly blurred, disappeared from where he stood, reappeared in front of Yang Feng, and slashed out with his sword. "There's a legend assassin lying in ambush and a legend archer locked onto me. Is this what gives you the confidence to challenge me? You're too naive. Fate algorithms 3 chapters are fused." Yang Feng smiled coldly and instantly fused the 3 chapters of Demon, Beastman, and Elven Fate algorithm. At that moment, he suppressed the fates of Mit and the other 2 stars of fate, and took a step forward. With a flash of an afterimage, Yang Feng appeared where Mit originally stood. How is this possible? I'm going to become a warlock emperor in the future, how can I die here? There was a flash of despair in Mit's eyes, and he issued a miserable scream. His body disintegrated and sputtered in all directions. A dignified look in his eyes, the Beast-Man Lord uttered solemnly, "So strong. Is this the strength of a hero candidate? What a freak." A complicated look flashed through the Elf King's eyes. He sighed slightly and said, "God really cares for the human race. Although their average strength is weak, although they are weak on average, but in every era, freaks called heroes are born. It's really frustrating. In the Eternal Continent, the average physique of the beastmen and elves far surpassed that of humans. However, they were driven into the green forest by humans. This was because every generation of humans would give birth to heroes and other such monsters. Even if the beastmen and elves can defeat the humans in a short time, but once the human heroes and heroes step onto the stage, they can only suffer repeated defeats and become supporting characters. Without a sound, a legend assassin suddenly flew out of Yang Feng's shadow and stabbed towards Yang Feng's heart with a dagger in hand. On top of Ninua City's city wall, the eyes of a beautiful legend rank archer with a black ponytail are filled with grief and indignation. Tears trickled down her pretty face, and she shot an arrow. An arrow as resplendent as the sun shot towards Yang Feng with the power to burn everything. The cooperation between the legendary assassin and the legendary archer was perfect, as if they had practiced it thousands of times. It was terrifying to the extreme. Shadow Assassin. How can this work? I am a master of the law of shadows. Yang Feng smiled faintly and waved the radiant sword in his hand, and a sword ray swept towards the legend assassin. That legendary assassin was instantly torn to pieces, exploding and splattering in all directions. Chapter 651. After insta-killing the legend assassin, Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a black hexagram barrier suddenly appeared in front of him. When the sun-like arrow slammed into the hexagram barrier, it burst apart in an attempt to destroy the hexagram barrier, but its power was easily blocked by the hexagram barrier. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng used blink and disappeared. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Yang Feng appeared behind the beautiful legend rank archer. What a pity for such an outstanding beauty. Following a somewhat regretful voice, a resplendent light suddenly erupted and engulfed the beautiful legend rank archer. After the resplendent light disappeared, the upper half of the beautiful legend rank archer's body disappeared, and her legend rank weapon Sun Bout disappeared without a trace. Everyone's eyes blurred, and then they saw Yang Feng appear outside Ninua City and slowly walk towards the coalition army with the Sun Bout slung on his back. That's terrifying. This is the power of the hero. What a terrifying monster. How can we possibly be a match for such a monster? What a terrifying monster. 3 legend-ranked powerhouses actually died in his hands just like that. That's terrifying. Inside Ninua City, the warriors looked at Yang Feng's back with despair in their eyes. Mit and the 2 other legendary powerhouses were the top experts in Ninua City. They were also the spiritual pillars of all the warriors in Ninua City. The 3 legend-ranked powerhouses were killed by Yang Feng like ants, causing the morale of the warriors to hit rock bottom. Attack! Yang Feng returned to the coalition army, pointed at Ninua City with the radiant sword in hand, and uttered coldly. The coalition army, whose morale was raised to the limit, immediately advanced towards Ninua City with countless siege weapons. Arrows and spells continuously appeared on the coalition army and Ninua City. The elven archers displayed frightening battle prowess, completely suppressing the human archers in Ninua City. With his mystical archery skills, Galen killed the human wizards in Ninua City one by one. The Elven King also displayed his terrifying archery and magic skills, killing the precious mages in Ninua City one by one. After more than 20 mages died in Nino City, the remaining mages no longer dared to appear on the city wall. Alright, let's go. Destroy their resistance in one fell swoop. When Yang Feng saw that the coalition army has reached the city wall and started to use siege equipment to attack the city, he immediately said gravely to the Beastman Lord, the Dwarf Lord, and the legend rank powerhouses in the coalition army. In addition to the Elven Monarch, Galen, and other legend rank powerhouses with super long-range attack capabilities, Yang Feng intends to gather all the legend rank powerhouses to forcibly climb the city walls and crush all resistance in one fell swoop. In previous battles, Yang Feng and the other legend-ranked powerhouses acted as arrowheads, killed their way into the city, and opened the city gates, allowing the allied army to charge in and capture the city. The Orc King's eyes flashed with a fierce battle intent, and he licked his lips excitedly. Let's go. I can't wait any longer. Creating a new human kingdom, how interesting. Beastmen love fighting the most, which is why they established the largest Colosseum in the Eternal Continent in the capital of the Beastman Kingdom. Compared to fighting in the Colosseum, the Orc King prefers fighting on the battlefield. He likes the feeling of tearing a strong enemy to shreds. However, Beastmen are far weaker than humans, which is why the Orc King holed up in the Beastman tribe and went to the Colosseum to watch the fights every day. Brigina clenched the absolute piercing dragon spear and stood beside Yang Feng, her beautiful eyes flashing with scorching battle intent. Let's go. With a smile, Yang Feng took the lead and strolled towards the Ninua City. The dozen-plus legend-ranked powerhouses followed Yang Feng towards Ninua City step by step. It didn't take long for Yang Feng to arrive at Ninua City. With a blink, he appeared on the city wall of Ninua City, waved the radiant sword in his hand, and countless luminous feathers sputtered in all directions. Within the range of the luminous feathers, human warriors were run through, suffering heavy casualties. After Yang Feng insta-killed 100 people, Brigitte pulled a rope, jumped onto the city wall, and rushed towards the city gate. Murd was also by Brigitte's side, holding a huge shield to block all kinds of attacks aimed at Brigitte. The Orc Lord turned into a 3-meter-tall freak that looks like a giant lion walking on its own. With a 3-meter-long wolf-tooth club in hand, he rushed into the crowd and wantonly brandished the fearsome weapon. In the wake of the wolf-tooth club, all humans were smashed to pieces. The Dwarf King was also wearing a full suit of armor. He was swinging his legendary weapon, Dwarf King's battle axe, to kill the human warriors. As if a sharp knife stabbing into tofu, the dozen-plus legend rank powerhouses easily killed the human warriors and made their way towards the city gate. In a place densely packed with human warriors, Yang Feng waved his sword, and countless light feathers slayed the human warriors. The scattered human warriors were easily killed by the remaining legend rank powerhouses. It didn't take long for the dozen-plus legend rank powerhouses to reach the city gate. Virtual Holy Sword, Sword of Speed. Suddenly, the eyes of a young man dressed in ordinary soldier clothes flashed coldly, and he extended his right hand, formed a virtual holy sword with the law of speed, and shot towards Yang Feng's heart like a meteor. The virtual holy sword Sword of Speed is the materialization of the law that this warlock supreme genius has studied all his life. It is the holy sword formed from his path. Under the sneak attack, even though Yang Feng is strong, he was still stabbed by the warlock supreme genius's sword, and the sword pierced through his heart. Fate Algorithm's 4th chapter, Fuse. Yang Feng felt a sharp pain in his heart, and a premonition of death welled up inside him. He gritted his teeth and frantically operated Fate Algorithm, and a mysterious breath of fate gushed out of him and swept towards the warlock supreme genius. The warlock supreme genius who formed the virtual holy sword suddenly trembled slightly, and the figure of a woman he once loved unforgettably appeared in his mind, causing his heart to tremble, Lena. The warlock supreme genius is a person with a firm mind, and he recovered in an instant. Lena is dead. I killed her with my own hands. Shit, I was hit by a spell. In that instant, a resplendent sword ray enveloped the warlock supreme genius and cut him into countless pieces. Rant was killed. Rant's heart was pierced through. The fiend Rant is dead. In Ninua City, smart people shouted loudly, and sound waves spread over the battlefield. As long as Yang Feng, the brave Lord Rant, died, the coalition army will fall apart. The soldiers of the 2 human kingdoms in Ninua City will be able to win the battle. Hearing this, the morale of the human soldiers in Ninua City soared, while the morale of the coalition army soldiers began to decline. Yang Feng flew up, stood loftily midair, and said loudly, I, Rant, am invincible. I am the invincible brave lord. The future brave. Soldiers, they have been forced into a dead end. Victory belongs to us. Breach the city. Crack. 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 Yang Feng's words have just fallen, when the gate weighing hundreds of thousands of kilograms opened slowly, revealing a path leading to Ninua City. Long live Rant. Long live the brave lord. Breach the city. The city is breached. The 4-race coalition army commanded by Yang Feng cheered wildly, their morale soared, and they rushed into Ninua City. Yang Feng flew down from the sky, stood atop the gate, and looked down at the battle below loftily like an undefeated god of war. When the 4-race coalition army's powerhouses saw Yang Feng standing atop the gate, their hearts filled with fanaticism and excitement, and their morale rose to the peak. Unbeknownst to them, Yang Feng's heart has been pierced, and drops of blood flowed into the gold armor, which then absorbed them. Clenching his teeth, Yang Feng forcibly endured the heart-piercing pain and mused, as expected of the Zhangji Plain's supreme geniuses. Any one of them has the strength to threaten my life. Fortunately, they are also scheming against each other. Otherwise, it would be dangerous. If Jiang Shi, the warlock supreme genius who formed the holy sword of speed, and Mick joined forces, then even though Yang Feng has comprehended 4 chapters of fate algorithm, he would still die in a head-on battle. However, the 3 powerhouses also had to compete with each other for the title of brave and condense the perfect and unique holy sword. Only then were they defeated and killed by Yang Feng one by one. Once the Ninua city was breached, the Fengyi kingdom and the Garimo kingdom no longer had strong resistance. Yang Feng commanded the 4-race coalition army and easily conquered the 2 kingdoms. Then, he organized the 8 legions. At the same time, he used warlock's secret methods to train countless impoverished children into officials, and established a new kingdom, the Kingdom of the Sun. After establishing a kingdom, Yang Feng signed various peace treaties with the 3 races in public and officially married Brigina and the beauties of the 3 races. Yang Feng was respectfully addressed as the new hero king. After the kingdom was established and stabilized a little, Yang Feng announced that all human powerhouses with the brave class must serve the Kingdom of the Sun, or else they will be considered rebels. With the power of the entire kingdom, more than 20 braves were recruited by Yang Feng and became his subordinates. Among the more than 20 braves, there are 3 stars of fate. Chapter 652. The Naughty Kitten Tavern was an ordinary tavern in the magnificent Brocade City. It was cheap, and many people with a bit of spare cash liked to come to the tavern to drink and chat. The door of the Naughty Kitten Tavern was pushed open, and 3 female adventurers entered the tavern. Their faces were covered with scarves, and their curvaceous figures showed that they were female. They sat down at a table. It said that the great hero king has announced a new policy. He has once again reduced agricultural taxes and increased commercial taxes. Great, our burden is even lighter this way. Long live the hero king. Last week, Earl Harley was sentenced to death by the hero king. He was publicly beheaded. Earl Harley specializes in killing adventurers and peasants for fun. That bastard was finally killed by the hero king. The hero king is really wise. That's right. Only the hero king would lower the taxes and kill those powerful aristocrats who have been punished for their crimes. In the past, no one dared to interfere with greater aristocrats. No matter what crimes they committed, they wouldn't be tried. The hero king is really a treasure bestowed to us humans by the heavens. In the tavern, there were people everywhere discussing the deeds of the hero king, and everyone was full of praise for the hero king. A female adventurer couldn't help but ask, "How do you know so much?" A bald adventurer revealed a complacent smile, took out a newspaper, and handed it to the female adventurer. The newspaper. This is the newspaper that the hero king sent people to run, and all the policies are recorded in the newspaper. Although uncouth people like us can't read the newspaper, but the Naughty Kitten Tavern will have a newspaper reader read us all the policies in the newspaper every day. Newspaper. The female adventurer lowered her head, picked up the newspaper, and read it carefully. The newspaper recorded all kinds of policies and decrees promulgated by Yang Feng, as well as countless praises and propaganda about him. The female adventurer came from an extraordinary background. After ignoring the praises and flattery of Yang Feng, she could see that Yang Feng's policies were extraordinary from the various policies and decrees in the newspaper. After Yang Feng became the king of the Kingdom of the Sun, he didn't live a luxurious life. Instead, he vigorously supported agriculture, commerce, and industry. He sold most of the wealth he obtained from the 3 kingdoms and invested it in infrastructure. With Yang Feng's full support, the 3 kingdoms glowed with great vitality, their economies flourished, and the people's living standards improved continuously. In the olden era, many peasants didn't even have enough to eat. But with Yang Feng's help, they could eat potatoes until they were full, gaining the support of many lower-class people. At the same time, Yang Feng used the newspaper as a propaganda machine to expose the evil deeds of the greater aristocrats from the era of the 3 states, filling the people with disgust and anger towards the era of the 3 states and making them feel closer to the state of the sun. The female adventurer handed the newspaper to another female adventurer and asked, "Nina, how is it? Then, is what the newspaper said false? Nina took the newspaper and read it carefully. Her pretty face turned slightly pale. She sighed and said, "It should be true. Rumor had it that Viscount Recef liked to torture and kill boys in the upper class. When I was young, my father told me never to get close to that bastard." The female adventurer, exuding a faint aura of a powerhouse, sighed lightly, saying, "In that case, everything the brave Lord Rant did was correct." Along the way, everyone was praising Hero King Rant wherever we passed. He beheaded the cruel greater aristocrats, reduced the taxes of the peasants, eliminated slave merchants, punished corrupt officials, concluded peace treaties with the outside world, and actively dealt with the possible invasion of the demons. He's definitely a rare virtuous king. Nina, I can't assassinate him. Nina's face turned slightly pale. She crossed her hands and firmly bit her lips. The female adventurer continued, "Nina, give up. The brave Lord Rant just deprived your family of your title of nobility, confiscated your family's territory, and converted it into war bonds. I heard that the State of the Sun didn't deny the war bonds, but instead started repaying them with a repayment period of 20 years. In this way, although you're no longer aristocrats, but you can still become rich and have hope of rising in the future." Nina said, "I understand. However, Bicky, do you really want to go to the Brave Lord's recruitment order? Isn't it your dream to become a hero? It's no secret that the Brave Lord wants to become a hero. Aren't you afraid of being killed by him?" Bicky is the name of the female adventurer. She is also one of the hero candidates of the Garimo Kingdom. Besides, she is an aboriginal of the Eternal Continent and is extremely powerful. Bicky didn't want to participate in the human civil war, which is why she didn't appear in front of Ninoa City. In this era, many human heroes didn't participate in the civil war between Yang Feng and other human states. Bicky smiled and said, "Don't worry, it's written in the newspapers that as long as we heroes go to the Radiant Capital and accept the State of the Sun's conferment, there won't be any danger. I have a friend of the hero class who has arrived in the Radiant Capital and confirmed the Brave Lord's promise." Nina didn't say much and fell silent. A dozen days later, Bicky and her party arrived in the Radiant Capital. "Bicky, it's me." Shortly after Bicky entered the Radiant Capital, a handsome young man with short blonde hair and a dozen soldiers came up to her and said with a smile. When Bicky saw the young man, she suddenly showed a bright smile. "Ryan, it's you. You're an official." Ryan replied with a smile, "Yes, His Majesty the Brave Lord asked me to serve as a welcoming emissary to welcome you heroes from different places. By the way, His Majesty the Brave Lord will hold a banquet tonight and invite all heroes. Come with me to the Imperial Palace." Bicky's beautiful eyes flashed with enigmatic light, and she enunciated each syllable. "Ryan, why did His Majesty the Brave Lord gather us heroes? Moreover, those who don't obey the conscription order will be declared traitors. Please tell me the truth." Ryan responded straightforwardly, "There's nothing to hide. His Majesty the Brave Lord Rant's greatest wish is to become a hero, slay the Demon Lord, and obtain supreme honor. Therefore, after he established the State of the Sun, he issued this order. As long as all heroes promise not to compete with him for this honor, they'll be conferred the title of an aristocrat and receive a huge sum of money." Bicky asked blankly, "Just for this?" In Bicky's opinion, for Yang Feng to issue such a compulsory conscription order for human heroes, there must be a hidden conspiracy. She didn't expect that Ryan would reveal the conspiracy. Ryan said, "That's right. After I came to see His Majesty told me his purpose honestly. The reason why he gathered us here today is to tell you, the heroic professionals who have just arrived, about his great ambition and to dispel your concerns." Bicky hesitated for a moment, and then followed Ryan into the Imperial Palace. After passing through many winding corridors, Bicky stepped into a palace and saw nearly 100 heroes standing in the palace. There were strong and weak heroes among them, with the strongest having already promoted to the legend rank and the weakest only being level 7 professions. Each of these nearly 100 hero professions had an illustrious reputation in their respective regions. Bicky had only heard of their names. Because of Yang Feng's order, the famous human heroes of the Eternal Continent gathered in the radiant capital. This is the supreme power of the human monarch. His Majesty the brave Lord has arrived. Loud voices could be heard coming from outside the hall. Yang Feng, accompanied by the four beauties Brigina, Walana, Marina, and Garen, stepped into the hall surrounded by a group of guards. Greetings, Your Majesty. The human brave professions in the hall knelt on one knee and saluted Yang Feng. At ease. Yang Feng came to the throne in the reception hall and sat down. He looked at the nearly 100 brave professions and revealed a smile. As the human monarch of the Eternal Continent, Yang Feng can summon these human heroes with a single order. This is the power of authority. If Yang Feng wasn't the human monarch, he wouldn't be able to summon so many human heroes. After seeing the 100 heroes get up, Yang Feng said with a gentle smile, "You must be very curious as to why I summoned you here. Now, I will tell you my purpose. I, the brave Lord Rant, was born in a remote rural village. But that village was destroyed by the Demon Lord. I made up my mind to slay the Demon Lord and avenge everyone in the village since I was a child. I must become a hero and slay the Demon Lord with my own hands. Only by doing so can I eliminate the inner demon in my heart. Since you have come to the Radiant Capital, you are free to choose whether to join the country of the sun and serve the new human kingdom. As long as you join the country of the sun, you will be granted an aristocratic title and receive a monthly hero allowance, which will allow you to live a peaceful and wealthy life. My only request is that before I fight the Demon Lord, I ask that you not take action and slay the Demon Lord first. Of course, after I fight the Demon King, if I die, then everyone can choose whether to become a new hero and fight the Demon King. Everyone, please grant my one and only wish." Yang Feng got up, bowed slightly to the human powerhouses with the hero profession, and said with a sincere expression. "No problem. Your Majesty, don't worry. Everyone here will agree to your request. Your Majesty, I am willing to serve the country of the sun." Many human powerhouses with the hero profession have already sided with Yang Feng, and they promised loudly. Chapter 653. When the human braves who came from all over the world heard Yang Feng's request, most of them made a promise. After weighing the pros and cons, some braves who aspired to become heroes and become famous in the world could only choose to give up. At present, Yang Feng is the human monarch, and his sphere of influence covers the entire human race. With an order from him, the human braves will become demon traders and be hunted down by all humans. Moreover, along the way, the human heroes can see that under Yang Feng's governance, the human race is thriving and flourishing with each passing day. The greater aristocrats who abused and killed their subjects in the past have been beheaded, and the public security in various places is far better than in the past. The human braves have tyrannical battle prowess, but their level of internal affairs is very low. However, they are adventurers who travel everywhere after all. They can naturally see that the lives of many humans are much better than in the era of the three major states. Naturally, they won't attack Yang Feng, who has the reputation of a sage monarch. Yang Feng doesn't dare to kill the human braves either. After all, under the interference of the power of destiny, even if he killed a few dozen such human heroes, more human heroes would definitely be born. Through the fate algorithm, Yang Feng saw Bicky and the other two human heroes with peerless luck. They are all darlings favored by fate. If Yang Feng sends people to hunt them down, then even with fate algorithm, he can only kill one or two at most. The remaining one will grow, evolve, and become his nemesis. After appeasing the summoned human heroes, Yang Feng went to the Dragon Island and obtained a fate tablet with the fate algorithm recorded in it from the dragons. Among the humans, the three major states each keep a fate algorithm, and the three fate algorithms fell into Yang Feng's hands. After obtaining all the fate algorithms, Yang Feng walked towards the Holy Sword homeland alone. The Holy Sword homeland is located in the northernmost part of the three major states. Along the way, there are countless demonic beasts and freaks. There are even legend rank freaks in the Holy Sword homeland. Along the way, Yang Feng easily killed all the freaks blocking his way. In less than 10 days, he entered the Holy Sword homeland. The home of the Holy Sword was located in a small valley. It was a strange city with a completely different style from the Eternal Continent. In the strange city, every building is engraved with queer runes that are beyond the scope of Yang Feng's understanding. This is the interior of the Sacred Sword homeland. This was also the hub of Destiny Energy, the point where Destiny Energy converged. I actually can't understand these runes. This is definitely a rune left behind by a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. Yang Feng looked at the weird runes engraved on the city's buildings with surprise in his eyes. After eating the Apple of Wisdom, Yang Feng's wisdom has reached the Infinity Warlock rank. It was precisely because of this that he could easily analyze, understand, and grasp countless runes. Only runes engraved by Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses and above are incomprehensible to Yang Feng. The standard of spells in the Eternal Continent was extremely low, only at the level of Tyrannid subcontinent. Yang Feng was surprised to see such a fearsome rune here. Extraordinary memory. Yang Feng glanced at the queer runes, then operated a spell and sealed the scene in the deepest part of his memory. At this time, Yang Feng still can't understand these powerful runes. He can only use extraordinary memory to seal them in the deepest part of his memory. So long as he is strong enough, he can naturally dig out these runes from the depths of his memory and study them. Yang Feng walked in the Sacred Sword homeland. Soon, a huge altar appeared in front of him. In the center of the huge altar, there is an ordinary stone sword inserted into the ground. Countless runes are engraved on the center of the altar as well as the stone sword. A white jade staircase with 99 steps leads directly to the stone sword. The white jade staircase is the hero step, and the stone sword in the center of the altar is the legendary holy sword owned by the hero. It is a treasure that countless warlock supreme geniuses enter this world to fight for. Non-humans may not set foot on the hero step. Otherwise, die. In front of the white jade staircase, there is a bloody steel inscription, which exudes an eternal and inextinguishable aura that seems to run through the river of time. This aura, is it the aura of an eternal that surpasses the Warlock Emperor rank? Yang Feng looked at the steel inscription with an enigmatic gleam in his eyes. He has once felt the aura of a Warlock Emperor. The aura of a Warlock Emperor is as unfathomable and powerful as the sea. The aura of an eternal, on the other hand, is like a small universe, far surpassing that of a Warlock Emperor. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with enigmatic light, and he uttered unhurriedly, "Eternal, there really are eternal. I thought that eternal was just a legend." According to some hidden legends, the Cangji Plain has given birth to more than one eternal and inextinguishable eternal. Whether it is their body or soul, they won't decay with the passage of time. They are eternal and inextinguishable. For some unknown reason, the eternal sovereigns disappeared from the Cangji Plain. Only some relics prove that they existed in this world. The relic sites of the eternal are full of dangers. They are hidden in different space-time. Once they emerge, they are also full of dangers. According to legend, apart from the Dawn Lord, the other 7 Warlock Emperors entered the relic sites of the eternal to explore, and were seriously injured by the dangerous existences inside, which is why they died. A doubt suddenly welled up in Yang Feng's mind: why would an eternal protect the human race? The history of an eternal dates back to before the Arch-God Age. After the Arch-God Age, there are no more rumors of an eternal being born. Yang Feng hid this doubt in the depths of his memory and stepped onto the hero steps. The jade-white hero steps radiated countless mysterious lights that swept towards Yang Feng. A feeling of being spied on welled up in Yang Feng's mind. Yang Feng gritted his teeth and encouraged himself in his heart: the difference between humans and other races lies in the soul. Although this body is that of a demon lord, but my soul is that of a human warlock. I can definitely set foot on the hero's steps. The memes left behind by an eternal are absolutely earth-shattering. They are not existences that Yang Feng can contend with. He can only believe that he is a human in order to survive. After the strange rays of light came into contact with Yang Feng's soul, they carefully scanned him, and then disappeared. The hero's steps recognized Yang Feng's human identity. A breeze blew, and the legendary weapon Swift Sword appeared behind Yang Feng virtually lightning fast and stabbed towards his heart. Success! With the Swift Sword in hand, Ren's eyes flashed with ecstasy. He has been lurking here for a long time in order to stab out with this sword. Boosted by the Karma weapon Swift Sword, Ren's sneak attack can even assassinate a Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouse. At the same time, Ren's body shone with the light of many kinds of magic. These are the elixirs collected by legend wizard Merlin. He used all of them for this sword strike. After Yang Feng unified the human state, he was praised as the strongest human hero lord and became the most popular candidate for the hero title. Knowing that he can't compete with Yang Feng, Ren chose to assassinate him. Junior Legend, you are Ren. What a fast sword. Unfortunately, I have seen swords that are dozens of times faster than yours. Your sword strike is too slow. You haven't even condensed a virtual holy sword, you're a good for nothing. Yang Feng, who has his eyes closed, slowly opened them and released resplendent light that seems to contain the breath of fate. He slashed out with his sword. As if pulled by fate force, Ren strangely collided with Yang Feng's sword. With a look of horror and despair on his face, his body was cut in two, and all his life force was extinguished. Compared to Jiang Shi and that unknown warlock, you're far inferior. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a fireball enveloped Ren and burned him to ashes. After killing Ren, Yang Feng took another step towards the hero steps, but he felt a tremendous repulsive force coming from the hero steps. I am the only one, the will of heaven is with me. With a thought, Yang Feng operated the fate algorithm, and fate force enveloped him, reversed fate, and routed the tremendous repulsive force coming from the hero steps. Yang Feng stepped onto the second step, and a wisp of breath of eternity flickered inside him. A copious amount of knowledge poured into his sea of knowledge like a sea, nearly bursting it. My path is the great Tao of Devour, to devour all power. I only need the law of Devour. The law of Devour permeated Yang Feng and formed a pitch-black virtual holy sword of Devour in his hand. With every step he took on the hero steps, Yang Feng could absorb a wisp of breath of eternity, and the virtual holy sword of Devour became more solid. When Yang Feng reached the center of the altar, the virtual holy sword of Devour was already filled with fearsome Devour force. My holy sword, come out. Yang Feng combined the virtual holy sword of Devour with the stone sword in the center, and the holy sword formed from the law of Devour and the stone sword released dazzling light and formed a fearsome holy sword of Devour. When Yang Feng grasped the holy sword of Devour, countless mysteries of the law of Devour were transmitted from the holy sword of Devour, allowing him to quickly comprehend and grasp them. Chapter 654. Yang Feng looked at the holy sword of Devour in his hand, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. I finally reached this step. Originally, according to the trajectory of fate, more than 100 human heroes should have gathered in the Holy Sword Garden to compete for the ownership of the Holy Sword. Due to the influence of fate, Yang Feng didn't have the confidence to stand out among the 100 human heroes. But now, nearly 100 human heroes have been recruited by Yang Feng to serve in the Radiant Capital, which is why he can grasp the Holy Sword of Devour so easily. This world can come to an end now. Yang Feng's figure blurred, and he disappeared. 10 days later, on the throne of the Anmo Kingdom's Demon Lord Palace, there sits a legend-rank Demon Lord exuding fearsome might. His appearance is exactly the same as when Yang Feng came to this world. Yang Feng walked out of the Demon Lord Palace unhurriedly, his body spotless. Protect His Majesty. Kill him. Kill the brave Lord Rant. Countless demons poured out of the Demon Lord Palace and cast various spells barreling towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng waved the holy sword of Devour in his hand, and a black moon suddenly appeared. As if a black hole capable of devouring everything, the attacks of the demons couldn't hurt him. It's over, Your Majesty the Demon Lord, please go to hell. Under the horrified gazes of the demons, Yang Feng appeared in front of the legend-rank Demon Lord, stabbed the Demon Lord in the heart with his sword, and a violent force erupted in an instant and devoured the legend-rank Demon Lord. No one saw that at the moment when the legend-rank Demon Lord was devoured, some strange mechanical parts exploded from his body. When the legend-rank Demon Lord died, Yang Feng felt his body loosen, and the fearsome fate force binding him collapsed and dissipated. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the pinnacle legend-rank bottleneck and stepped into the starry sky warlock realm. A frightening repulsive force shrouded Yang Feng. Shrouded by the fearsome repulsive force, Yang Feng smashed the Demon Lord Palace and flew towards the outside. 100,000 meters. 1,000,000 meters. 100 million meters. Under the effect of the fearsome repulsive force, Yang Feng flew out of the eternal continent and arrived in the endless void. From the endless void, Yang Feng can see a purple ring enveloping the eternal continent. Yang Feng looked at the purple band, and his eyes suddenly lit up and flashed with excitement. Is this the legendary eternal purple chi? Eternal violet chi was formed from the blood and power of an eternal. It was a type of divine energy that had been condensed from countless sources of energy. It possessed an extremely mysterious power and could be used to refine artifacts, allowing them to give birth to spirituality. Legend has it that some saint-grade and emperor-grade secret treasures would have spirituality, which was why they would choose their own masters and become even more powerful in the long history. Artifacts with spirituality were far more powerful than artifacts without spirituality of the same grade. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he flew into the purple ring and frantically absorbed the eternal purple chi. A copious amount of eternal purple chi entered Yang Feng's body and promoted him to a quasi-glorious dawn warlock in an instant. The seals inside him were opened one by one, and he felt the existence of the small world. As soon as the small world appeared inside Yang Feng, it frantically devoured the eternal purple chi. The devourers inside the small world also devoured the eternal purple chi and evolved frantically and became more powerful. After Yang Feng's small world devoured a large amount of eternal purple chi, the plain origin became more powerful, and the small world continued to extend and expand. A trace of enlightenment welled up in Yang Feng's heart. He operated the law of devour, turned into a huge black hole, and frantically devoured the eternal purple chi. After devouring an unknown amount of eternal purple chi, Yang Feng's soul core transformed again. The moonlight core radiating moonlight light evolved into a glorious dawn core radiating glorious sunlight light. He advanced to a glorious dawn warlock in one step. As soon as Yang Feng advanced to a glorious dawn warlock, a strange black hole appeared behind him, wrapped around him, and made him disappear in an instant. In the next moment, when Yang Feng opened his eyes, he found that he has appeared in an unfamiliar starfield in astral boundary. Yang Feng looked at the distorted and chaotic astral fog around him and showed a smile. Now that I am a glorious dawn warlock, let's see to what extent I can achieve in astral boundary. With a thought, Yang Feng began to operate the astral fog's special algorithm. His eyes changed into transcendent pupils, and countless runes flickered in his eyes. The strange, distorted, and chaotic astral fog suddenly dissipated in front of Yang Feng's eyes, revealing an empty, dark, and deathly still scene of astral boundary. An enigmatic ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he analyzed quietly, with my current glorious dawn warlock rank strength, coupled with the blessing of transcendent pupils, I can only see up to 1,000 kilometers away from astral boundary. Furthermore, I consume power at all times. Without using transcendent pupils, I can only see up to 10 kilometers away. As expected of astral boundary. If an infinity warlock is careless and stays here for a long time, they will be eroded by astral force and turn into astral monsters. Yang Feng, who has already promoted to a glorious dawn warlock, is an existence comparable to gods in strength, and is proficient in many secret methods. Even so, he can only see up to 10 kilometers away from astral boundary. This is the horror of astral boundary. Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge on his chest, and a Star Destroyer Battlestar appeared in front of him. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he entered the Star Destroyer Battlestar, activated a super warp gate, stepped inside, and returned to Ligui province. I'm back. As soon as Yang Feng returned to Ligui province, the Bright World warlocks who have a soul connection with him sensed his existence. In a palace in Ligui province's undying mountain, black light shone, and Alexia appeared in the palace and stared at Yang Feng sitting on the throne with enigmatic light in her beautiful eyes, and she said, "You've become stronger." Yang Feng responded with a smile, "It's my honor to receive your praise. Unfortunately, I'm not your opponent at the moment." The fallen wings on Alexia's back flapped slightly, and she turned into a black ray of light that disappeared from where she stood. It didn't take long for the news that Lei Ming, the young master of Undying Mountain, has returned spread throughout Ligui province. Some dark forces hiding in Ligui province have just emerged, but they chose to go into hiding again. Using the massive resources in Ligui province, Yang Feng continued to practice cultivation, quickly stabilized his junior glorious dawn warlock realm, and then continued to practice cultivation. Ligui province, Dragon Rocky Mountain, where the Zhan family's headquarters is located. A man dressed in black, with short black hair and regular facial features came to the foot of Dragon Rocky Mountain. Behind him was a servant with dry skin and a bitter face, as if he would be blown away by the wind. A Zhan family disciple stepped forward and berated arrogantly, "Who are you? This is the Zhan family's headquarters, please stop. Otherwise, we won't be polite." The young man in black said flatly, "Nangong Wumi of the Nangong family, one of Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 great families, requests an audience with the Zhan family's patriarch." Nangong Wumi, the Nangong Wumi of the glorious sun 7 stars. The number 1 genius of the Nangong family. The Nangong Wumi who swept the glorious sun warlocks of the 36 lesser provinces without suffering a single defeat. When the Zhan family's warlocks at the foot of Dragon Rocky Mountain heard this name, they inhaled a breath of cold air and looked at Nangong Wumi with awe in their eyes. The Moonlight 7 stars are transcendent rank powerhouses with the greatest potential among Moonlight warlocks. The glorious Sun 7 stars, on the other hand, are the strongest powerhouses among glorious Sun warlocks. They are fearsome existences who can contend against powerhouses of the older generation. Each of the glorious Sun 7 stars can contend against rogue Bright World warlocks, and there are even records of the glorious Sun 7 stars slaying Bright World warlocks. In the Tsangji Plain, Infinity warlocks generally stay in their respective forces and guard the headquarters of the major forces. The strongest fighting force in the secular world is generally the Bright World warlock rank. For a glorious Sun warlock like Nangong Wumi to be able to contend against a Bright World warlock, it's simply heaven-defying. The Zhan family's disciple said respectfully at once, "Please wait a moment, I'll go pass the message." Before long, the Zhan family's disciple brought Nangong Wumi and his servants to a palace on Dragon Rocky Mountain. When Nangong Wumi saw the Zhan family's patriarch sitting on the throne, he cupped his hands and said, "Nangong Wumi greets the Zhan family's patriarch." The Zhan family's patriarch asked coldly, "Brother Nangong, what brings you here?" Nangong Wumi answered with a smile, "I entered the Ligui province this time because I want to spar with the many glorious Sun warlocks of the Ligui province and make progress together. The first opponent I have chosen is you, the Zhan family's patriarch. Please give the Nangong family face and have a fair fight with me." The Zhan family's patriarch frowned slightly. If it was anyone else, he would have already thrown them out. But Nangong Wumi is a peerless genius of the Nangong family, one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 8 great families. The Nangong family is a behemoth that the Zhan family can't contend with. Besides, the Zhan family has just been dealt a heavy blow by Yang Feng. The Zhan family is not willing to offend such a behemoth again. The Zhan family's patriarch agreed repeatedly, "Okay, I agree to your request." 3 days later, the news that the Zhan family's patriarch was defeated by Nangong Wumi spread throughout the Ligui province. 5 days later, the Yi family's patriarch was defeated by Nangong Wumi. 7 days later, the Zhao family's patriarch was defeated by Nangong Wumi. Chapter 655. Nangong Wumi swept through the Ligui province in a virtually invincible manner, and defeated the famous glorious sun warlocks of the Ligui province one by one. The glorious sun warlocks of the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres also fought Nangong Wumi, but they were defeated one after another. A month later, a bright world warlock suddenly assassinated Nangong Wumi. The old servant next to Nangong Wumi unleashed pinnacle bright world warlock rank power and seriously injured the bright world warlock who tried to assassinate Nangong Wumi. The entire Ligui province knew that Nangong Wumi had a peak bright world realm protector by his side. Those experts who wanted to assassinate Nangong Wumi immediately stopped, not daring to make a move. In the Ligui province, in addition to the 5 heavenly lords and 9 heavenly ogres who each have a pinnacle bright world warlock, there are also some rogue warlocks of the early and intermediate bright world warlocks. With their strength, these rogue cultivators cannot compete with a pinnacle bright world warlock. In the Ligui province, only Yang Feng's Undying Mountain can kill Nangong Wumi and his guardians with absolute power. After sweeping the glorious sun warlocks of the Ligui province, Nangong Wumi finally came to the center of the Ligui province, the Undying Mountain's headquarters. At this time, there are a large number of female warlock girls around Nangong Wumi, as well as young male warlocks attracted by the beautiful female warlocks. The fights between Nangong Wumi and other glorious sun warlocks are held in arenas, and other warlocks are not prohibited from watching the fights. As a result, they have attracted countless fans in Ligui province. In front of Undying Mountain's headquarters, Nangong Wumi used a secret technique and shouted, "Nangong Wumi requests an audience with Undying Mountain's young master." A loud voice reverberated in the Undying Mountain. "Do you think Undying Mountain will let him in?" "I don't think so." Nangong Wumi swept the glorious sun warlocks of the Ligui province. There were many experts in the Undying Mountain, and they had the protection of the blazing angel Alexia. But there are no powerful glorious sun warlocks. Yeah, I haven't heard of any powerful glorious sun warlocks in Undying Mountain. The power of the Undying Mountain is very mysterious. It is said that they possess powerful alchemy. But there didn't seem to be many experts. They probably won't let Nangong Wumi in. The young warlocks behind Nangong Wumi commented. They don't think that Nangong Wumi can enter Undying Mountain. Since Yang Feng's Undying Mountain occupied the Ligui province, the powerful forces of the Ligui province and even the continent have conducted various studies on the Undying Mountain. All the forces unanimously agreed that the Undying Mountain was an incomparably powerful force with a deep foundation. The strength it had displayed in the Ligui province was just the tip of the iceberg. At the same time, there are also countless speculations and rumors. One of the rumors is that there are no experts in Undying Mountain, only some starry sky warlocks and moonlight warlocks with alchemy and resources. That is because glorious sun warlocks, bright world warlocks, and infinity warlocks have never appeared in Undying Mountain. There is only the blazing angel Alexia guarding it. If it wasn't for the fact that the blazing angel Alexia is an existence that can contend against junior infinity warlocks and that the Ligui province is a forbidden area, countless forces would have come to probe the strength of Undying Mountain. No bright world warlock ranked powerhouse is certain to defeat Alexia. Therefore, Nangong Wumi, one of the glorious Sun's 7 stars, came to the Ligui province to challenge Undying Mountain. Nangong Wumi, did you come to challenge my Undying Mountain's glorious sun warlocks? Yang Feng's indifferent but dignified voice came from inside Undying Mountain. Nangong Wumi responded with a smile, that's right. As the number one force in the Ligui province, the Undying Mountain must have many experts. I, Nangong Wumi, came here in the hope of exchanging pointers with the glorious Sun Warlocks of the Undying Mountain. Okay, then I will fight you on behalf of the Undying Mountain. A golden radiance shot out from the Undying Mountain and shone on the foot of the mountain. Illuminated by the golden light, Yang Feng and Alexia's figures slowly appeared in front of everyone. Alexia, that's the strongest guardian of the Undying Mountain, the blazing angel Alexia. That's the young master Lei Ming of the Undying Mountain. He actually promoted to a glorious Sun Warlock. The young master Lei Ming of the Undying Mountain, isn't he an advanced Moonlight Warlock? How did he promote to a glorious Sun Warlock? The young warlocks looked at Yang Feng and Alexia with admiration, jealousy, incredulity, and other complicated emotions in their eyes. The blazing angel Alexia is recognized as the number one expert in the Ligui province. She is a fearsome existence who can contend against ordinary junior infinity warlocks who haven't formed a virtual world. As the guardian of the Undying Mountain, she has many people who worship her in the Ligui province. As the mysterious young master of the Undying Mountain, Yang Feng is a terrifying existence who can easily mobilize a warlock legion of more than 100 million soldiers. He is the most powerful bigwig in the Ligui province. Yang Feng is the object of the envy of the Ligui province's younger generation. He can freely use the cultivation resources of the Ligui province, which is why he can make rapid progress, easily break through numerous bottlenecks, and promote to a glorious Sun Warlock. When the old servant standing next to Nangong Wumi saw Alexia, his eyes shone brightly, and, as if a peerless beast has awakened, he erupted with pinnacle bright world warlock rank fluctuations of power and swept towards Alexia. Humph! Alexia snorted coldly and spread her 3 pairs of fallen wings, and dark force permeated her body. She looked at the old servant, and a deep killing intent barreled towards the old servant. The old servant's breath was smashed by Alexia's killing intent. His face paled slightly, he took a few steps back, retracted his breath, and lowered his head like an ordinary old man. Humph! Alexia snorted discontentedly. In the abyss, if someone dared to test her, she would have cut the other party in half with a sword strike. But in the Tsangji plain, she understands that she can't rashly attack a huge family like the Nangong family. Nangong Wumi glanced at Yang Feng, an enigmatic ray streaked past his eyes, and he uttered with a smile, "Young Master Lei Ming, you only have intermediate glorious Sun Warlock cultivation base, while I am already a quasi-bright world warlock and have formed a virtual world inside me. You are not my opponent. Let the strongest glorious Sun Warlock of your Undying Mountain fight me." Yang Feng clapped his hands, "I'm more than enough to deal with you. Besides, I also want to see how strong the glorious Sun 7 stars are." With a wave of Alexia's lily-white hand, a level 8 arena secret treasure flew out of her hand, landed on the ground, and formed a large arena. The level 8 arena secret treasure is enough to support a fight between bright world warlock ranked powerhouses. Yang Feng blurred into motion, turned into a stream of white light, and entered the arena. Nangong Wumi smiled confidently, then turned into mist and entered the arena. In a breath of time, Yang Feng and Nangong Wumi appeared in the arena that is more than 20 kilometers wide and tens of thousands of meters tall, and is enchanted with spatial spells. With an arrogant expression on his face, Nangong Wumi uttered with a lofty smile, "Lei Ming, go ahead. Let me see the secret methods of your Undying Mountain. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony." Life and Death Mirror. Yang Feng operated a secret method and pointed with a finger, and a grey mirror exuding wisps of life and death force suddenly appeared in the void, turned slightly, and released a grey ray shooting towards Nangong Wumi. The Life and Death Mirror is a peerless secret method mastered by the Death Lord. The Mirror of Life can bring people who have died in a short period of time back to life. The Mirror of Death can directly absorb people's souls and kill them. When Yang Feng collected various warlock books in the Ligui province, he obtained 2 volumes of the life and death text written by the Death Lord. This is the strongest secret method recorded in the 2 volumes of the life and death text. Amazing, the life and death mirror. The mirror of life governs life, and the mirror of death governs death. According to legend, once the Death Lord unleashes the life and death mirror, he is an undying existence. No matter how many times he dies, he can quickly be reborn from the mirror of life. For your undying mountain to master this secret method, that's really amazing. Unfortunately, it's just an incomplete version. Nangong Wumi smiled and spread the fingers of a hand, and a living wood fern beast suddenly flew out and blocked in front of him. When the dusky light of death shone on the wood fern beast, it instantly lost its soul and fell to the ground. Nangong Wumi said lightly, "The Death Lord's life and death mirror can lock onto a target, penetrate all defenses, and directly affect the soul of the target. As for your life and death mirror, it's too slow. It doesn't have the power to penetrate all defenses of the target. As long as you are prepared in advance, it's useless. You're pretty strong. However, it's not enough to be my opponent." Nangong Wumi silently recited an incantation. In an instant, 7 stars shone in the Zhangji Plain's outer space, and a copious amount of starlight descended and formed 7 stars above Nangong Wumi. Each star contained a terrifying amount of star power. The power contained in each star could easily turn a grade 9 plane into a wasteland. The secret method recorded in the star text of the Star Lord, Star Descend. This is the secret technique recorded in the Star Codex that possesses the power to destroy heaven and earth, the Star Descent technique. Amazing! It can actually trigger 7 stars. When the spectating warlocks saw the 7 stars, their eyes flickered with shock. The Star Descending technique was a powerful killing technique recorded in the Star Treasured Codex. When cultivated to the peak, one would be able to use it. When cultivated to the pinnacle, it can even trigger the stars in the sky to bombard the enemy. Chapter 656. Yang Feng looked at the 7 stars surrounding Nangong Wumi, and his eyes flashed with admiration. Star Descend. Amazing! When Nangong Wumi swept away all the glorious sun warlocks in the Ligui province, he unleashed the peerless secret method Stars Descend. Ordinary glorious sun warlocks can't even resist 1 star, and the strongest glorious sun warlocks can only resist 5 stars before being defeated by the 6th star. Nangong Wumi said with a graceful smile, "Young Master Lei Ming, be careful. If you can't resist it, please let me know in advance, and I'll stop the spell." This was merely a spar of magical techniques. After Nangong Wumi entered the Ligui province, he only defeated the glorious sun warlocks he challenged along the way, but never killed them. As long as he isn't an idiot, he will understand that only death awaits him if he tries to kill the young master of the Undying Mountain. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with excitement, and his blood boiled. "Let's go, I want to experience the power of Stars Descend." After returning from the Eternal Continent, Yang Feng advanced to a glorious sun warlock, and his strength increased geometrically. Nangong Wumi pointed with a finger and said lightly, "Holy Light Star. Descend." A resplendent star descended from the sky and crushed towards Yang Feng with terrifying power capable of destroying the heavens and extinguishing the earth. In the space where Yang Feng is located, countless threads formed from star force appeared in a flash and sealed the space, making it impossible for him to cast spatial spells and escape from the star's suppression. That spiritual light star is an illusory star formed by the condensation of all the star power of a star. It contains the power of a star. Once hit, even a grade 9 plane will be blasted into a white land. Even intermediate glorious sun warlock powerhouses can't resist the power of Holy Light Star. Young Master Lei Ming has just promoted to a glorious sun warlock. I'm afraid that he can't even resist the power of Holy Light Star. Not necessarily. The Undying Mountain is famous for its powerful secret treasures. Young Master Lei Ming may be able to resist the attack of Holy Light Star with the help of secret treasures. The warlocks outside the arena discussed spiritedly. As Yang Feng's avatar Lei Ming has just promoted to a glorious Dawn Warlock, few people have confidence in his strength. He had also used the power of countless mechanical armies to unify the Ligui province, but he had never shown his own power. Interesting. Break. There was a flash of excitement in Yang Feng's eyes. He operated the primal chaos imperishable body, vast and fearsome power gushed out of him, and he punched the holy light star. Rumble. Along with an earth-shattering explosion, the holy light star condensed from star force was blasted apart by Yang Feng's fist, and the terrific explosion engulfed Yang Feng. Amazing. What terrifying physical strength. Is he a body-refining warlock? Could it be that young Master Lei Ming is walking the path of a body-tempering warlock? What a powerful physical body. Body-forging warlocks are very weak in the early stage, they are far from being comparable to elemental warlocks and other warlocks in other fields. However, at the pinnacle of cultivation, one would be able to destroy all forms of power with their incomparably powerful fleshly bodies. However, body-tempering warlocks are known for their difficulty in cultivation. I didn't expect Undying Mountain's young master to be a body-tempering warlock. When the warlocks outside the grand arena saw this scene, they inhaled a breath of cold air, and their eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. The holy light star is a virtual celestial body formed by Nangong Wumi using a spell to gather the star force of a celestial body. The power of this virtual celestial body is comparable to that of a real celestial body. For Yang Feng to blast apart the holy light star with a punch, it means that he can blast apart a celestial body with his own power. Of course, the celestial bodies that Yang Feng can blast apart are the weakest celestial bodies in astral boundary. As for a grade 1 plane like the Zhangji plane, even an eternal sovereign can't do it. Interesting, a body-tempering warlock. Wei Yao Star. Nangong Wumi smiled and pointed with a finger. The second star dropped from the sky and barreled towards Yang Feng. The star force gathered on the Wei Yao star is twice that of the holy light star. It also sealed the space and crushed towards Yang Feng with terrifying might. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with excitement, and he brandished his iron fist, slammed it into the Wei Yao star, and blasted it to pieces. Nangong Wumi no longer spoke. He pointed with a finger, and the remaining celestial bodies barreled towards Yang Feng one after another. Each celestial body drawn by Nangong Wumi's star's descent is much stronger than the previous one. Amazing. He destroyed the Cloud River star. Amazing, he destroyed another celestial body. What a monster. To be able to achieve this with just the power of his fleshly body, that's amazing. The sixth, he destroyed the sixth celestial body. The Yi family's patriarch, known as the number 1 glorious Dawn Warlock in the Ligui province, was seriously injured by the Thunder Roar star. To destroy the Thunder Roar star with just the power of his fleshly body, what a monster. Under the shocked gazes of the warlocks, Yang Feng brandished his iron fist and smashed the celestial bodies one after another. When he smashed the sixth celestial body, a copious amount of blood burst out of his body and spilled on the ground. Nangong Wumi smiled gracefully and spoke with sincerity. He didn't urge the seventh celestial body to descend immediately. Young Master Lei Ming, you're really amazing. Your body is really powerful. In terms of physical constitution alone, your body is comparable to that of a bright world warlock. You can be said to be the number 1 glorious Dawn Warlock in the Ligui province. However, the Thunder Roar star is already your limit. In that case, you won't be able to withstand the seventh celestial body, the Magic Light Star. That's the sum of the power of the previous 6 celestial bodies. If you can't withstand this move, please concede. Yang Feng said with a smile, that's right. Withstanding the Thunder Roar star is already the limit of my fleshly body. Next, I'll use spells to contend against the Magic Light Star. Spells? Is he proficient in spells? His fleshly body is already so powerful, I wonder how strong his spells are. The spectating warlocks were taken aback at once, and they commented spiritedly. Yang Feng's fleshly body is far stronger than they imagined. In the Ligui province, apart from the top bright world warlocks, there is no glorious sun warlock who can compete with Yang Feng in terms of fleshly body. Now that Yang Feng said that he still grasped formidable spells, it immediately made the warlocks extremely excited. Spells are the most powerful force warlocks have mastered. With spells, warlocks can move mountains and drain seas, pluck stars and moons, and enslave transcendence. Nangong Wumi's eyes congealed slightly, and he uttered with a faint smile, "It turns out that young Master Lei Ming still has something hidden. Okay, then be careful." The magic radiant star suddenly fell from the sky. Countless demonic lights flickered on the magic radiant star, forming countless strange runes that were filled with destructive star power. The destructive star force contained in the magic light star can seriously injure or even kill a junior bright world warlock. Amazing! This magic light star is really amazing. Before I entered the Eternal Continent, unless I used the power of the small world, I could only operate the battle demon secret method to barely contend against it. The glorious Sun 7 stars really deserve their reputation. An enigmatic ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he silently praised in his heart. A black moon appeared behind him at once. Looking like a black hole that can devour everything, the black moon swept towards the magic light star. The magic light star entered the huge black hole and disappeared without a trace. What happened? What's that? What the hell happened? What spell is that? Dumbstruck, the warlocks on the scene looked at the black moon behind Yang Feng and commented spiritedly. Nangong Wumi's magic light star is so powerful that it can even seriously injure a bright world warlock. For such a powerful spell to be broken by Yang Feng's spell left the warlocks dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. The face of the calm and collected Nangong Wumi, who has been acting as if everything is under his control, changed dramatically, and he cried out, "This is the materialization of laws. You've actually found your own path, and have materialized the laws." The servant with pinnacle bright world warlock rank cultivation base standing outside opened his eyes, and his eyes flickered brightly, revealing a look of shock. After a warlock reached the moonlight warlock realm, the field of warlock research began to shift towards laws and souls. Law materialization is an existence that can only be formed by warlocks who have researched a law to a certain extent and found their own path. Only those powerhouses who could materialize the laws were qualified to become powerhouses above the great saint level. Even among Holy Spirit warlocks, only the most talented warlocks can materialize laws and attack the great Holy Step and Warlock Emperor realm. Law materialization. It's actually law materialization. Undying Mountain's young Master Lei Ming is actually a freakish genius. How scary. I didn't expect the Undying Mountain's young Master Lei Ming to be so strong. I had originally thought that he was just a scheming and cunning fellow. I didn't expect him to be such a monster. The spectating warlocks inhaled a breath of cold air and looked at Yang Feng with awe in their eyes. A complicated look in his eyes, Nangong Wumi sighed slightly and dispersed his power, saying, "Law materialization. Young Master Lei Ming, I lost." Yang Feng frowned slightly. He can sense the terrifying power hidden inside Nangong Wumi. "Nangong Wumi, why did you concede?" Nangong Wumi answered calmly, "Young Master Lei Ming, you have materialized laws. Unless I use my treasures and secret techniques, I won't be your opponent even if I continue to fight you. Besides, you haven't used your full strength either. My odds of winning aren't high." You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.